Our protagonist bursts onto the scene with overwhelming power, reborn as a slime no less. And not just any slime, but the mightiest monster of all, Veril transformed into a super slime. What on earth is happening here? The hero's tale is a tragic one. A regular office worker crushed by fate as he encounters a crazed social avenger on his way home. In a desperate act to protect his comrades, he steps in only to be stabbed through the kidney. As death loomed, his one wish was simple. Please erase the hard drive in my computer at home, it's soaking in the bathtub. But fate had other plans. When he awoke, he found himself reincarnated as a slime. And not even human anymore. Yet turning slime has its perks: no need for food or sleep. Still, boredom gnaws at him. Just then, the great sage system speaks to him, revealing a unique skill: gluttony, the power to devour foes and mimic their abilities like a downgraded version of the infamous demon lord Rimuru Tempest. Eager to test this power, our slime protagonist devours a massive amount of medicinal herbs, crafting healing potions and preservation elixirs for future battles. Suddenly, a voice echoes within the cave, the dragon's lair he's infiltrated. To his shock, the dragon is remarkably polite. This is Vora the Storm Dragon, one of the last 4 dragons alive sealed here in solitude. Slime can relate the loneliness of his past life as a single, isolated man, mirrors Vora's own solitude. They quickly become friends. Although Slime cannot break the seal binding Vora, he devises a plan to swallow both Vora and the seal, with his gluttony skill carrying them inside himself. Vora is overjoyed. Before that, they exchange names as a symbol of friendship. Vora names the slime Ruru, while the slime christens the dragon Veril Tempest. In their world, receiving a name is a sacred ritual, elevating one's power immensely. After merging successfully, Rimuru and Vora leave the cave and step into a vast forest. Now, starting at level 100, Rimuru radiates an undeniable aura of dominance, quickly conquering nearby goblins who immediately hail him as their leader and rush him back to their village. According to the trembling goblin elder, the Storm Dragon, their tribe worshipped suddenly vanished, igniting fierce territorial battles among monsters in the forest. The goblin village is also under attack by the frenzied wolf tribe. Faced with this overwhelming enemy, numbering over 100, the village's elderly women and children are too weak to fight. Rimuru wonders about the source of this overwhelming aura. If he were to unleash it fully on the frenzied wolves, they would never dare act so arrogantly. Curious, he asks the great sage to switch to an omniscient viewpoint, only to discover he has been emanating this aura all along, like walking down the street with your zipper undone. No wonder the goblins were so scared. Quickly, he pulls back the aura. The goblin chief falls to his knees, begging Rimuru for help and pledging the tribe's loyalty in return. This scene echoes the pleas of his comrades from his past life. Resolute Rimuru decides to become their leader and launch a decisive battle against the frenzied wolves. Soon, the wolf pack attacks, but the goblins stand ready behind their defences. As the wolves charge, they suddenly perish before even breaching the barrier. Rimuru had already set up an iron silk web around the village. The Wolf King, enraged, tears through all the webs, furious to the point of wanting to devour this slime, but to his shock, Rimuru's spider minions trap him mid-air, halting the assault. Next comes a water-based attack, an intense display of Rimuru's strategic might, and the unyielding spirit of a leader who refuses to let his newfound family fall. This battle is not just a fight for land, but a test of loyalty, courage, and the birth of a new legend. After slaying the Wolf King, Rimuru absorbed his essence and transformed into the majestic Wolf King form. With a unique aura, he commanded 7 wolves who instantly pledged their loyalty. The remaining mad wolves joined the goblin village, becoming fast friends with the goblins. But when it came time to assign roles, Rimuru noticed none of them had names. To keep things organised, Rimuru decided to give everyone names. The moment the words left his mouth, chaos erupted. The village was bursting with so many lined-up faces, and all the goblins looked almost identical. Rimuru's naming style grew more casual, but the goblin chief was wildly excited, hoping Rimuru wouldn't push himself too hard. Rimuru thought quietly, how tough can naming really be? Next up was the Wolf King's son, wagging his tail happily. Rimuru gave him a cool name, Ranga, but just moments later, Rimuru collapsed into a puddle of slime, fainting. Naming magical beasts drained an enormous amount of mana. No wonder the chief was so worried. Rimuru then slipped into a deep sleep for 3 days. Upon waking, he was completely stunned by the beauty of a certain goblin girl. The chief was even more formidable, now transformed into a muscular powerhouse, given the title Evolvable King. No wonder the villagers were so hyped. Seeing their master awake, Ranga wagged his tail so fiercely it nearly blew the roof off the house. The village now felt like one big family. Rimuru taught everyone to live peacefully and forbade any attacks on humans. He even promoted the chief to Goblin King, starting a new era of sustainable growth. Goblins took charge of gathering while the wolf cubs handled hunting. Food supply was no longer a worry. The remaining issues were clothing and shelter. So Rimuru thought of the dwarves' masters of blacksmithing and decided to seek them out personally. The next day, he set off with several followers, speeding like the wind under Ranga's swift pace. By nightfall, they made camp, and Rimuru chatted with Rigor, learning this world wasn't just home to dragons and heroes, but also demon lords. Clearly, future moves demanded caution. Rimuru then asked Ranga if he bore any hatred for Rimuru killing his father. Ranga calmly said the war was started by them. Their master not only spared the defeated wolves, but even named them. So, what was a father's death compared to that? The next day, Rimuru's group reached their destination. To avoid suspicion, Rimuru let Guta lead them as a guide into the city. Unexpectedly, some adventurers in line showed hostility, planning to sell them off at the monster market. Rimuru didn't want trouble and hoped they'd leave peacefully, but the innocent-looking slime image gave no intimidation at all. So Rimuru had no choice but to reveal his Wolf King form. Yet, ironically, the enemies thought it was just a transformation technique and felt no fear. They called for mages and allies to attack, but to Rimuru it was just a minor itch. With a single move, the wolf claw slash shattered their defensive formation. Nearby, civilians suffered too, some fainted, others fled, and a few lost their minds. The chaos summoned the city guards, forcing Rimuru to revert to his slime form. Though surprised, the soldiers captured them and locked them up. While the captain interrogated them, a young soldier burst in with urgent news. A mine was under attack by armored dragons, threatening both soldiers and miners. Supply lines were compromised. Hearing this, Rimuru handed over healing potions, helping the captain save the miners. Upon returning to jail, the captain immediately decided to release Rimuru and promised to assist in finding craftsmen for building houses. They then visited the city's best blacksmith shop, but the master was being bullied by nobles demanding an impossible quota, 20 magical swords in 1 week, a month's worth of work. Plus magic ore was scarce. Curious, Rimuru inspected a finished sword. The moment the smith held it, the blade shattered, nearly terrifying everyone. After analysis, Rimuru realized the magic ore was worthless junk. Without hesitation, he copied and mass-produced a batch of quality magic ore swords, helping the blacksmith meet the quota. In gratitude, they insisted on taking Rimuru to the Elven Happy Shop for some well-deserved fun. There, an elf woman named Bo revealed through a crystal ball a beautiful girl destined to be Rimuru's soulmate. After enjoying himself, Kijin declared his loyalty to Rimuru, refusing to stay under the oppressive nobles any longer. So the group set off to return, but every move Rimuru made was secretly watched by the king, who valued Rimuru's skill in medicine and sent spies fearing his talents might be exploited. Back at the goblin village, Kijin taught weapon forging, Gam handled crafting and tailoring, Dord passed on intricate skills, and Mi supervised infrastructure construction. Under their patient guidance, the goblin village blossomed rapidly. Everyone learned new skills, and Gota even mastered wolf summoning. It turned out, after Rimuru's group left, Gota was forgotten in jail. Desperate, he prayed for rescue and accidentally summoned a new wolf, escaping to the main village, earning bragging rights for the entire year. Meanwhile, kingdoms received intelligence of the storm dragon's disappearance and dispatched upper-class adventurers to investigate recent monster activity in the forest. Upon entering the forest, the group was attacked by 3 giant fire ants. The masked girl unleashed a fiery spell, blasting 5 powerful shots and scattering the ants. But one ant survived, about to injure her. Rimuru intervened with a deadly black thunderstrike, saving her just in time. When he returned her mask, he sensed she was the destined one from Bo's vision. So he invited everyone back to the village for a meal, playfully showing off his harmless side. Rimuru struck a cute pose, exclaiming, I'm slime. Rimuru, not an evil slime. That line came straight from a game only reincarnated players would get, and the way she knelt was a clear nod to Japanese culture. After the meal, Rimuru asked the masked girl Shiru to talk. It turned out she wasn't a native either, but unlike Rimuru's reincarnation, she was summoned by the Demon Lord Lion as a weapon after losing her mother in a fire. Under Leon's control, she became a vessel for a powerful fire spirit, capable of easily annihilating monsters. But when controlled, she transformed into a killing machine, even burning her closest friend alive. That's why she's been wandering desperate to find Demon Lord Lion and avoid losing herself to madness. Her story is a painful echo of loss and control, a mirror to Rimuru's own journey of forging identity amidst chaos. If you've ever felt trapped by forces beyond your control, take a breath and remember sometimes the greatest battles are fought within. As their paths intertwine, Rimuru's kindness becomes a beacon in this fractured world. Sometimes what we seek isn't just power, but someone who sees the light inside us even in our darkest form. This tale invites us to reflect if you were in their shoes. Would you choose forgiveness or revenge? And as the story unfolds, we find that anime isn't just fantasy, it's a sanctuary for souls lost in the storm. Thanks for journeying with me through this epic saga of growth, friendship, and hope. Remember, even the smallest light can guide us home. She decided to destroy this place and leave without a word. But just as she was about to depart, her body convulsed uncontrollably. The mask cracked wide open amidst the sea of flames. A fiery dragon soared straight into the sky. Then the entire sky was swallowed by dark clouds. Shizu lost her mind, and her comrades immediately realized she was the hero of the guild who had retired 50 years ago. Worse yet, Shizu directly unleashed the fire spirit. The Ifrit spirit, summoning a horde of demons in an instant, razed the newly built house to the ground. Rimuru responded with his signature water magic, but it evaporated instantly under the raging fire before it could even touch the flames. At that moment, the female mage's ice magic injured the demons. Inspired, Rimuru had an idea. He urged the mage to strike him with her ice magic. She had never heard such a strange request before, but with a flick of her hand, she unleashed a giant ice mace. Rimuru followed with a strike of his own. After analysing the skill carefully, he upgraded it and unleashed a barrage of icy spears to surround their foes. In mere moments, they shredded the demons to pieces. The last one chose self-destruction. Though everyone defended with shields, they still suffered severe injuries. Rimuru had no choice but to order Ranga to lead the injured away, while he stayed behind to face the fire spirit alone. The fire spirit used clone magic to surround Rimuru, but Rimuru countered with a relentless barrage of ice bullets, clearing the battlefield. Little did he know this was a trap. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from the magic circle, the ultimate technique of Ifrit's blazing fury. Rimuru was trapped inside, screaming in terror, but the mage whispered for him to stay silent. It turned out Rimuru had gained resistance to the burning flames immune to Ifrit's inferno. The fire spirit, thinking its plan succeeded, relaxed and turned to leave. But then a strand of steel wire shot out from the flames, binding him tightly. With a fierce move, Rimuru swallowed him whole. The fire spirit tried to burn from the inside, but then a voice called out, "Hey, fire, you're here too. Let's have a showdown." Laughing, Vora wished him luck. After devouring the fire spirit, Shizu's body was finally freed. But having lost the spirit's magic, she didn't have long to live. In her final moments, she revealed her past to Rimuru. Summoned to another world, she became a puppet of the Demon King, then was abandoned and forced into battle with the last hero. The hero's mask, given as a gift, allowed her to wield the fire spirit's power without being consumed. She used this strength to protect others from demons for decades. But when she could no longer control the fire spirit, she chose to retire and became a teacher at a school for students like her people transported from other worlds. That time was the happiest in her life. After sharing this, she asked Rimuru for 2 favors. First, after her death, find the Demon King Lion and make him answer for his crimes. Second, she hoped Rimuru could absorb her essence so they could be together forever. Rimuru, heartbroken, agreed. He transformed into a pool of liquid and gently embraced Shizu. For this girl, marked by fate, peace had come at last. Meanwhile, everyone was preparing to visit Shizu. But when they opened the door, they found a young girl with blue hair standing there. Could this be Rimuru's daughter? Fate sure has a strange sense of humor. This unexpected arrival hints at new beginnings and mysteries yet to unfold. In this world where bonds transcend lifetimes, where sacrifices echo like whispered prayers, the journey continues, reminding us that even in the darkest flames, light can be born anew. If you've ever felt the weight of loss and the hope of reunion, then this story speaks to you, inviting you to believe in miracles hidden beyond the fire. After bidding farewell to the adventurer group in Shizu's form, Rimuru finally sets his sights on a new goal. He ventures alone into Vora's cave, eager to test the skill inherited from Shizu, the power to merge different abilities, evolving them into something new. Thus, Rimuru crafts the Black Flame. When he dons Shizu's mask, his magic bursts forth, but is immediately sealed, transforming him to appear just like a human. But just then, a desperate call for help from the GTA echoes in his mind. Looking outside, Rimuru sees his subordinates, overwhelmed and defeated. The attackers are the fierce, great demon tribe legend, says their village was wiped out by the orc tribe in a single night, leaving only 6 survivors. Their leader is a mysterious figure wearing a mask, and they immediately accuse Rimuru as the culprit. Ignoring any explanation, the Crimson Demon charges forward with a single deadly strike. But Rimuru teleports instantly, appearing before the bulky foe, flipping him over and delivering a numbing blow that floors him. Next, he dodges a sneak attack counters with spider silk binding, then hardens his arm to block an assault before knocking the blue demon away with a powerful punch. Finally, he faces the blood-white twin demons head-on. The white demon sees through all of Rimuru's moves, recognizing them as derived from magical beasts, meaning Rimuru is a man-eating monster. Suddenly, the demon conceals his breath and strikes from behind, slicing off Rimuru's arm with precision. But even losing a limb doesn't faze Rimuru. He picks up the severed arm and instantly regenerates his body. He forces the Crimson Demon to unleash fiery flames to burn him, but Rimuru's fire resistance is already maxed out. Then, he unleashes Black Flame right before them. Despite facing such overwhelming strength, the Crimson Demon refuses to back down, determined to sacrifice himself to protect his tribe. At this critical moment, the Scarlet Demon steps in between them, recognizing Rimuru's immense power and desire to annihilate the great demon tribe. It's a battle easily won. The idea of the orc tribe attacking now seems unnecessary and excessive. From this, it's clear another party must be behind the assault on the great demon tribe. Hearing this, Rimuru withdraws the Black Flame, removing the mask to show the others. Upon closer inspection, they realize the truth. It was all a misunderstanding. The great demon tribe kneels apologizing, and Rimuru graciously forgives them. He then invites them back to the village, showing he values them and is ready to recruit them under his banner. He solemnly promises that if the great demon tribe consents to serve him, he will officially lead the charge to destroy the orc tribe. The Crimson Demon hesitates, but finally agrees to follow Rimuru until the orcs are wiped out. Generously, Rimuru immediately uses magic to name them. The Crimson Demon becomes Benimaru. The Scarlet Demon is Suna. The Death Demon is Shion. The Blue Demon is Sui. The White Demon is Hakuro. And the big guy is Uncle Karuli. Their appearances shift to resemble humans. Just as they celebrate, the orc army arrives to attack the Layman tribe. Sui reports that after the great demon tribe was destroyed, the corpses of both sides vanished without a trace, meaning the orcs consume the dead to grow stronger. They even devour their own kind. Knowing their strength is no match, the Layman tribe sends Prince Loran to the Golem village to plead for Rimuru's help. But at this critical moment, the young lizard prince still clings to his arrogance, believing himself too noble to serve anyone, even Rimuru. Wait, Sion, hold up. My slime body's about to be squeezed into a human model, Rimuru jokes. To crush Prince Laran's pride, Rimuru sends Gotta to compete in a friendly duel. Rumour has it that losing means eating one of Sion's infamous dishes. In a flash, Gotta unleashes a sonic boom combo that floors Prince Laran. The Layman tribe, desperate for help, can only drag their defeated prince away in retreat. That evening, the group holds a strategy meeting to decide how to face the orcs. Unexpectedly, Dad arrives begging Rimuru to defeat the orc leader. Otherwise, the entire forest will be consumed. With no choice left, Rimuru agrees and dispatches Sue to find Prince Laran for an alliance. Meanwhile, the orc army storms the front gates. At first, the Laman tribe kills many orcs with ease, and Prince Laran grows cocky. But soon, they realize the terrifying truth the orcs feed on their fallen comrades to become stronger. Quickly, the Laman tribe is overwhelmed and devoured. Prince Laran must face battle himself, but is knocked down by the orc general before landing 3 strikes. Just as the battle axe is about to claim Laran's life, Gotta blocks the fatal blow, buying time. Rimuru finally arrives to reinforce them. The orc general mocks his efforts, promising to annihilate them all. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupts behind the orc forces. It's the demon tribe arriving to turn the tide. When facing an enemy, their eyes burn red with fury. Benimaru unleashes a black flame atomic bomb combo, raining down chaos. Hakuro draws his sword and swiftly slays a horde of orcs in an instant. Sion fights with heroic spirit, using a single gale strike to wipe out countless foes. Even Rimuru is awed by their terrifying power. Ranga, enraged at the orc general's disrespect to their master, unleashes a black lightning storm, sending the general flying and finishing him off. Rimuru confronts the orc king and uncovers the mastermind behind the chaos, a masked bird-like man, an underling of some demon lord. The orc king is merely a pawn in his game. Yet this birdman's power is average. Rimuru's spider silk binds him tightly, and a single punch knocks him out. Seeing his plan crumble, the birdman pins his hopes on the orc king to win. But Rimuru doesn't expect the orc king to be consumed by insatiable hunger. He turns on his master, slashing him down and swallowing him to absorb his power. Evolving once more, the orc king reaches demon lord level. Sion, burning with a thirst for revenge, charges first into battle. But no matter how fierce Seon fights, the orc king recovers instantly, even after Hakuro severs his head. Sue joins, using blinding attacks, while Benimaru and Ranga unleash their full might. Still, the relentless assault only wounds the orc king superficially. Nearby, an orc spawn willingly sacrifices itself to nourish the king's regeneration. Seeing the enemy near revival, Rimuru decides to step into battle himself. Facing the black serpent summoned by the orc king, Rimuru reveals his trump card, the supreme skill of the great sage. With fluid, lightning-fast movements and agile dodges, he unleashes a flash of black light, severing the orc king's arm. Under the lingering black flame's damage, the orc king cannot regenerate and is forced to painfully sever his own arm to suppress the cursed flame. To restore himself completely, he unleashed a relentless barrage, with both hands casting the prince's battle technique from afar. Rimuru intentionally revealed a weakness, baiting the orc king to seize the chance. Then, the fiery spirit's magic array was unleashed. But, unexpectedly, the orc king awakened resistance, unshaken by the magic's might. He prepared to crush Rimuru in his grip, yet forgot one crucial truth about Rimuru's true form. Rimuru was a slime. The tighter the orc king squeezed, the more slippery Rimuru became, slipping free with increasing speed. Seizing the moment, Rimuru turned ferocious, pushing back fiercely. It was a contest of will who could out-eat whom. The orc king struggled desperately, trying to tear the slime from his grasp. But Rimuru only wrapped tighter, turning the tables. Time slipped by, and finally, the orc king found himself at a disadvantage. Through Rimuru's gaze, memories of the orc king surfaced. He once was a kind soul. Seeing starving children suffering from hunger and cold, the orc king had once selflessly severed his own arm to feed them. Thanks to his regenerative power, he saved countless lives, but exhaustion claimed him. As he lay dying, a strange bird-faced man appeared, promising that if he could continuously consume chung, his clan might be revived. The orc king, lost and misguided, fell into a darker path. Under Rimuru's relentless devouring, the orc king finally shed his sins. Before them unfurled a world brimming with life, no disasters, no slaughter. His hunger was finally sated. With the orc king's defeat, his clan was utterly defeated. Afterwards, representatives from various races gathered to handle the aftermath. Rimuru declared he would not pursue blame for the orc clan's tragic fall. Anyone facing such famine might stray from the light. Regarding the 150,000 orcs, Rimuru proposed they become cheap labor, promising to provide food, and called for a united cooperation among all races. The Lerman would supply water and fish, the goblins would provide housing, a perfect alliance was forged. Naturally, Rimuru was chosen as the new lord. He appointed a blonde as the new orc king and gave names to the 150,000 orcs. Under the dwarves' guidance, they quickly mastered the techniques to supply high-quality labor for building the town. The town flourished, roads were built smoothly, and even a hot spring was constructed. The alliance grew stronger and more promising. Yet just as hope bloomed, an army of riders appeared in the town's sky, led by the hero king of the dwarf kingdom. News of Rimuru's alliance had reached them, his power undeniable and not to be underestimated. The hero king came personally eager to duel Rimuru, wielding his sword to test Rimuru's true nature. Though Rimuru's strength was remarkable, his swordsmanship fell short of the hero king's. Multiple strikes were effortlessly parried. With a single stroke, the hero king pushed Rimuru back several meters. Noticing Rimuru wielded the sword with both hands, he seemed about to unleash a final blow, but in the next moment, vanished. A twin blade slash descended, yet Rimuru caught it. From this clash, the hero king realized Rimuru was no evil S-rank. Looking closer, it turned out the hero king's swordmaster was here, none other than Hakuro, a familiar face to all. The revelation that Hakuro was the hero king's teacher tied their fates together in surprising ways. Later at a grand banquet, Geyser proposed establishing diplomatic ties with Rimuru's town. After all, the Great Forest was rich in resources, and the Dwarf Kingdom could become a powerful ally for Rimuru. Truly, a symbiotic bond was about to take root, promising strength on both sides. No content to rewrite in this segment, it was included above. Bound by mutual benefit and growth, Rimuru finally accepted Geyser's proposal, renaming the Great Demon Forest Alliance to the Magic Beast Federation. The town they lived in was reborn as Rimuru Central City. Amid laughter and joy, a brand new Magic Beast Kingdom took shape. Later, Laman evolved into a Dragonborn, becoming a loyal subordinate to Sue. After enduring so much, everyone thought peace would finally settle in. But Rimuru's fame had already reached the ears of the Demon Lords. Among them, the twin-braided Demon Lord showed a keen interest, ignoring objections and coming alone to investigate. Rimuru sensed an unusual surge, a powerful gathering of magic energy rapidly approaching. To avoid disturbing the townsfolk, Rimuru dashed out to a wide meadow. The red glow chased close behind, tearing a massive crater into the earth. As the smoke cleared, a fierce-eyed girl emerged. This young warrior called herself the Warlord of Destruction Milim, the oldest and strongest demon lord. Her power tenfold greater than Rimuru's. This wild child claimed she came only to greet them, but no one knew her intentions. Mistaking her for an attacker, everyone struck at once, but the gap in strength was staggering. Milim crushed them effortlessly. The more she fought, the wilder she grew, ready to unleash chaos. Rimuru stepped up, daring her. "If you can block just one of my strikes, I'll admit defeat." Confident Milim scoffed, moving even a finger meant losing. Rimuru's hand glowed, condensing golden liquid, which he pressed into her mouth. "What is this? I've never tasted anything so sweet." That golden nectar was pure honey, and its sweetness instantly won over Milim. Rimuru added, "If you lose, you have to eat as much as I want." Tempted beyond reason, Milim's pride as a demon lord wouldn't allow defeat. "Fine, we'll call it a draw, and I swear never to attack you again." Exactly what Rimuru intended. Kids are easy to bribe with sweets. Just one jar of honey, and he'd recruited a max-level powerhouse. Unbelievable strength. Then Rimuru introduced Milim to the others as a friend and respect for Rimuru's sword. Milim officially declared they were the closest of allies. "Closest allies, right? Closest allies," she repeated with a grin. She even decided to stay in the Magic Beast Kingdom. With such unexpected strength, no one dared confront her, so Rimuru was entrusted with all diplomatic dealings with demon lords. Just when Rimuru was puzzled about how to handle Milim, an uninvited group arrived. He called himself Black Panther General, an underling of the Beast King, and immediately tried to seize the town as a gift for his master. The clan leader barely finished speaking before a fiery punch struck him down. The attacker sneered arrogantly, unaware this act ignited Milim's fury. Her wrath exploded instantly, daring to strike. Her subordinate meant facing her full force. With an atomic-level punch, she pummeled Black Panther into dust. Rimuru arrived just in time to see the young girl awaiting praise, but he scolded her. No fighting during lunch, young lady. Feeling wronged, Milim wanted to crush Black Panther to vent her anger. One punch isn't enough. Let me hit him again. Humiliated and defeated, Black Panther failed to seize power. As he plotted revenge, two masked demon men approached, warning that Black Panther alone could never defeat Milim, unless he resurrected and tamed a magic beast equal to a demon lord, the Storm Giant Chariot. But the catch, Black Panther had to merge with Chariot. Both seemed like scammers, yet Black Panther's thirst for vengeance clouded his judgment as he ventured into Chariot's lair. Soon the revived Storm Giant Chariot launched a full assault on the town. As they talked, Chariot brought an airship fleet to attack. Rimuru organized a battle formation, Demonkin Knights, Goblin Archers, Dragonborn Riders and Pegasus Cavalry sent by Gazer. The massive sharks looked menacing, but against the Demonkin's assault, they crumbled quickly, 3 strikes, 5 waves, all taken down in no time. Only the Storm Giant Chariot remained. Everyone unleashed their full power, but even a scratch was impossible. Chariot fired countless blade-like energy blasts, cutting through their defenses like knives. No chance to counterattack or dodge. If this continued, trouble would mount. At the brink, Rimuru stepped forward, unleashing a brutal move that swallowed the swirling scales. Surprisingly, the scales regenerated endlessly. It seemed the core couldn't be defeated. Though Rimuru was strong, his ultimate attacks barely harmed this magic beast. Even combined efforts were futile. As the sun set, more fighters were wounded, yet Chariot was barely hurt. Rimuru faced a dilemma. Unexpectedly, the mindless magic beast began to speak after a grand death check. Apparently another life form lived inside Chariot's body, one filled with deep hatred for Milim. Using her dragon eye, Milim discovered this entity was Black Panther himself. He had challenged the Demon Lord before, but was outmatched. Now it was time for proper payback. The dragon essence flared violently as Rimuru seized the chance to rescue Black Panther. At last, Black Panther admitted defeat, revealing he'd been deceived by the masked demons into his foolish actions. Just then, the Beast Demon Lord appeared, declaring he came not to cause trouble for Rimuru. Upon arrival, he scolded his disobedient subordinates, and to make amends signed a peace treaty with Rimuru, vowing never to attack the town again. The Storm Giant Chariot incident finally closed. The chariot is none other than the Black Leopard. Previously, it had challenged the Demon Lord, so it's only right to respond appropriately to the rampaging dragon. Taking advantage of the moment, Rimuru seized the chance to rescue the Black Leopard. At last, the Black Leopard acknowledged its mistakes, confessing to everyone that it had been lured into folly by a masked demon. Just then, the Demon Lord appeared on the scene. He stated that he wasn't there to cause trouble for Rimuru. Instead, he had come to smooth things over with his disobedient subordinates. To make amends, he signed a peace treaty with Rimuru, vowing never to attack this town again. The event of the Great Storm, Chaos, finally came to a close. The distant lands became the main course at the banquet, a truly fulfilling conclusion. Upon returning, Mimi Lim mentioned it was time to resume her duties as the Demon Lord. She decided to prepare for meetings, while Rimuru resolved to fulfill Shizu's last wish, helping the children she had taught. Thus, he entrusted the town's development to those present, and along with Ranga set off for the distant Western Kingdom. With Ranga's divine speed, they quickly arrived at their destination. The first stop was the headquarters of the Freedom Guild, wanting to meet with the guild commander. To his surprise, the commander was Shizu's student. However, upon seeing Rimuru, he delivered a kick, indicating that Rimuru was once again mistaken for a man-eating monster. "I'm not a wicked slime," Rimuru exclaimed. The dialogue took a humorous turn as it turned out the guild leader was also a reincarnated individual. After some friendly banter, both sides cleared up the misunderstandings, and Rimuru successfully became a teacher at the academy. The children at the school were forcibly summoned from another world, carrying with them extraordinary powers that they couldn't quite control due to their young age. This meant that no child summoned had survived more than 5 years. To fulfill Shizu's wish, Rimuru vowed to do everything in his power to assist them, and thus began his journey. Rimuru called the roll call at the front, but from the back silence, no one answered. He had no choice but to call his friends for backup. Ryota, Sekiguchi, Gibson, Alice, Rond, Chloe Robert, and Ranga. Truly, these masters of communication came through. Then Rimuru took everyone to the field trying to burn off their energy through battle. Unfortunately, after a wild scuffle, hardly any energy was spent. This isn't working, Rimuru thought. He pondered deeply. Could it be like with Shizu, where a high-level spirit enters the children's bodies to help control their energy? Rimuru sought out Rad, who revealed where the high-level spirits reside. So Rimuru led the kids to the spirit divine realm. Just upon entering, laughter echoed around them. It was the spirit queen causing mischief, insisting they face challenges before gaining the spirits to merge with their bodies. The group was led to an arena where a robot with glowing eyes awaited the trial. Rimuru dashed forward with lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of dazzling magic attacks, finishing with a dark flame bomb that vaporized the robot in an instant. The kids were awestruck. "Our teacher is amazing!" Meanwhile, Rimuru wished for the Spirit Queen to appear. To his surprise, she was one of the 10 great demon lords and a friend of Milim. Rimuru bribed her with a simple cookie, easily coaxing her out. This little demon lord, guided by the Spirit Queen, finally allowed Rimuru's group to summon a spirit. If the spirit responded properly, great. If not, Rimuru would step in himself. First, Rimuru used the essence absorption skill of Gil, then combined it with Shizu's transformation ability to fuse them into a complete high-level earth spirit. Finally, he merged the spirit with Gil. Suddenly, Gil's energy normalized and one child was saved. Rimuru, now experienced and confident, repeated the process to create a high-level wind spirit for Alice. The girl was so thrilled she kissed Rimuru, driving Chloe Gent into a jealous frenzy. Next was Kenya. Before he could even pray, the high-level light spirit approached him, sensing the radiance within Kenya's soul, deciding to grant him its protection. Then, Ryota, with Rimuru's help, also received a high-level spirit's protection. Finally, only Chloe remained. Shy, she confessed, "I like you the most." Teacher, Rimuru liked her too. Perhaps overcome by emotions, a spirit with immense energy arrived on its own, resembling a warrior from a past life. It kissed Rimuru and, ignoring the formalities, dove straight into Chloe's body. This bold move shocked everyone. Was this the start of something deeper? Caught off guard, Rimuru couldn't react in time. The Spirit Queen had never encountered a situation like this before, yet she could sense this spirit's presence coming from the future. It seemed to have possessed Chloe, perhaps to forge her future self. Though the true identity of that spirit remained a mystery, the good news was that Chloe's energy was now effectively controlled. With that, all the children escaped the deadly fate of 5 years. Rimuru fulfilled his promise to Shizu. Then, as compensation for the destroyed robot, he crafted a new doll for Ramirez. Soon, it was time for Rimuru to return home. Though the children were reluctant to part, as every party must end, Rimuru gifted Chloe Shizu's mask and made official outfits for each child, a heartfelt farewell. Finally, Rimuru and Ranga set out on their journey back, but the path home was anything but peaceful. It seemed Rimuru was being watched. This time, the protagonist's fury erupted. After reincarnating as Rimuru, he had built a powerful demon beast nation. Yet humanity's careless invasion slaughtered the very demon beasts he cherished most. Enraged, Rimuru resolved to take vengeance, slaughtering 10,000 humans alone. Facing the human army, single-handedly, Rimuru transformed a single drop of water into a solar prism of energy, unleashing a barrage of flying laser guns. The death toll soared 1,000, then 3,000, 5,000. In the blink of an eye, he crushed their will to fight. Terrified humans lost their souls to him. The overwhelming slaughter of tens of thousands was terrifying. Why did war suddenly ignite out of nowhere? The story traces back before the end of Season 1. Amid juggling school life and caring for students, Rimuru also kept an eye on the Demon Beast Nation's affairs. Having signed a non-aggression pact with the Beast King's country, they decided to exchange envoys. Soon, the Beast King's delegation arrived at Rimuru's territory. Unfortunately, his younger sister, the White Tiger, looked far from friendly. In response, Rimuru sent Shion to engage in a martial arts exchange with the White Tiger. Both warriors were formidable, trading blows without a clear winner. However, fiery tempers flared, and Shion forgot Rimuru's instructions. The match was supposed to be in the forest. She unleashed a deadly finishing move. This clash was no joke, someone was bound to fall. The Azure Serpent stepped in to stop the fight. It turned out their real goal was to gauge Rimuru's strength and his allies to see if they were worthy peers to the Beast King's nation. The White Tiger was thoroughly impressed, but Shion faced serious trouble. What now? The situation was about to explode. Energy was running dangerously low. The mountain seemed ready to burst. Everyone was terrified, and Shion nearly lost it. Finally, Rimuru stepped in. He told Shion to hand over the magic bullets, then swallowed them with his gluttonous tempest skill, calming the crisis smoothly. In the following days, Rimuru hosted the Beast King's delegation with a feast. The White Tiger drank so much she got completely drunk, reverting to her original form. Impressed by the rich food culture, the Beast Tribe offered abundant fruits to Rimuru's side for brewing wine. Talks of cooperation blossomed. Soon, Benimaru led the envoy back home bringing news of the Beast King's nation. Though their technology was somewhat underdeveloped, their agricultural advancements amazed many. Rimuru himself pondered how much they could learn in farming. He personally accompanied the dwarves to visit an old friend, Gaza. Their reunion was warm, filled with laughter and fine wine. Gaza praised Rimuru's achievements. Rimuru shared that they'd found a cooperative nation to import fruits and expand large-scale fruit wine production. Hearing this, Gaza was astonished. "Young brother, you're truly powerful. At this rate, the Demon Beast Nation might soon surpass the Famid Kingdom," he said. Speaking of Famid, Rimuru had heard of it before. Gaza explained it was the most commercially developed kingdom, even supplying Rimuru's food. Yet Gaza disliked Famid's greedy ruler and hoped to build a strong diplomatic bond with Rimuru instead. The next day, Rimuru declared a friendship pact with the human kingdom. His humble tone lacked the gravitas needed, prompting Gaza to lecture him. "Strength is what earns a king respect. Without it, you'll be scorned. Build your prestige." Recognizing Gaza's wisdom, Rimuru took the advice to heart. Before departing, Rimuru returned to the tavern of a beautiful older sister. This time he arrived with a crowd of goblins turning the place lively. They drank and enjoyed the elder sister's warm embrace. As the night ended, Rimuru was exhausted, wondering how to get everyone home safely. Suddenly, T, with a hidden powerful aura behind his smile, offered his help. It turned out Sion and T came to capture people, and no one escaped. They obediently knelt to accept punishment. Rimuru wondered if playing cute to apologize would work. Surprisingly, despite mutual attraction, both forced him to eat a week's worth of bitter medicine. Only then did Rimuru realize that without real prestige, one risks being overthrown. Life seemed peaceful, but a huge conspiracy was brewing. One of the demon lords, Clement, sent his subordinate Uran to spy on the Demon Beast Nation in the Great Forest. Unexpectedly, the Demon Beast Nation's hospitality was genuine. Upon meeting, Uran was warmly received by Jerain. She gathered ample intelligence on the city. Meanwhile, the Famid Kingdom saw the Demon Beast Nation as a threat and allied with the Western Church to hatch a sinister plot. They sent a group pretending to be victims of the Demon Beast Nation to justify a holy crusade. 100-man army quickly approached Rimuru's land, yet Rimuru had not returned. Benimaru and others discussed countermeasures, when suddenly the Azure Serpent sent an urgent message pleading for them to accept refugees from the Beast King's nation. A plethora of intelligence about the city was gathered. At the same time, the Famid Kingdom regarded the monster country as a threat. Thus, they allied with the Western Church, concocting a sinister plot to send a group of people to pretend they were attacked by the monster country. They would then use the Church's name to launch an invasion against the monster country. Before long, 100-strong army arrived at Rimuru's nation. However, Rimuru was still away. Benimaru and the others were discussing countermeasures when suddenly an urgent telegram arrived from the Snake King, pleading for them to accept the populace of the Beast Kingdom as refugees. Unexpectedly, Mimi Lim declared war on the Beast Kingdom. The situation was still unclear when 3 other worlders arrived in the monster country, sent by the Famid Kingdom to deliberately sow discord. The vile woman, upon speaking, falsely accused gods creating chaos. She pretended to stumble perfectly, making those around her believe it was genuine. The whispers grew louder, and her 2 accomplices fueled the flames of conflict. Just as a fight seemed imminent, Gotta rushed to the scene. He quickly bowed, apologizing to Guzo, and proclaimed his belief that gods had done nothing wrong. His words eased the tension, subtly hinting that the opposition was lying. Seeing the wicked woman still intent on causing trouble, Gotta boldly revealed that gods preferred girls with curves like Son, implying it was impossible for him to touch someone as flat as her. This statement caused laughter to erupt among those present, leaving the wicked woman furious, ready to use her mental powers to brainwash the crowd. The next line was crossed as Suna hinted that these three were not welcome here, urging them to leave. With tensions escalating, the two remaining foes revealed their true selves, exuding an eerie confidence as they prepared to strike. At that moment, Durin was forced to unveil his true identity, a demon, unleashing an overwhelming magical power that engulfed the entire realm in an instant. One was the anti-magic barrier cast by Durin, sent by Clayman, completely blocking any communication between inside and outside. The other layer was the wind demon barrier arranged by the Kingdom of Thamut, designed to severely weaken the strength of the demon beasts. Gotta was knocked out immediately. Hakuro stepped up to take the hit in his place, but was also felled by a single sword strike. Even Shion, who once held the advantage, was driven back, unable to resist as his wounds deepened. After struggling to find a chance to counterattack, the Thamut army suddenly charged at them, instantly blaming the demon beasts for attacking. This accusation was exactly the excuse the Kingdom of Thamut needed to launch an invasion. Meanwhile, Rimuru was preparing to return home. Back in Season 1, while travelling with Ranga, Rimuru was stopped by the Holy Knight Hinata. She turned out to be a disciple of Shizu. Seeing Rimuru's form, she immediately accused him of killing Shizu-sensei. No matter how Rimuru tried to explain, Hinata refused to listen. It seemed someone was deliberately defaming Rimuru, pushing her to insist on fighting him. Then she unleashed her ultimate skill, Seventh Strike, a sword technique that when landing 7 hits in a row could destroy the opponent's soul. A lightning-fast combo. In the blink of an eye, Rimuru was pierced 6 times. Facing Hinata's final strike, Rimuru had no choice but to unleash his true predator form. Not only did he swallow Hinata's sword whole, but he also transformed into the combined form of all creatures he had absorbed. In this state, Rimuru had no consciousness, rendering the 7th strike useless against him. Hinata then summoned a swarm of spirits to restrict Rimuru's movements, followed by a devastating ultimate magic. All things returned to heaven, a super-nuclear level attack. Rimuru's physical form was battered to almost nothing. After finishing her assault, Hinata finally withdrew. As she moved away, Rimuru emerged from the bushes. It turned out she had only destroyed a clone, tricking herself. Rimuru then planned to teleport home instantly, but the Grand Sage warned him that the location of the Demon Beast Kingdom was unknown. Realizing something serious had happened back home, Rimuru chose the nearest teleport point, just in time to meet Sho and the others inside a cave. After hearing Sho's report, Rimuru decided to return to the city immediately. He instructed Sho to continue investigating, but to hold off on any attack for now, wanting first to observe the enemy's intentions. Using magic, Rimuru forced his way through the barriers. His home was completely changed. Everywhere was rubble and broken bricks, countless goblins dead. Rimuru struggled to restrain his rage, feeling the weight of the destruction. Yet even in despair, he knew this was just the beginning of a deeper battle. The scene was a brutal reminder that sometimes even the strongest must face overwhelming loss before rising again. If you've ever felt powerless like Rimuru, take a moment and ask yourself, how did you survive your darkest days? In this shattered world, perhaps what we need isn't just power, but someone who believes in us just once. And if you're lost between choices in life, may Rimuru's journey remind you even a small light can guide the way. Thanks for sharing this journey with me. Furious but restrained, Rimuru spared Durin's life and brought her to the meeting room for interrogation. Through this gathering, it was revealed that the military action by the Famu Kingdom was merely a warning shot. Yet, in a few days, they would join forces with the Western Church to launch a full-scale assault to annihilate the Demon Beast Nation, and Rimuru was left to await death. At this moment, Rimuru realized that since the uprising of the Demon Beast Nation, a new system and trade routes had formed, threatening the interests of the Famu Kingdom, leading to today's calamity. Durin confessed that the mastermind behind her was none other than Demon Lord Clayman. Rimuru immediately sensed she was merely a pawn manipulated by him. So instead of executing her hastily, Rimuru decided to imprison Durin for now, and reassess later. After the meeting, Rimuru hurried to visit the severely injured Hakuro, and the others suffered grievous wounds with healing potions losing their effect. Using Great Sage's analytical powers, Rimuru discovered their wounds carried a spatial attribute, which explained why normal medicine failed. Only by using the violent technique of devouring could they be saved. Then, puzzled by Shion's absence, Rimuru asked about her whereabouts. Everyone's faces darkened with sorrow. Benimaru remained silent, but beckoned Rimuru to follow him to the square where the fallen's bodies lay. It turned out Ran also perished in this attack, and even gods could not escape death. This grim scene ignited a blazing fury in Rimuru's heart. He nearly lost all reason. Struggling to steady himself, he forged a new mask to restrain his overwhelming power. Kneeling before Shion, Rimuru questioned if he had been wrong all along. Once human, he had sworn never to harm humans, yet it was humanity that birthed this tragedy. Now, even great sage-wise beyond measure could not revive the dead. Reluctantly, Rimuru decided to harbour their souls within himself. But just then, 3 adventurers arrived with news of a legend that might bring the dead back. Though Rimuru knew not to pin his hopes on myths, his desire to save them burned fiercely. Even a glimmer of hope was enough to pour his heart into it. The legend told of Milim born of a divine dragon and human raised as a dragon princess. Her father created a dragon companion for her, but when the human kingdom sought to control Milim, they killed the dragon. Enraged, Milim unleashed a night of carnage, plunging the kingdom into darkness. Miraculously, the dragon was resurrected, yet without its soul, it descended into madness. Milim sealed the dragon away herself, becoming a demon lord in the process. Rimuru wondered if resurrection without consciousness was meaningless. But the female mage insisted the situation was different. Perhaps the souls of the dead were trapped in the barrier. Great Sage calculated the resurrection chance at around 30%. For the first time, Rimuru dared to glimpse hope. After ascending to Demon Lord status, Rimuru learned he needed 10,000 more sacrifices to awaken fully. But then, so reported urgent intelligence, the Famu Kingdom had allied with the Western Church, assembling a 20,000-strong coalition marching toward the Demon Beast Nation. A suicide mission. Yet before that battle, Rimuru had to settle matters with Emduran. This woman was destined to die. No pleas could save her. But when Rimuru examined her heart, she was still alive. Her original heart had been replaced by a Clayman-modified listening device. Now all concerns were laid to rest, and Yuran willingly pledged allegiance to Rimuru. Next came the moment of revenge. According to So's intel, the old enemies would arrive in 3 days. This coalition of mercenaries, mages, and holy knights totaled 20,000. Rimuru vowed to personally end their lives, a necessary step to fully become a true demon lord. He dispatched 4 armies to destroy the devices weakening the barrier. Heavy troops guarded 4 forest outposts. Benimaru took the east, Hakuro the west, Gota and Ji handled the south, and Laran with So led the north. Though the enemy wouldn't arrive for 3 days, Rimuru ordered a preemptive strike. He also realized Clayman's purpose to exploit over 10,000 souls to fuel war and evolve into a true demon lord. The more Rimuru pondered, the more disgusted he became. After this battle, Clayman's death would be certain. Thus began the vengeance campaign. Benimaru charged alone into the eastern outpost. The enemy warned, "Dare, one more step and you'll die," like pouring fuel on fire. Benimaru's fury ignited as he unleashed his black flame demonic fire, reducing the foes to ashes in an instant. The terrified enemy's barrier crystal shattered under his blade. Gabiru rampaged mercilessly, while So effortlessly broke the barrier with no strain. The enemy's defenses crumbled like a snail's shell. Soon, Hakuro and his team arrived in the west, confronting otherworldly beings, confident in their strength. Hakuro was the first to spot the slitted-eye man, who arrogantly believed his swordsmanship unmatched, dismissing Hakuro outright. Yet the man's technique was a fake spatial skill masquerading as swordplay, easily seen through by Hakuro. Realizing his trick was exposed, the slitted eye challenged Hakuro to a fair duel, but then deceitfully unleashed an illusion sword formation to ambush him. Believing he'd stab Hakuro like a skewer, he was shocked when Hakuro shattered the formation with a single strike. Without even drawing his blade, Hakuro's disdain was palpable. Enraged, the slitted eye unleashed his heavenly eye at triple speed to sneak attack, but Hakuro seized the moment, trapping him in a slowed time stream to make him repent his sins. The destruction of the equipment weakened the wind demon barrier. The 4 strongholds in the forest were heavily guarded, ready to face them without holding back. The eastern front was entrusted to Benimaru, the western front to Hakuro, while Gota and Ji were assigned to the south and north, respectively, alongside Laran and his team. Although the enemy had 3 days until their arrival, Rimuru ordered his forces to strike first. He also realized that Clayman's true objective might be the souls of over 10,000 people he intended to exploit for war, to fish in troubled waters, and gather souls to evolve into a true demon lord. The more Rimuru thought about it, the more disgusted he became. After this battle, Clayman had to be eliminated. Thus, the battle for vengeance officially commenced. Benimaru headed alone to the eastern stronghold, where the enemy, upon first sighting him, hesitated. "Step closer, and I'll cut you down," he declared, a statement that only fueled Benimaru's rage. In an instant, he unleashed his black flame demon fire, reducing the enemy to ashes. The barrier's crystal shattered under his blade, while Gabiru rampaged unchecked effortlessly, breaking through the weakened barrier, proving the enemy was as weak as a snail. Soon after, Hakuro and the others arrived at the western front, where they encountered the interdimensional beings who were overconfident in their strength. Hakuro was the first to spot a squint-eyed man who arrogantly believed his swordsmanship was unmatched, completely disregarding Hakuro. Unexpectedly, the technique he had always boasted about was easily countered by the old man. Hakuro quickly recognized that the man used spatial manipulation to fake his sword technique. When the squint-eyed man realized his skill had been seen through, he deceived Hakuro into a fair duel, then swiftly drew his sword, launching a surprise attack. He thought he could pierce Hakuro, but little did he know that Hakuro, with a swift motion, shattered his sword formation without even glancing at him. The squint-eyed man was enraged, boiling over with fury. Hakuro activated his demon eye, ready to showcase his true strength, while the squint-eyed man attempted to use his heavenly eye at 300 times the speed to ambush Hakuro. At the moment, he thought victory was assured. Hakuro seized the opportunity, slowing time to make him reflect on his sins. Meanwhile, the black-haired man stepped forward to face his opponent Gil. This opponent struggled to penetrate Gil's shield, leading him to complain about the unfairness and tried to trick Gil into dropping his shield and weapon. Though foolish, he was not stupid. Seeing his trick fail, the black-haired man resorted to using diamond power, delivering a rapid punch that shattered Gil's large shield. Little did he know Gil was actually a mage wielding a skill that corroded his opponent, causing the black-haired man excruciating pain. At that moment, Hakuro also arrived to watch the spectacle, casually tossing the head of the squint-eyed man beside the black-haired man, making him tremble in fear and flee. In his panic, he sacrificed his ally to gain a new skill, super regeneration. Now possessing both diamond power and super regeneration, he believed he was invincible. However, in Gil's eyes, the act of killing his companion was the very thing Rimuru despised, and he held such scum in contempt. With a single punch, he sent the black-haired man flying, then leaped to strike him again. Trapped with no choice, he unleashed the diamond divine power, a blazing speed punch shattering Gil's massive shield. But little did he know Gil was no ordinary foe, a dark mage wielding corrosive magic that turned pain into a living nightmare for the black-haired warrior. Just then, Hakuro arrived, witnessing the chaos, and with a sly grin, he tossed a sharp dagger beside the black-haired man, sending chills of terror through him. Terrified, the black-haired man fled back to camp, sacrificing his comrades to gain a new skill, super regeneration. Now armed with both diamond divine power and ultra-fast regeneration, he fancied himself invincible. Yet, in Gil's eyes, betraying allies was the ultimate sin, a loathsome act even Rimuru despised deeply. With contempt, Gil unleashed a punch that sent the black-haired man flying, then leapt in to slam him down with a brutal combo, shaking his very soul. Infinite regeneration meant nothing if you couldn't defeat your enemy, the cruel truth that tormented him. Just as Gil prepared the final fatal strike against this wretched foe, a shimmering green shield blocked the assault a summoner had arrived. Hastily, the summoner dragged the black-haired man back to their homeland. Hakuro, watching this, did not intervene. No escape would save them now. Rimuru was already plotting to overthrow their lair. But fate twisted once more. The summoner, seizing a chance, used dark magic to steal the black-haired man's body. Confident that possessing this form and original magic would let him stand against even Rimuru himself, he dared to challenge the storm. Meanwhile, Rimuru arrived at the enemy stronghold, weaving anti-magic barriers that ensnared their forces, while transforming his slime clones into crystal prisms that blanketed the sky. Through the wisdom of the great sage, he harnessed droplets of water to focus sunlight's energy, piercing the minds of enemy soldiers with relentless precision. Reports came flooding in 4214, dead, then 4803, then 5575. The army commander tried to summon reinforcements to protect the king, but collapsed just steps outside the door. The summoner rushed out to confront Rimuru, but was cut down with a single blow. The king, witnessing this carnage, was thrown into utter panic. Desperate to sway Rimuru, he proposed an alliance with the demon realm as a twisted favour to these vile creatures. Then, with a cold calculation, he tried to negotiate compensation for the fallen soldiers. Was he a genius or a fool provoking Rimuru's wrath? Enraged, Rimuru severed the king's arm, silencing his arrogance forever. Next came the heartless skill, capable of collecting the souls of those who'd lost their will to fight. Aside from the foolish king and the archbishop, not a single soldier from the allied forces survived. Over 10,000 souls were devoured in an instant, fulfilling the conditions for Rimuru's evolution into a demon lord. This transformation had begun, and it could not be halted. Yet a creeping drowsiness forced Rimuru into sleep. Sensing a lone survivor, Rimuru summoned Ranga, commanding him to capture the king and the archbishop. Using 20,000 corpses, 3 demon lords were resurrected, led by the strongest dark demon. Overcome by sleep, Rimuru ordered this demon to seize the survivor, then slipped into a deep slumber. At that moment, the entire demon realm heard the world's announcement Rimuru's evolution had officially begun. If you've ever felt powerless, like Rimuru in this moment, facing overwhelming odds and forced into rest, remember sometimes even the greatest must yield to grow stronger. This tale reminds us that evolution isn't just change, it's the awakening of a deeper, fiercer spirit. Thanks for sharing this journey with me. The soft slime form began to dissolve, reconstructing a new body, evolving from the creature Slam into the spiritual entity Slam. Not only did all his skills evolve beyond limits, but the great sage also successfully ascended into the supreme intelligence system, the Chi King. Thanks to Rimuru's successful evolution into a demon lord, the subordinate was given a name and blessed. Everything then drifted into slumber, except for Benimaru, who still struggled to hold on. At that moment, Rimuru awoke and let the Chi King intelligence take control of his body. He ordered Benimaru to rest peacefully. Then, he stood before the fallen heroes, wielding the Chi King's divine violent technique, swallowing all the shattered soul fragments within the barrier, merging them into one soul ready to cast the resurrection secret art. Just then, the dark demon summoner who had feigned death returned. He sensed that the Chi King's magic power was insufficient to perform a large-scale resurrection spell. Willingly, he sacrificed 2 demon subordinates to replenish the Chi King's energy. Impressed by the boy's understanding, the Chi King agreed. After absorbing the 2 demons, the Chi King continued the resurrection ritual. The wounds on everyone's bodies slowly faded away, and the souls gently merged back in, waiting for the spell's completion. Rimuru then slipped back into slumber. When he awoke again, including Shion, all those who had sacrificed themselves were successfully revived. It was truly a miracle. However, during Rimuru's coma, a monumental event occurred. The demon Beast Lord clashed fiercely with the Beast Lord Mim. Using the White Beast Hoe, he unleashed his strongest attack, the Beast Demon Cannon. Though powerful enough to push Rimuru into battle stance, it couldn't break his defense. Then Rimuru countered with a single strike, Dragon Emperor's Anomaly, that erased the Beast Lord from existence. Terrifying. Just as the Beast Lord suspected that Mim's move was intentionally off target, Demon Lord Frey restrained him from behind. This situation screamed suspicious. At that moment, Black Panther revealed that after leaving, Mim didn't return home, but headed to Clayman's territory. This made Rimuru sense that everything was tied to Demon Lord Clayman, who seemed poised to unleash chaos. Preparing for battle, Rimuru officially forged a master-servant contract with the Dark Demon, naming him Diablo. Returning to the original cave, he created a clone, and unleashed Veldora's ultimate power, allowing Veldora to possess the clone. Instantly, the clone transformed into a muscular, dark-skinned figure. Tempest's Veldora was fully reborn. Though Veldora now had a new body, the Haki King's overwhelming aura burst forth like a storm. One blast would suffice to unleash devastation. After completing all duties, Rimuru returned, terrifying the clan chief, who never expected their god to be Rimuru's friend. This news also sent shivers through Gaza and the political elite. Rimuru's power was beyond measure. They quickly pledged alliance with the Demon Beast Kingdom. Next, Rimuru appointed Duran's spouse to replace the foolish king as a puppet ruler, rebuilding ties with the Demon Beast Kingdom. Prosperity seemed finally within reach. But Demon Lord Ramirez warned that this kingdom Tempest might face annihilation. What did she mean? It turned out Clayman had organized a Demon Lord banquet and sent invitations to all Demon Lords, Rimuru included. For Rimuru, this was like stepping into a trap destined to end in death. But this only fueled Rimuru's resolve to attend the banquet, seeing it as the moment to settle old and new scores alike. That night, so brought intelligence, Clayman had amassed 30,000 troops to strike the Beast Kingdom. Sensing Clayman aimed to consume the Beast Kingdom refugees to become a Demon Lord, the three Beast Warriors flared with anger, desperate to rescue Grey's soul. Sadly, Clayman's forces had already moved. The time for action was past. Rimuru now understood why Clayman suddenly called the Demon Lord banquet. Once all Demon Lords were gathered, his dispatched army would face no resistance. With no warriors or kings left in the Beast Kingdom, defeat would come easily. Though this battle wasn't aimed at Rimuru, it was a prime chance to eliminate Clayman. Resolute Rimuru decided to help the Beast Tribe survive this calamity. He then performed massive magical teleportation, under the cover of night relocating all Beast Tribe refugees to the Demon Beast Kingdom. With Black Panther accompanying him, the refugees obeyed without resistance. By morning, the large-scale transfer was complete. Black Panther ran alongside Rimuru all night, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, while Rimuru himself appeared unfazed, truly a force unmatched. After settling the refugees, the Demon Beast armies assembled in the forested mountains, led by Benimaru, as general bolstered by the three Beast Warriors. Their combined forces numbered over 20,000. Rimuru opened with a colossal instant teleportation spell, enveloping the entire army. In an instant, the troops were transported to the front line. With Rimuru's evolution, Benimaru gained new skills, the Supreme Commander under Grace, sharpening his leadership to brilliance. The battle unfolded spectacularly. Benimaru wasn't just poised to win. He planned to team up with Hakuro and So to raid Clayman's home. Meanwhile, Suna seethed with hatred for Clayman. Deciding to intervene personally, Clayman launched an attack as night fell. A massive horde of demon soldiers marched into the valley, unaware they were stepping into Gil's trap. Seizing the moment, Benimaru spoke to the three Beast Warriors about rebuilding the Beast Kingdom's future. For soldiers who surrendered, he vowed mercy words that stunned Ambis. Facing Clayman's forces, Benimaru and his team were already planning their post-victory moves. As the army advanced into the trap's heart, Benimaru commanded Gil and Od, who had been lying in ambush, to strike simultaneously from all sides. The battle turned out to be extraordinary. Benimaru was not only poised to win, but he also planned to join Hakuro and So to raid Clayman's lair. Meanwhile, Suna was filled with rage toward Clayman, deciding to take matters into his own hands as night fell. A large contingent of demon soldiers advanced into the valley, unaware they were walking into Gil's trap. Seizing the opportunity, Benimaru spoke with the three Beast Tames about the future reconstruction of the Beastman Kingdom. He resolved not to kill any of the surrendering soldiers, a statement that left Ambis astounded. As they faced Clayman's army, Benimaru and his comrades were already strategizing about what to do after victory. At that moment, as the army entered the trap center, Benimaru ordered Gil and Od, who were lying in ambush, to strike from all sides. Taking a deep breath, they stomped the ground, causing two massive pits to suddenly appear beneath the demon soldiers, swallowing the entire force. The flying demon beasts took to the sky, but Gabiru was already waiting above, leading the dragonfolk in ambush. The struggling demon beasts that managed to climb up were swiftly cut down by the lurking Axeman. On the other side, the Black Leopard found the two clowns, who had previously manipulated them, and raised his claws toward them, forcing the clowns to retreat to avoid damage. Gil teleported behind them, swinging his axe toward the clowns, showing that he too despised those deceitful tricksters. At the main base, the masked man, upon hearing the turn of events, realized retreat was his only option. However, as soon as he exited the camp, he was ambushed by Ambis, who had been lying in wait. He had no choice but to challenge her to a fair duel. Of course, Ambis accepted, and both unleashed rapid, fierce sword strikes. Ultimately, Ambis gained the upper hand, but the masked man resorted to dirty tricks, summoning demon soldiers to ambush her. Although Ambis quickly turned the soldiers to stone to neutralize them, she was still caught off guard by the masked man, making it a close call. Thankfully, Gotta arrived just in time to save her, but she knew she couldn't defeat the masked man, so she decisively retreated to allow the one-on-one battle to continue. The masked man believed his strength matched Ambis's, so he used a cloning technique to create a replica, hoping to force Ambis to surrender. There was no way out, but to run freshly escaped from the camp. Ambis was already ambushed. Forced into a fair duel, Ambis accepted without hesitation. Blades flashed like lightning, fierce and relentless, yet Ambis gained the upper hand. Unexpectedly, the masked stranger played dirty, sending demonic troops to ambush Ambis. Though Ambis swiftly turned them to stone to hold them back, he still, was caught off guard by the masked foe's cunning. Thankfully, Gotta arrived just in time to rescue Ambis. But even Gotta knew he couldn't match the masked man's strength, deciding to retreat and let the one-on-one battle continue. The masked man, convinced his power matched Ambis's, used a shadow clone technique to create a copy of himself, hoping to force Ambis to surrender by summoning the terrifying thunder, earth, shifting and death lightning attacks. Striking the masked man 3 times. Finally, the clone realized he was nothing but a pawn. Just as he tried to surrender, denied him the chance remotely controlling the masked man's arm to force a demonic core into his mouth. His body grotesquely swelled and ultimately transformed into a raging storm. Meanwhile, Chariot on the other side was completely outmatched. Only Gabiru was slightly stronger, tearing through the henchmen of the white-headed guy. Sufia was stunned, never expecting such a powerful warrior in Clayman's ranks. The white-headed guy declared himself a dragonborn, loyal to Mim, not to a petty villain like Clayman. He challenged them to a fair fight, daring Sufia and Gabiru to attack him together. The two exchanged glances and launched their assault, but the more they stabbed and prodded, the stronger he grew. They couldn't even land a single hit. Then unexpectedly, the white-headed guy spotted a trace of Chariot's presence using his dragon eyes. He realized the masked man had been dead long ago, so he ordered his troops to regroup and retreat to the front lines. Ambis was powerless against Chariot, only able to teleport his comrades away. Those left behind were surely doomed. Fueled by anger and grit, Sufia clenched her teeth just as Benimaru arrived, slashing fiercely with his black flame blade, cutting Chariot's side, then unleashed his ultimate technique, the super black flame barrier, igniting Chariot until not a fragment remained. Even Ambis, standing nearby, was left speechless. Soon after, the white-headed guy and his gang arrived. Benimaru mistook them for enemies and charged to fight, but Sufia and Gabiru quickly stopped him, explaining the white-headed guy was Mim's subordinate, not an enemy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally out of danger. Meanwhile, the two clowns on the other side, though holding the advantage, sensed their opponent Chariot had been dealt with in an instant. They suspected a more powerful master was behind it, and decided to retreat, immediately reporting back to Clayman. Seeing Gil still wanted to keep fighting, the clowns summoned a red orb of light and hurled it at the wounded Black Panther lying on the ground. Luckily, Gil took the hit to save his life. The clowns had no desire to prolong the fight and quickly left the forest. This left Vora thrilled, eager to join the battle. But Rimuru kept warning him to stay hidden, for Vora was their secret trump card. If he acted carelessly, it could lead to a devastating defeat. Clayman too, scared to show his face, was at a loss. The situation unfolded exactly as Rimuru had predicted. Hearing that no beastmen were found and their armies wiped out in the Beastman Kingdom, Clayman was left stunned, speechless. Frozen in disbelief as the reality sank in. As Vora finally stirred, the chilling truth dawned on him. Could all this chaos have been sparked by a mere slime, impossible yet the pieces fit? Meanwhile, inside the palace, Frey stood frozen at the doorway. It was revealed that she had, under the guise of gifting Milim, slipped a control pendant onto her, turning Milim into Clayman's puppet, the very Clayman she had long despised. Clayman, consumed by fury, attacked Milim the moment she appeared, sending her crashing to the ground in a wild outburst of emotion. Frey warned him sharply Milim's defense mechanism was ruthless. Provoke her, and she would end you without hesitation. Hearing this, Clayman reluctantly toned down his rage. After gearing up Rimuru with fresh armor, he teleported straight to the battlefield, only to face the terrifying Reaper tribe wielding a colossal Reaper magic strike. The Reaper mage, overwhelmed by 3 years of relentless torment, dropped to his knees, begging for mercy and pledging loyalty to Rimuru. Deep inside, Rimuru hoped that once the Reaper mage learned his true identity, his heart might change. Moved by trust, the Reaper mage vowed to guide them to a secret sanctuary. At this moment, Rimuru arrived at the Demon Lord's banquet, where the Demon Lords took their seats one by one, assessing the overwhelming power of these newcomers. Fear crept into Rimuru's eyes. Among them, the Demon Lord summoned Shuna, signaling that sooner or later this alliance would be tested. Clayman suddenly accused Rimuru, rallying the Demon Lords to unite and destroy him. But Rimuru hadn't come to reason. Vengeance was his true purpose. The other Demon Lords dismissed their quarrel, leaving the final judgment to a brutal fight, where fists, not words, decided fate. Rimuru thought the battle would be straightforward, but Clayman had a trick he called Milim into play, clearly controlling her like a marionette. Rimuru called out Clayman's cowardice, calling for reinforcements in a duel meant to be one-on-one. Not wanting to drag it out, Rimuru sent Sion's punch flying, blasting Clayman back in a flash. Enraged, Clayman summoned his allies, starting with the Golden Fox, then a cloaked artificial being, and finally unleashed a chain of summons through the Golden Fox. On Rimuru's side, Ranga brought two wolf pups for backup. Although short one ally, Rimuru's barrier was in place. The battlefield was set for a fierce clash. Sion stood alone against 2 foes, while Milim and Rimuru fought fiercely, their duel too close to call. Rimuru's only hope was that the Wisdom King's insight could unravel Milim's control mechanism. Sion and Ranga held the line, buying precious time against Milim's relentless assault. Rimuru faced a grim choice: embrace violent mimicry and absorb her power bit by bit. After a grueling struggle, he finally found an opening to counterattack, only to be warned by the Wisdom King it was a trap. Rimuru tossed Milim aside just in time, but she spun mid-air, delivering a crushing blow aimed at him. Yet, the strike landed on empty space, because Vora had thrown himself in front of Rimuru, shielding him. Vora's unexpected sacrifice stirred a deep purpose. The manga Rimuru had given him lacked a sequel. Using this as leverage, Rimuru negotiated with Vora to restrain Milim, reminding him to keep her unharmed. With that, Rimuru turned and vanished to a different battlefield. He rushed to Ranga's side, only to hear the Golden Fox's desperate cries. It too was under Clayman's control. After Ranga subdued 2 rogue soldiers, Rimuru, guided by the Wisdom King's analysis, dispelled Clayman's dark control spell from the Golden Fox. Seeing the tide turn, Clayman tried to restrain Sion with magic, but it was futile. Sion mocked the pitiful attack as unworthy of a demon lord. Clayman's fury boiled over, his anger nearly consuming him. Yet in this form he was powerless, as Sion effortlessly kicked him aside. Clayman, driven mad by hatred, ordered Milim to annihilate everyone. In a surprising twist, Vora launched a combo attack, with Milim followed by a playful Kamehameha. Milim confessed her frustration. Never before had she been controlled like this. It turned out her true goal was to uncover the mastermind behind Clayman's schemes. Milim's past victim, thought dead, was alive and disguised as a master right there on the scene. Clayman collapsed instantly. Could Frey have betrayed me? He raged. When did you ever think I was your ally? But Clayman's wild tantrum quickly became a joke, losing all control and charging out for revenge. Rimuru exchanged a glance with Seon, who dashed forward and severed Clayman's arm, ending his combat ability. Yet the Beast Lord was far from pleased. Milim wasn't controlled after all, and had just devastated him, and even toppled the Beast Lord Kingdom's walls. How would this grudge ever be settled? Milim quickly blamed Clayman for everything. Rimuru hurriedly claimed Clayman's assets as his own, promising to rebuild the Beast Lord territory with this newfound fortune. The Beast Lord was deeply moved, repeatedly calling Rimuru honoured brother. Before dying, Clayman desperately gathered the souls of those he had slain, fusing them to open the gateway to true Demon Lord awakening. But this awakening was part of Rimuru's plan to free those trapped souls. Clayman had to be defeated once and for all. On the surface, Clayman laughed madly, but inside he only wanted to escape. The Wisdom King saw through his deceit. Clayman unleashed a devastating Dragon Vein attack, but against the ferocious Wisdom King, it was nothing. A single second wiped his assault clean. Rimuru then launched a relentless combo barrage, leaving Clayman barely breathing. Yet even now, Clayman refused to reveal the true mastermind behind it all. Who was pulling the strings? Rimuru was the virtuous brother, while Clayman, before dying, struggled desperately merging the souls of those he had killed, inadvertently opening the door to true Demon Lord awakening. Yet Rimuru's plan to free the souls of those he had slain required him to eliminate Clayman once more. On the surface, Clayman wore a wild grin, but inside he hid his desire to escape. Little did he know the Wisdom King saw through his facade. Clayman began with a move meant to destroy, but before the King of Destruction, it was utterly insignificant, consumed in an instant. Then Rimuru unleashed a combination of strikes that left Clayman gasping for breath. Despite being in such dire straits, he still refused to reveal the mastermind behind it all. Though defeated, joining as a subordinate wasn't a bad fate. Rimuru now counted 8 Demon Lords and pondered a new name for their circle. Gazing at the starry sky overhead, he decided on the 8-star Demon Lords. A new era of Demon Lords had officially begun. The banquet concluded, leaving everyone filled with eager anticipation for what was to come. So, who is Rimuru really? Without hesitation, he devoured Clayman's soul, and all after defeating him. The others finally recognized Rimuru's identity as a Demon Lord. During the Demon Lord's banquet, Frey suddenly proposed to abandon her title and wholeheartedly serve Milim, helping her build her own dominion. The Beast King also suggested stepping down as a Demon Lord, joining Milim's forces instead. After all, he had lost, and being a subordinate wasn't so bad. With Rimuru included, the number of Demon Lords was reduced to 8, and a name change was necessary. Gazing at the starry sky above, Rimuru pondered for a moment, before deciding on the title Octogram Demon Lord. A new era of Demon Lords officially began, wrapping up the banquet, with everyone's eager anticipation. Rimuru returned to the monster country triumphantly. After giving Clayman a taste of defeat, he was now officially recognized as a Demon Lord, and became one of the Octogram Demon Lords, a sight to behold. Once the meetings concluded, Lion and Valentine quickly slipped away, while the remaining Demon Lords stayed for the lavish feast prepared by Chef Guy. The tender meat bathed in rich sauce was utterly divine. Raphael, the brother figure, immediately began analysing the cooking methods. Seeing Milim eat so joyfully, Rimuru decided to indulge as well. However, when Milim attempted to chug some alcohol, Rimuru quickly intervened, reminding her that minors were prohibited from drinking. With Raphael effortlessly absorbing culinary secrets, it was a game-hacking moment indeed. As the banquet drew to a close, Rimuru returned home to manage the monster country. Upon his arrival, his subordinates instinctively parted ways, bowing before him, leaving Rimuru utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? The past actions of his enemies were laid bare, exposing their shame and ignominy. His greatest dilemma was the aftermath of Greyman's death, which led to the loss of their stronghold, and vast resources all gone in the blink of an eye following the fortress's fall. What was hardest for them to accept was that Rimuru sent only a small contingent of his subordinates to achieve this. They needed to reevaluate their plans for the future to fulfill their ambition of world conquest. For now, they had to stay calm, but the constant harassment was becoming increasingly intolerable. Thus, they plotted to teach Rimuru a lesson, even considering setting a trap for him to fall into on his own. Meanwhile, Hinata discovered that the Western Church had entrusted everything to the divine, ostensibly achieving perfect equality for its people. However, the true identity of this deity was the Demon Lord Luminous. Hinata believed that the only thing one could rely on in this world was oneself. After witnessing the Western Church's members slaying monsters and rescuing children, she chose to join the church, quickly rising through the ranks to become a holy knight, and was promoted to captain by her 3rd year. But as her status grew, she began to see the church's true face. Watching Milim eat with such carefree joy, Rimuru lets loose too. But when Milim tries to down some sake, Rimuru slams the brakes. Underage drinking is a no-go, Raphael. Ever, the laid-back one seizes the moment. Good food means a perfect chance to steal the recipe. Talk about hacking the game. As the party winds down, Rimuru heads back home to manage the Demon Beast Kingdom. The moment he appears, his subordinates part like the Red Sea, bowing deeply. Rimuru freezes. Wait, what's with all this flattery? Are they trying to butter me up? Diablo makes a dramatic entrance, thrilled that Rimuru has returned safe and sound. Soon after, a goblin girl brings matcha pudding for everyone. Diablo, always the smooth talker, immediately offers his share to Vora. Call it a thank you for information. Rimuru's speechless, staring at his shameless right-hand man. Earlier he wondered how Diablo knew he was back. Turns out this legendary dragon sold him out just for food, but hey, as a true dragon, he shouldn't even need to eat. Vora retorts, if he wants to eat, it's his business, not yours. Then he shoots a sly jab at Diablo, who barely eats anything anyway. Whenever free, Diablo and S start hunting for leads. S confidently claims that with her around, Diablo's presence is unnecessary. But has Diablo fulfilled his duties? Rimuru isn't worried. He knows Diablo's got everything under control. Actually, Diablo's been handling some errands. When he receives secret intel from Vora, he rushes back. The big boss realizes he's been sold out and tries to sneak away, but Rimuru blocks him. Where do you think you're going? Rimuru demands. Vora tries to explain, but Rimuru cuts him off sharply. Who gave you permission to interfere with someone else's work? I'm confiscating that pudding. Haruna, don't let him near it again. Seriously, you don't have any mercy, do you? Rimuru sighs. Lord Diablo's laziness here could spell disaster. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, while he was partying at One Piece, Diablo was busy restoring order. His first task piecing back together 3 comrades who had been sliced into 8 pieces. Whatever dark magic had been used was so gruesome that normal healing spells were useless. Diablo was helpless, resorting to brutal methods. The screams carried through the wagon, sounding like pigs being slaughtered. Yum feared those 3 might not make it. Just then, the recently resurrected Archbishop expressed his gratitude to Diablo. Next up, Raisin demanded the king's restoration. Diablo recalled Raisin was the clumsy fool he had thrashed before, but Raisin begged for mercy and was willing to pay any price. Raisin knew Diablo was one of the original dark primal dragons, a terrifying progenitor. Even more daunting, Diablo submitted to a gentle, harmless demon lord. Calm on the surface, but harboring unimaginable power within. Raisin tried to pick a fight with this mighty shrimp, only to realize he'd provoked the newly resurrected patriarch. Now, Raisin pledges loyalty, ready to devote everything to Diablo, just begging for the king's life to be spared. Diablo agrees to take this kid as a subordinate, but warns no disrespect to Rimuru. Any hint of betrayal, and not just the king, but the entire family, will be wiped out, turned into a wasteland. Seeing this, the Archbishop immediately kneels, clinging to Diablo's leg. As the head of the Western Church, he vows to lend his full support. The weight of alliances shifts and the stakes rise. This is no ordinary reunion. It's the calm before the storm. Seeing the royal mage, a longtime servant of the royal family, finally abandon the kingdom, the king, as the last ruler of Famu, agreed to fully cooperate, as Diablo desired. Actually, Diablo wasn't afraid of any betrayal, because he possessed the unique skill, sin of temptation, stopping treachery as easily as eating candy. Unable to hold back, Young asked about the status of the 3 people, receiving the answer that their morale was very high and they were approaching the Famut border. This throne-snatching affair would be resolved quickly. Meanwhile, as Raisin returned to the palace, he found it surrounded by the high-ranking nobles. They reported that the entire kingdom's army had vanished during a battle against the demon beasts, accidentally awakening the violent storm dragon. The result: both the army and the demon beasts disappeared into thin air. Only a few survivors remained, including and others. Suddenly, barged into the scene, confronting a foolish commoner. The commoner demanded answers, but Raisin explained they were the saviors the Archbishop boasted wildly about the army and demon beasts clashing violently. This chaos likely caused the violent storm dragon to resurrect. The dragon's awakening set the stage for a life-or-death moment where a hero emerged, the lord of demon beasts, Rimuru-sama. Rimuru had convinced the violent storm dragon, which is why they narrowly escaped death. Everyone was stunned, a dragon conversing with Rimuru Plus, surrounded by the dragon's dense demonic aura. Most beings would surely perish. The Archbishop mentioned Rimuru as the leader of the Jura Forest Alliance, but many thought Rimuru was self-proclaimed. They sensed the ominous aura from Diablo. Those in the know were sweating bullets, some nearly bleeding from shock. Raisin tried to cool the situation, insisting he had witnessed Tempest rival a nation's capital. Even the spirits governing Jura's Great 10 Forests followed Rimuru, allowing him to communicate with the violent storm dragon. The nobles finally woke up to the gravity of the situation, realizing Raisin had cooperated with Rimuru, the demon lord. In truth, Rimuru was peaceful and hoped for coexistence with humanity. But the foolish commoner raised his voice again. Urged him, "You know, Rimuru right, go negotiate with him." Yet next words chilled everyone. Rimuru's usual kindness didn't mean he'd stay calm now. After all, the kingdom was the first to attack Tempest. Rimuru had friends who sacrificed their lives because of this, so he was furious. The idiots, fearless of death due to their connection to Rimuru, thought they could mediate and should stop babbling. Unaware he was dancing on a razor's edge, calmly told the fool to settle down. Born infamous, had come to visit Rimuru hoping for negotiations. The lowly commoner kept preaching national justice. Snapped, "Enough with the moralizing, didn't I tell you to stop?" The fool didn't get it and kept rambling. At last, Diablo relaxed, enjoying the moment. Resin confirmed everything said was true. Famu had lost. Without they would have perished long ago. To save Famu, the only option was to kneel before the demon beasts. Diablo, satisfied, released the king after using Tempest's signature healing potion. The king finally returned to human form. Diablo relayed Rimuru's golden words. In 1 week, the two nations would hold peace talks, offering 3 choices. 1, the king pays war reparations. 2, surrender and become a vassal state. Or 3, continue the war. Everyone still wanted to chatter, but there was no time. They had to summon the nobles for discussion. Diablo silenced them all. "Listen well, don't play petty games or stall. If there's no answer in a week, consider it a declaration of continued war." Understood. Furthermore, Diablo demanded 10,000 gold coins as the peace negotiation fee. Rimuru was stunned. 1,000 billion yen. Rimuru thought it was excessive, but Diablo didn't see a problem. Though, Diablo offered 3 options only. The first was realistic. The army was destroyed. Continuing war was impossible. The nobles would never accept becoming a vassal state. That left reparations as the most plausible choice. Losing the throne would make the king a scapegoat for the nobles. Without armed forces, the king's faction would lose to the nobles, so they could only try to sway Gaining support meant gaining Tempest's army. Rimuru worried about the new foolish king trying to rally other nations to attack Diablo. He reassured, "Don't worry, that's unlikely. But if it happens, I'll personally teach them a lesson." Clayman had just died. The clown group lost contact with him. This result shocked them. Why would such a good person suddenly die? Yet they realized they had underestimated the demon lords. The group was glad Lepresse was safe after all. Valentine, a former demon lord, with power rivaling Chairman Lepresse, truly could have defeated him. But that night was a new moon. The vampire's power was weakened. Unlike Clayman's arrogance, Valentine was not foolish. Clayman's overconfidence had brought disaster upon himself. This remark irritated Foodman, who punched him, but his act of playing the villain was exposed, embarrassing him greatly. The toughest blow was Grayman's death. The stronghold and vast supplies he managed were lost overnight when the base fell. What was hard to accept was that Rimuru had only sent a small number of subordinates. They had to rethink their future plans to pursue world conquest. For now, they needed to stay calm, but constant bullying was frustrating. They planned to teach Rimuru a lesson. Even without fighting, they could set a trap to make Rimuru walk into it himself. Meanwhile, Hinata discovered the Western Holy Church entrusted everything to their deity, achieving perfect equality for the people. But the true identity of this god was the demon lord Luminous. Hinata believed the only one to rely on in this world was herself. His darkest secrets were brutally exposed by others, shattering his pride. The most devastating blow was the fall of Greyman's stronghold, along with the massive supplies he was entrusted with, lost overnight. What stung the most was that Rimuru only sent a small force to reclaim it. Now they faced the daunting task of rewriting their plans and recalibrating their ambitions to conquer the world. They must remain calm, yet the constant bullying gnaws at their patience. So they decide to teach Rimuru a lesson. Even without raising a hand, a trap is set one that Rimuru will unknowingly walk right into. Meanwhile, Hinata uncovers a chilling truth: the Western Holy Church has entrusted everything to a divine being, aiming for perfect equality among its people. But the real identity of this god is none other than the demon lord Luminous. Hinata believes that in this world the only thing she can truly rely on is herself. Witnessing the Western Holy Church's people slay monsters and save children, she chooses to join them. In just 1 year, she rises to become a Saint Knight, and by her 3rd year, a squad leader. Yet as her status climbs, so does her awareness of the church's dark facade. She soon uncovers that the Pope is actually a vampire named Luis, also the twin brother of Demon Lord Roy. Unable to accept a vampire masquerading as a god ruling over humanity, Hinata plans a decapitation. After a fierce battle, she single-handedly defeats the vampire. But her own strength is pushed to the limit. Suddenly, Luminous appears, resurrecting the two brothers and granting Hinata a new lease on life. He questions her what is justice. If defeating evil defines justice, then what right does a small existence like hers have to judge him as evil? In this world, justice that satisfies every free will does not exist. Believing otherwise is true arrogance. Luminous grants Hinata 1 week with the power to defeat her sworn enemies. She was supposed to surpass the 7th trial, preparing to face Luminous with her true strength. Hinata triumphs over the 7th trial and immediately challenges Luminous, but is swiftly defeated and chooses to submit. Only then did she learn that the vampires under Luminous's command don't feast on the living. A small amount of blood suffices to meet their daily needs. High-ranking vampires don't even need to drink blood to achieve immortality. The higher a human's happiness, the tastier their blood becomes. That's why Luminous strictly forbids her followers from draining too much life energy. This order has created a peace and balance unmatched by other nations in the Western Holy Church. This is why Hinata stands firm to protect Luminous, to safeguard this ideal land. But unexpectedly, she hears the news that Roy died after returning from a party. The one who broke in that night killed Roy and escaped. Roy was no weakling, even bearing only the title of Demon King. This means the clown she let escape last night possesses power, surpassing even the Demon King. Roy, once a notorious troublemaker, is dead. The faith of the people and gods might waver because of this. Luminous, hearing this, felt a twinge of sorrow. She recounted the events of the Demon King's party to the two others, frustrated at Vora for always causing trouble, and angrier still that Roy died where she couldn't see. Otherwise, she could have revived him. Hinata blamed herself for letting the clown escape, but she was only following Luminous's orders. Luminous believes this is her responsibility, but now is not the time for mourning. The fierce storm dragon has been resurrected, and Rimuru has become the new sovereign. They must rethink their strategy. Hinata is truly fierce. She intends to eliminate the fierce storm dragon immediately. Yet she doesn't realize that though she's stronger, defeating Vora is impossible. Despite being sealed by a hero before, the fierce storm dragon embodies natural energy itself. If it were just a raging storm, magic could control it, but this dragon has will of its own. Neither sword nor spell can harm him. The shockwave released when the fierce storm dragon rages can annihilate an empire in the blink of an eye. The once magnificent Night Rose Palace was reduced to rubble because of it, but Hinata refuses to back down. Sooner or later, she will kill him. Luminous sees through her heart and advises Hinata to know her limits. She doesn't want to lose her over Rimuru's existence. Luminous plans to leave things be. Hinata worries that Tempest's growth, the city and streets, might attract the angels' attack first. Facing the Demon King, Rimuru and the fierce storm dragon will only complicate things further. Moreover, if they draw enough attention, they might become targets for those birds. Worrying now is useless. although this will challenge their doctrine that monsters are the enemy. The tension builds like a storm on the horizon, and the fragile peace teeters on the edge. But even in the darkest moments, the flames of determination burn brightest. If you've ever felt powerless, like Hinata, take a moment and ask yourself, how do we face the impossible? Sometimes it's not about strength, but the courage to stand against fate itself. Thanks for journeying through this epic tale with me. Human society was thrown into chaos by monster-built towns, turning everything upside down. Louis suggested Rimuru forge an alliance with them as the evil demon lord, but Luminous completely rejected the idea. Rimuru's dream was to build a nation where everyone could live happily, and for that human support was essential. At the Demon Lord banquet, he boldly declared that anyone, be it human demon lord or holy church, who dared oppose him would be marked as an enemy. Meanwhile, the great nobles of the Pamut kingdom refused to spend a single gold coin on compensation or battle efforts. Instead, they tried to force the Western Holy Church to handle the Storm Dragon. Failing that, they hoped the legendary hero Suki, known as the greatest hero in history, would step in. Yet, they wouldn't budge, financially blind to the fact their true adversary was Vora, the Storm Dragon, a terror that made even tyrants seem like mere grass. The king considered spending money to avoid disaster and even abdicate, but the nobles kept spouting nonsense, refusing to act. Unexpectedly, the Moon Kingdom condemned Pamut's army deployment and voiced support for Tempest. Some feared that if the Dwarven king followed suit, it would deliver a crushing blow to Pamut's trade and influence. Then soldiers reported Rimuru had publicly declared himself Demon Lord. The foolish nobles saw this as their chance. Other demon lords would surely put Rimuru in his place, even help eliminate the Storm Dragon. But the good news was short-lived. Word spread that Demon Lord Clayman had been defeated by Rimuru. Moreover, Karen and Frey voluntarily relinquished their Demon Lord titles to become Rimuru's subordinates. Now, the 8 current Demon Lords hailed Rimuru as the Supreme Demon Lord. Finally, the foolish nobles chose silence. The king abdicated, naming his troubled brother Edward as successor. Edward seemed conflicted by the outcome. Soon after, the two nations signed a successful peace treaty. Famous officially recognized Tempest as a sovereign nation. Returning home, Rimuru was embraced tightly by Suna, who noted only Hakuro was absent. Suna explained Hakuro still had duties to handle. Observing Soe's reaction, Rimuru guessed Suna had assigned all the cleanup tasks to Hakuro. Rimuru worried if Benimaru, the great general, should really return now. Benimaru reassured him, saying that after the war, he handed command over to the Beast Trio. Rimuru sighed. His brothers truly shared the same sense of responsibility, always striving to follow his example. But Raphael teased that this was exactly the problem. Everyone copying Rimuru's style might be a mistake. Raphael wondered if the calculations and insight gained from becoming the great sage had diminished. Rimuru saw no signs of that. To prevent demon beast prisoners from rebelling, Benimaru gave thorough explanations before departing. The Beast Trio would soon return. The Beast Kingdom's capital had been destroyed by Milim, so the Beast Men were temporarily accepted into Tempest. Benimaru planned to settle villagers back into their homes, while those who came to Tempest sought to learn new techniques. Strong demon beasts and beastmen would stay under Gil's command to explore the ruins cautiously, with prisoners alongside heightened vigilance was necessary. Rimuru was delighted by his subordinates' intelligence and skill. Even without his orders, they could think and act independently. Suddenly he realized perhaps his presence wasn't always essential. A bittersweet loneliness crept into his heart. Days later, Diablo arrived bearing the peace treaty and part of the war reparations. Most of the assets belonged to the former king, who knew the nobles would plunder everything once he lost power. The kingdom would repay the missing funds gradually via bonds. The nobles were sure to act next, but the former king had moved near the stronghold. Even if the new king wanted to sacrifice him, the former king's allies would intervene. If the new king broke his promise, it could spark civil war, harming the people. Rimuru instructed Diablo to stay vigilant and absolutely avoid direct involvement. Meanwhile, the Western Holy Church planned to contact Raisin, hoping to learn details of the conflict between Pamut and Tempest. Ignoring this could lead to serious trouble. To probe the church's intentions, Diablo suggested sending Raisin as an envoy. After all, Raisin was one of the 3 survivors, a logical choice. The church's strict surveillance of Firm meant any lies would be quickly exposed. Rimuru planned to place sensitive info into a crystal orb for Raisin to present, testing the church's reaction. At that moment, Gabuta reported refugees and prisoners had arrived in Ambis, and Sophia had returned to monitor the remaining prisoners. Rimuru had prepared temporary housing for them. Gabiru returned with a message from Milim, who planned to visit soon with some attendants. She hoped Rimuru would teach her servants what true cuisine meant, a testament to her trust and friendship. It turned out the dragonkin who revered Milim lived simply, so their offerings were mostly raw ingredients. Gabiru, before evolving, thought eating raw fish was the ultimate pleasure. Thanks to evolution, their taste buds had expanded, and what was once bland now tasted delicious. Seon didn't understand these subtle changes. Couldn't Milim just solve it with a word? But Milim, fearless and pragmatic, knew how to read the room. More than a month had passed since the Demon Lord banquet. The town now buzzed with life. Visitors had settled into the rhythm of daily life. Gu appeared weary but once again awed by Rimuru's greatness. He faced numerous challenges managing prisoners. Some demon beasts were reluctant to follow orders, while motivated individuals struggled to achieve results. This reminded Rimuru of his days as an office worker, well aware that nurturing talent was never easy. In moments like these, a drink was the best remedy for sorrow. Gu lamented that subordinates weren't always reliable, and success came at different speeds, making it tempting to do things alone. But this stifled the growth of those behind. He worried he couldn't share the burden with Rimuru forever. Rimuru empathized deeply. He'd once dealt with disobedient staff colleagues, hiding mistakes, and uncooperative superiors. Simplicity reigns in the offerings to Milim, pure and unadulterated, just like Gabiru before his evolution, who believed that consuming raw fish was the ultimate indulgence. Thanks to their evolution, they now possess a rich palate, transforming what was once bland into a feast for the senses. Seon struggles to comprehend this simple point, while Milim knows that a single word could resolve it. Little does he know Milim seems unfazed by the world around her. In truth, she possesses a keen understanding of human nature. Over a month has passed since the Demon Lord's feast, and the town is now vibrant with life. Guests have become accustomed to the lifestyle here. Gu appears, his face weary, realizing once again the greatness of Rimuru as he grapples with numerous issues while assigning tasks to the prisoners. Some demon folk are disgruntled at having to follow orders, while the motivated ones are yet to yield satisfactory results. This reminds Rimuru of his past memories as an office worker. He understands well that utilizing and nurturing talent is never straightforward. In times like these, a drink is the best way to ease the burdens. Gu laments that many subordinates aren't always reliable, and the pace of success varies for each individual, leading to the feeling that doing it himself would be quicker. However, this hinders the growth of those behind him. He worries that if this continues, he won't be able to share the burden with Rimuru. Rimuru empathizes with him, recalling his own experiences with disobedient employees, those who wished to conceal their mistakes, and superiors who only knew how to blame others. If he were to truly complain, he wouldn't know where to begin. Chenny, pour me another drink a bit stronger this time. Despite having drunk with Gil all night, thanks to immunity to toxins, he remained sober. Arya reports that the Demon Lord's kingdom has declared intentions to establish diplomatic relations with Tempest, implying they desire the road repaired as soon as possible. Thus, Rimuru convenes the Kijin to discuss the matter. To repair the road, they must traverse the Jura forest, where no hostile monsters have been detected along the planned route. Once the plan is explained, everyone agrees happily. Yet an issue remains. Although the Jura forest is currently under Rimuru's management, rumours circulate about a hidden village at the border, nestled within valleys and rocky mountains. Kijin called for a meeting. To repair the road, they must pass through the Jura forest. So far, no hostile monsters have been spotted along the planned route. After the explanation, everyone gladly agreed, but one issue remained. Although Jura forest is under Rimuru's control, rumours told of a hidden village in the border valleys and rocky mountains inhabited by the Tengu tribe. Based on gathered intelligence, it believed this force couldn't be ignored. Though the Tengu are peaceful by nature, they are a warrior people deep down. Even Demon Lord Frey avoids conflict with them. He suggested it would be best to notify the Tengu beforehand. Rimuru planned to visit personally, but Benimaru volunteered to go instead, fearing Rimuru's presence might raise their guard. Since lately Benimaru seems quite close to Ambis, maybe the brother is seizing this chance to ask out the beauty. Sean was happy without Benimaru, there's still her, so no big deal. Anyway, Benimaru is definitely enchanted by women and itching to leave. Rimuru praised Benimaru as his most reliable right-hand man, never doubting his loyalty. To avoid misunderstandings, Rimuru postponed the small meeting to the next day. The next day, Rimuru summoned all officers and declared he would claim all of Jura Forest as his territory. Unexpectedly, everyone fell silent. When confirming that this included the opposite riverbank, Benimaru explained it wasn't under Rad's influence. Currently, Rimuru's recognized domain only covers the Doa's established territory. The monsters beyond the river are a headache with the new Demon Lord's arrival. Ultimately, this means all forest resources now belong to Rimuru. Previously, everyone collected materials by unspoken agreement, but now they must seek Rimuru's permission first. After all, he's the Demon Lord, now defying him would be seen as rebellion. Gabiru's father planned to visit, but thinking about constant meetings ahead made Rimuru's head ache. He considered announcing Tempest's official debut to avoid trouble. Instead of searching for him in secret, Rimuru wanted to invite everyone at once, so he planned a grand Demon Lord inauguration festival for all to enjoy. Rimuru asked, "So about monster activity nearby?" So said he sent a scout and found only a giant saber-toothed bear in the western forest, which he easily defeated. Hearing this, Rimuru was startled. That monster was strong and even Gabuta was scared. Low-level adventurers wouldn't stand a chance. So scolded Gabuta for being lazy and urged him to train more. Gabuta retorted, "Are you demons? Oops, you really are demons, except Shion, who's an evil demon." While Rimuru fretted over monster issues, Kijin reassured him, saying no need to worry, thanks to Rimuru's guidance before they had secretly developed an automatic magic generator. This device for sealing barriers sustains magic, much like the old magical seals, but its scale and efficiency are worlds apart. While free, Gabiru Kurui and Suna lent a hand, sparking Rimuru's belief that this invention could revolutionize everything. This automatic magic generator draws its power from the ambient magical elements in the air, and the anti-magic barrier isn't its only blessing. It also lowers the concentration of magical energy floating around. Fearing the magic might fade once its fuel runs dry, they engineered a fuel replenishment system. At its core lies a magic element stone, the Mars Spirit Stone, harvesting magic from the atmosphere itself. Rimuru wondered why not just use magic stones, wondering if Mars Spirit Stones were less efficient. Kijin explained that although 90% of the magical power would be wasted, due to the Mars Spirit Stone, Rimuru's custom magical seal minimized the loss, squeezing maximum effect from the remaining 10%. Even the wasted magic isn't lost. It recycles, creating an eternal energy source for the device. Plus, it absorbs magic from the air, stifling monster growth nearby, an unspoken guardian born from their efforts. Thanks to Ruru's inspiration from a music machine, swapping the magic plate inscribed with the spells can unleash an array of magical effects. If they can miniaturize it, it could be a portable magical gadget, or scaled up a strategic magic weapon. When this tech spreads through town, safety will bloom like never before. Amid the cheerful chatter, Vaku burst into manic laughter, claiming he could unleash his aura. Rimuru's heart skipped. If the Tempest Dragon really let loose, every fragile soul in the nation might perish in an instant. Fora wanted to find a place to vent, but Rimuru's mind flashed to a terrifying vision, a wasteland born of such unleashed power, perhaps spawning monsters like Charybdis, a true disaster-level threat. Rimuru decided to mull over this, silently begging Vaku to hold back a while longer. And why did Rimuru resist releasing his own demonic energy? Because he had swallowed it all, quite literally, a slime's secret weapon hidden in his stomach. He turned back to the meeting room. The meeting resumed as Rimuru handed Gil a blueprint, the design for the city, where Milim and others would reside. Concerned about overburdening Gil, Rimuru glanced at Kijin, who immediately understood and agreed to support. They hoped Gil's trivial troubles would give way to more meaningful missions, and if he hit a wall, he could always lean on Rimuru. Gil worried he might ruin the grand project, but Rimuru shrugged it off. Failure would just be experience, maybe losing the city's money, but it could be earned back later. Just like me, Rimuru mused. After the meeting, Gil headed to Rimuru's office to talk things through, only to realize it was a trap. Sonia volunteered for a task, but Rimuru told her her current job was crucial cooking, no less. There was plenty to do, but definitely not just kitchen duty. Then Rimuru turned to Diablo, curious about his tactics. Diablo struggled with negotiations with nobles and dukes, so he was set to learn noble etiquette from the former king who might even become an ally. Meanwhile, the new king was predictably scheming behind the scenes. Diablo urged him to speed up army formation, while Benimaru took charge of organizing their forces both open and secret. All was ready for the battles ahead. There was one thorny issue: Rimuru himself hadn't returned yet. Despite sending Jiru to the capital, the city's magic barriers kept Rimuru's people out. They could only watch Jiru enter the city. Between Ingria and Ruba was a special magical corridor, the teleportation gate where Rimuru had requested travel. If Rimuru returned, they'd be notified immediately, but he was still missing. Thanks to Diablo's unique skill as a tempter capable of stealing souls from the dominated when they die, initial signs suggested Rimuru was still alive. Hinata remained there and Rimuru was helpless. He'd sent messages to Hinata hoping past grievances could be set aside if they chose coexistence over conflict, unless the Western Holy Church interfered. Otherwise, Diablo's campaign wouldn't fail. Though Benimaru desperately wanted to settle scores with Hinata, both had been attacked during Rimuru's absence. These linked events, along with Clayman's words, hinted at a hidden puppeteer pulling strings. It was best to watch that shadowy figure's moves closely. If this mastermind intervened again, Hinata might act, but Rimuru felt something was missing, a feeling of overlooked nuances. Was Hinata truly acting on her own will? Or was she manipulated? Rimuru doubted Hinata was a puppet, suspecting only the god Luminous could command the Holy Knight captain directly. Hinata was famously stubborn, never obeying the Pope. Even if influenced, Rimuru couldn't believe the mastermind could control her at will. This hidden hand might provoke the Famet Kingdom or manipulate Demon Lord Clayman to destroy Tempest. But that didn't mean they controlled Hinata fully. So the Western Holy Church would likely stand down for now. Rimuru had made it clear he didn't want hostility. Hinata shouldn't be foolish enough to start a war alone. She claimed Rimuru was an obstacle, probably due to doctrines forbidding coexistence with monsters. The wise scholar analysed the tangled events, guessing they weren't caused by a single person. Multiple forces with shared goals, yet hidden conflicts, wove this complex web. In other words, more than one puppeteer was at play. Clayman viewed Tempest as a thorn and aimed to exploit them. He must have relished seeing Rimuru and Hinata clash. Famut saw Rimuru as a barrier and hoped Hinata would eliminate him. Both sides' stances fed the escalating conflict, culminating in Hinata's escape, the kingdom's downfall, and Clayman's death. The Great One Clayman mentioned was likely someone even more powerful behind the scenes, weaving fate like a dark puppeteer. Amid the chaos of reorganizing their forces, the Grand Sage ponders quietly. He senses that the enemy won't strike again so soon. If the power behind Clayman was truly overwhelming, intervention would have come earlier. Yet one truth remains: there are many shadows pulling strings. When so many interests collide, the path forward isn't decided by Hinata alone. It's this tangled web of hidden players that fractures their unity. Diablo volunteers to dig deeper. Rumors tell of a merchant group feeding information to the former king. Rimuru's mind races, linking these traders to war profiteers thriving on chaos and bloodshed. Could these merchants be the secret puppeteers stoking the fires of war for their own gain? Rimuru wastes no time. Suna is tasked with digging through Clayman's ledgers, tracing merchant dealings, while Diablo investigates all traders tied to Benimaru's interests. Meanwhile, the reinforcements must be chosen with razor-sharp precision, ready for any surprise. Sion and Ranga stand guard by my side, while Vaku is told to chill and not disturb others. Cut to Hinata and the Holy Knights locked in a tense strategy meeting. Kurasa lashes out, blaming Hinata for arriving late and failing to stop Vora's resurrection. The air thickens with discord, but Hinata shrugs off Kurasa's naive jabs, telling the young upstart to zip it unless he wants her throne. The kid shuts up, swallowed by his own ego. Reports flood in: many merchants have passed through the demon country, which is blossoming faster than expected. Roads are well planned, safety is tight, and magical energy saturates the air, yet bodies remain unharmed, and no magical beasts roam nearby. All signs point to Rimuru's genuine desire for peace with humans. Still, the key mystery is Vora. With the sealed gate now off-limits, confirming her existence is impossible. Hinata listens closely as other sages report unrest in the Famut Kingdom under their watch. The recent royal succession might just bear Rimuru's hidden hand. Hinata regrets not hearing more from the informant. It might have shed light on half the puzzle. Then she turns to the Storm Dragon's revival, an event no one anticipated. Yet no news reports of the dragon harming humans except for 20,000 Famut soldiers. So Hinata urgently contacts Archbishop Duhem, survivor of that battle, hoping to hear the truth straight from his lips. Hinata lays bare her stance to the other sages, since Rimuru shows no intention to attack humans. For now, the Western Holy Church has no reason to stir trouble. Even the god Luminous agrees, but opposition rises. After all, Rimuru is still a demon lord, and letting him be invites disaster. At that moment, Rem approaches slowly, and the 7 elders begin to appear one by one. The stage is set for a clash of wills, where trust is scarce, and every shadow hides a secret. This isn't just a war of swords and magic, it's a battle for the very soul of their fragile world. Curiosity tingled in their eyes about what had unfolded that day. Hinata looked at this crowd with deep disdain. She had already passed their 7 trials, and her strength had long surpassed these old men. Now, they were nothing but a withered bunch clinging to past glories. Then Rehem began recounting the events of that day. Rimuru, after casting a magic-resistant barrier, unleashed a destructive spell. But only Hinata knew this wasn't magic. It was Rimuru wielding the physical knowledge from his previous life. Then, a darker terror struck. Rimuru instantly annihilated 20,000 soldiers there. Having absorbed so many souls, Rimuru was destined to evolve into the legendary Great Demon Lord. Everyone trembled, acknowledging him as a true demon king. At that moment, Rehem presented Hinata with the crystal orb Rimuru had entrusted to him, saying these were Rimuru's words for her. "I'll face you one-on-one. What will you do?" Lady Hinata, that challenge ignited the fury of the 10 sacred saints. They all clamoured to duel Rimuru, but Hinata hesitated. He was like her, a traveller from another world. This proved he didn't truly wish to confront humanity. As she wavered, the elder summoned the Dragon Destruction Sword and urged Hinata to march against Rimuru. Hinata knew their true desire was to see her perish alongside the Storm Dragon. Yet she longed to speak with Rimuru, so she accepted the Holy Sword gladly. Lord Rimuru Hinata Sakaguchi is moving this way alone. Just her, really. Yes, she left the kingdom of Ingia all by herself. But there are 4 holy knights pursuing her. Looks like they're moving to intercept Hinata. Is she planning to fight? I'm not sure. But she carries a great sword, doesn't seem like she's here to negotiate. Really? Seems so. My message to her was ignored, huh? Thanks for the report, Soka. Keep monitoring. Meanwhile, Diablo arrived with urgent news. Rehem was dead. Rumours spread near the Famut Kingdom that the Archbishop was assassinated in a plot by the MMA. The Holy Knight Orders of various nations had begun mobilizing, perhaps to align with the new King Edward and his 5 allies. Hinata advanced toward Tempest. As a sacred knight, she swiftly evaded a large contingent of holy knights dispatched to exterminate the demon who killed the great Archbishop. The rumours stirred unrest, and Rimuru now commanded a growing legion of demon allies. Though Diablo felt weary over these developments, none blamed him. They hoped he would continue steering the plan to salvage the dire situation. To better understand the Western Holy Church, they summoned Adam, a former senior cleric of the Luminous Church and immortal, who seemed entwined with the Eastern merchants' schemes. His swift mind helped decode the hierarchy of the Western Holy Church. Under Hinata's leadership were 2 terrifying Grand Knight orders, along with the 3 saints, the 5 elders, 6 Holy Knight commanders, and the 10 sacred saints like Hinata herself. These were warriors hardened by countless trials, evolving into beings that rivaled Demon Lord bloodlines. The 4 who joined Hinata might very well be among the 10 sacred saints. Nearby, Veldora, impatient as ever, finally broke his silence. The fiery bond of blood with him was clear. Rimuru, fully aware of Veldora's intent, immediately began flattering him. "No, I want Veldora to hold the last line of defense. Sounds epic, right? The last line of defense. I'm convinced only you can handle this mission." Of course, Benimaru is skilled in formation tactics. Diablo was surprised by the new reinforcements of the new king and confirmed their refusal to honor any treaty. They had allied with Western nations. Even with Rimuru's instantaneous teleportation of over 4,000 troops facing 30,000 enemies was daunting. Rimuru considered the worst-case scenario retreat wouldn't be shameful, but surrender would bring scorn from allied nations. Diablo devised a plan to expose the mastermind behind the false rumors. Meanwhile, Benimaru and Shion organized their own missions, sidelining Rimuru for now. Launching a surprise strike to win in one blow was tempting, but it would forfeit the chance to train their soldiers. That makes sense. Gabiru, make sure to prepare plenty of healing potions. Got it. Leave it to me. They took up their roles and advanced. Soon news arrived that the Kingdom of Inia dispatched 100 knights to Tempest, as well adding to Rimuru's challenges. I'll handle Hinata myself. Who should face the others, Veldora? What do you think about unleashing the dragon's earth breath occasionally? Just pretend it's an accident, right? Quiet down. It's your turn last, the final line of defense. Because of his bond with Shizu, Rimuru wished to avoid harming Hinata, ordering everyone to spare the sacred knights. At this moment, Zorn's reincarnation squad shone, possessing perfect memories and self-resurrection abilities. Normal attacks barely fazed them, and even their C-rank power was enough to make the sacred knights overconfident. Using these tactics bought precious time. When their endurance waned, Kurenai stepped up to assist. Staffing was tight, but Ambis and Sophia sent invitations to form teams, easing the tension. The battle strategy meeting concluded smoothly. Rimuru reminded everyone, if this escalates to war and maintaining formation becomes impossible, shift focus to eliminating key enemies. Prioritize protecting our own lives. If we fall, it all means nothing. I hope everyone can overcome these trials. Meanwhile, the Eastern merchants' conspiracy simmered, driven by them, and the Five Lords pushing toward a world ruled by Rosso. Hinata walked down the road and suddenly noticed 4 figures trailing her. They drew lots to decide who would stay guarding the headquarters. 2 remained while the other 4 volunteered to accompany Hinata to the Demon Federation. But Hinata insisted they turn back. I was the one who angered Demon Lord Rimuru. If you want to go and die, go alone. Yet the 4 were resolute. Hinata had no choice but to let them follow. They arrived at the Blue Moon Kingdom, a once small nation now flourishing thanks to trade with the Demon Federation. The streets brimmed with cheerful faces. At that moment, they prepared to find a restaurant. A signboard caught their eye. No additional dialogue in original to rewrite here. No additional dialogue in original to rewrite here. No additional dialogue in original to rewrite here. A strange banner by the roadside caught their attention. It was a ramen shop. Hinata the time traveler hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. The shop felt just like home down to the disposable chopsticks. Even the flavors were a perfect echo of Earth. But it wasn't just ramen, they even had fried dumplings. Do you see what this means for Hinata, who's been thrown into another world? Usually so serious, Hinata found herself competing for a dumpling with her comrades. They wanted more, but the dish was sold out. It turned out this was a new product personally endorsed by Demon Lord Rimuru, limited in quantity. Hinata drained her bowl in one gulp, eyes fixed on the bottom. She knew this was all Rimuru's clever marketing. From there, they set off for the Demon Federation, which had become the vast Jura Forest-wide road, spotless and clear. They thought they'd return to the capital of the Flame Emperor's realm, but instead found themselves in a demon beast forest. Surprisingly, no monsters roamed nearby, and the mana levels were low. With a single glance, Hinata recognized the handiwork of the Wind Demon barrier. Maintaining such a massive shield wasn't cheap, though. Just then, they spotted 2 goblins in uniform. Hinata warned them not to make a move. These goblins were the guardians of order. Spotting fresh faces, they shared vital info every 10-kilometer watering hole and campsite, every 20-kilometer police outpost surrounded by camp safe havens, every 40-kilometer inns. They also warned not to damage the glowing stone tablets they sustained the barrier. The further they travelled, the more amazed Hinata became. This felt less like a dangerous trek and more like a well-planned journey. These efforts were all to shield humans from demon beasts, surprisingly a monster showing more care than expected. Hinata couldn't help but admire Rimuru, a being with a rare talent and a genuine desire for peace with humans. So she prepared to fully apologize, but things never go as planned. As Hinata departed, Seiryu's dark scheme unfolded. He accused Hinata of betrayal, claiming she sided with Rimuru, and warned Leonard about it. Leonard, of course, refused to believe it. Provoked by Seiryu, he suspected Hinata was under Rimuru's control. Following Seiryu's lead, he began mustering troops to wage war on Rimuru. Silently, they infiltrated the Demon Federation, but Rimuru was watching every move. Just as they prepared to strike, Seon appeared leading a squad of demons. The battle erupted instantly, and Seiryu was wounded. Rimuru sensed Hinata's continued resolve to fight and readied himself for confrontation. Meanwhile, Hinata en route received a message from the Flame Emperor's realm. It turned out the three heavens of that empire had plunged into civil war. They warned Hinata to watch out for Seiryu, but before the message could finish, Rimuru severed communication. Hinata also sensed Leonard's presence approaching. Everyone rushed to the battlefield where the Holy Knights, trained personally by Hinata, stood firm. Their strength was no joke, but their opponents were demons led by Seon Rimuru's elite guards, created from 100 resurrected demons, each boasting immortality and formidable power. These demons fought without hesitation, trading blows with reckless courage. Their weapons were laced with potent toxins. One by one, the Holy Knights fell. Just as Rimuru and his allies arrived, Seon decided to end it quickly, aiming to disable their foes without a scratch. No need for formalities here, but their combat prowess is nothing short of astonishing. It turns out this nation harbours many such formidable warriors. Indeed, they are no easy foes. Even I would struggle against them. At this moment, Hinata and the others catch sight of her, seeing Rimuru and his loyal guards nearby. She warns everyone to be cautious. These are dangerous A-rank elites. Then, Hinata confronts Rimuru. "You arrived sooner than I expected," she says. Louis quickly relays the news to Luminous, who is with the fallen hero Cronoa. Realizing Hinata might be lost, Luminous cannot stand idly by. Across the Tempest Federation, all the Holy Knights have been defeated by Xion and his allies, leaving only a few by Renat's side. Xion introduces herself as Rimuru's secretary. She offers them two choices: surrender or die. They completely ignore her and rush to B for erecting a refined holy barrier around her. Once the barrier is up, everyone believes victory is within Rimuru's grasp. Watching all this, Rimuru remains unfazed about Seon asking Hinata if this is truly her answer. He leads an invasion force of the Tempest Federation. This time he's no longer naive enough to let them act first. Hinata tries to explain she doesn't understand why her lieutenant led the troops here, but how could Rimuru trust her? After all, they even killed Archbishop Rem. Hinata only just learned of this and vaguely realizes something, but words are useless now. They cannot avoid battle. Before that, Benimaru and the others have already found their opponents. They absolutely cannot let anyone block Rimuru's path. Benimaru and the others have evolved into demons, thinking Xion has done the same. But they're wrong. Xion's evolution is different. Now she is a devil. So don't be fooled by her ever-smiling face around Rimuru. Her temperament is far from kind. Naturally, they refuse to surrender just because of a few words from Xion and decide to attack. Xion easily deflects their strikes, injuring them with their own attacks. This leaves Renat utterly confused. The Holy Spirit Cannon should dissolve magic, and this counterattack should have finished the monster. At that moment, Hinata and Rimuru officially clash. Though the previous battle was recent, Hinata senses Rimuru's change. This time, her signature skill, the Thief's Steel, is useless against him. This shows he and Luminous are on the same level. Hinata discards the weapon gifted by Master that Dieu, readying her strongest form to meet Rimuru's expectations. A magnificent armor appears on her. According to Raphael's analysis, it's a sacred attribute armor specially designed to combat magic beasts. The weapon isn't ordinary either. It's a legendary grade weapon surpassing even Rimuru's current gear. Seems like it's time for Hinata to forge a new sword for him. Rimuru coats his blade with shadow flame. The battle is about to begin. Facing Xion, she swings her great sword down. Rimuru actually wants her to hold back, sparing their lives. So Xion makes a proposal, but before she can finish, the redhead cuts her off, hearing nothing. So why bother keeping quiet? He deliberately only cuts her ear. Witnessing Xion's power, Renard tells her to voice her offer. It's simple. She wants Renard to use his strongest technique. If she can block it, they will surrender. The redhead immediately agrees, allowing everyone to channel energy into him to unleash the ultimate spirit beast. Astonishingly, their strongest move gets cancelled out effortlessly. Yet Redhead still refuses to surrender, believing their barrier lets them slowly kill Shion. But their biggest support is shattered easily. That's Sion's unique ability. She can forcibly alter the rules of the game. Even her cooking becomes delicious by force, so this barrier is nothing. Desperate, they agree to surrender. Now it's time to await the outcome of Rimuru and Hinata's duel. Renat finally notices something strange. Wasn't Master that duo saying Hinata was controlled by Rimuru? Then why are they fighting? Sion is stunned by his perplexing question. Didn't they lead the invasion force of the Tempest Federation first? Now Renard realizes he was manipulated. He was the one who sparked this war. He wants Hinata to stop, but she's locked in battle, unable to hear him. Both pour all their strength into relentless attacks. Hinata's barrage pressures Rimuru. Rimuru tells Raphael to find a way to anticipate future attacks. With Raphael's help, Rimuru reads Hinata's moves. Music. Seeing his allies all defeated, Hinata prepares her strongest technique to decide the outcome. She warns Rimuru of its danger. Raphael doesn't sense murderous intent, so Rimuru agrees. He says after this, all grudges between them will end and they will no longer attack this land. That was Hinata's wish too. If not for Rimuru's challenge to a duel, she wouldn't have done this. Rimuru stands stunned. He said duel, but there's more. He hopes to resolve this by talking. But now is no time for words. Hinata's attack arrives, a wave of spiritual magic annihilates. They can neither block nor dodge. Sacrifice is proposed to unleash the ultimate violent king's skill to nullify it. No time to hesitate. As the smoke clears, Rimuru stands still, but he's exhausted and sits down. Just as they prepare to speak, the weapon Hinata threw earlier moves, unleashing a powerful surge of mana to protect Rimuru. Hinata charges forward. Meanwhile, the one aiming to seize Rimuru's territory and dare start war with the Magic Beast Nation is back. This time, he relies on the forces coming to aid him. First is the Eastern merchant Damrada, who prepared a mercenary army specialized in combating demons meant for Diablo and the Deceiver. Hinata's assassination attempt on Rimuru was also backed by this Eastern faction. Next, the Holy Empire of France dispatches 3 of the 10 great saints, each a hero-level figure ready for battle. Feeling everything is set, the king orders his general to lead 5,000 soldiers into battle, aiming to eliminate the traitor. A subject of the Demon Lord is their target. This marks the first shot in the Magic Beast Nation invasion. The king believes all is under control. At the central fortress, Diablo loudly strategizes, confident that those 5,000 troops will be wiped out by a 2-horned wolf. After confirming the kingdom's plan, Diablo decides to act personally. Reporters from around the world gather beside the base. He refuses to harm innocents. Meanwhile, the king shows no sign of fear. Compared to their first encounter, he is a completely different man now. This time, he leans on powerful backing within the Federation. The king's confidence isn't just bravado. He believes these alliances will secure his victory. But little does he know the tides of this war will wash away his certainty, revealing truths far darker than he imagined. They openly condemned Ruru's crimes, even going so far as to call the Demon Lord nothing more than a vile cheat, mocking every word he uttered with utter disdain for Rimuru. And you know what happened when Rimuru was insulted right in front of Diablo? Well, let's just say things took a fiery turn. But in Diablo's eyes, this so-called king was merely a pawn being played. At first, Diablo had a flicker of hope for the king's intelligence, only to realize this guy was a complete fool from head to toe. So Diablo decided there was no point in negotiating anymore. If you dared to call Murasama a villain, then brace yourself to face true terror. With that, the king tore off his false mask and ordered the demon hunters to eliminate their enemy. Suddenly, a few black-clad figures appeared, instantly surrounding Diablo, like a deadly net. These were experts specialized in dealing with demons, and to them, a high-level demon could be wiped out in a blink. The next moment, a colossal bolt of lightning crashed down at the center. Everyone assumed the demon was vanquished, But when the smoke cleared, Diablo was back in his original spot, completely unharmed. "Your attack ends here. Now it's my turn," he declared, unleashing a terrifying aura in an instant. That overwhelming presence caused anyone weak to faint on the spot. Only the leader of the demon hunters and 2 saints behind him remained conscious. Meanwhile, the reporters outside were safeguarded by a protective barrier, untouched by the chaos. No one knew what Diablo did until he explained that the enemy had just used the Demon Lord's forbidden weapon. Yet the demon hunter leader refused to believe it. After all, such power was only wielded by beings with true Demon Lord strength. Still, Diablo patiently explained that many demons possess Demon Lord power. For example, the Demon Lord named Ruru, or Bleng, familiar to those in the East. At that moment, the Black Cloak leader sensed something amiss because among demons, low-level ones never dare to utter the name of a Demon Lord directly. In other words, the man before them was indeed a Demon Lord-class entity. Quick-witted, the Black Cloak immediately dropped to his knees begging for mercy. Diablo, however, had no interest in someone who'd already lost the will to fight. He told him to leave swiftly. Left on the battlefield were only the 2 saints, who barely cared about the recent events. This was just a matter of weak mercenaries failing. If it were their hand, the demon would be easily dealt with. Sage then began asking Diablo's identity, but the response was simply, "I am the Demon Lord's butler." When questioning psychologists failed, Sage resorted to using force to extract information. Mentioning Ruru and Bleng didn't faze him, but then Diablo denied being a high-ranking Demon Lord, claiming instead to have evolved into a Great Duke, a title meaning an even higher demon. Hearing this, Sage truly panicked. A Great Duke is a demon far surpassing even the Demon Lords from legend. Why was such a creature appearing here before he could ponder? More, the red-haired woman beside him lost patience and attacked, but the spear she hurled was useless. Seeing this, Sage had no choice but to take a reckless charge, believing his anti-evil sword would finally make a difference. But to his shock, their enemy was immune to damage. When he tried to stall for time, hoping to use his divine magic, the scene was set for a battle far beyond anything Sage had ever faced, a clash of powers, where legends come alive and where hope might flicker in the face of overwhelming darkness. Calling out again and again, no one answers. The red-haired woman has vanished like a shadow in the wind. Yet he still clings to the hope that the remaining saint might buy him some time until his comrades return. Meanwhile, the man Sage mentioned is now leading 5,000 troops forward, facing an enemy like no other, the 2-horned wolf Ranga. Behind it, reinforcements from the Demon Beast Kingdom are racing toward the battlefield. Ranga leaps first. Soaring through the sky, every charge from Ranga sends hundreds of soldiers flying like leaves in a storm. This battle knows no flashy skills, just pure relentless speed. Countless human soldiers fall beneath its onslaught. Seeing Ranga advance, he unleashes the ultimate move, unyielding force. Gabuta, sensing Ranga's solo fight, rushes in with his skill, but by the time he arrives, Ranga has already finished the fight. Bring it on till the end. He stands on the other side of Diablo's battlefield like a child being teased. After all, Rimuru ordered him to spare Hinata's subordinates, explaining this strange scene. Sage also realizes the enemy never intended to kill him, so he unleashes his ultimate move, a divine spell, that grants himself a lethal attribute. One strike from his sword will end his opponent. Fuangtho, you have immunity to physical damage. Surely you can't resist divine attributes. But just 0.1 seconds before the sword strikes, Diablo, he analyzes the spell's structure and dispels it. The strike is powerless, magic's victory over strength is impossible here. Sage grows more bewildered with each exchange. The Empire's Archbishop was presumed dead by Diablo's hand, but would such a powerful figure truly need to kill him? In truth, Diablo is no culprit. Suddenly, it dawns on him it's all a conspiracy orchestrated by shadowy puppeteers. At that moment, the 7 Wondrous Masters, the real masterminds, make their grand entrance. They swiftly unleash spells aiming to erase all witnesses and reporters here. Meanwhile, at Rimuru's side, Hinata is struck by a sudden burst of light piercing her body. Even Rimuru's most potent medicine fails to heal her. Raphael explains Hinata's immense magic resistance. Only divine magic can mend her wounds. But just as one of the 10 great saints prepares to heal, a blinding light restricts everyone's movements and a teleportation gate suddenly opens. From it emerge the other 7 Wondrous Masters. Raya steps forward, declaring the seven wondrous masters are the true cause of today's chaos. He was deceived too. Unexpectedly, Gaida, standing nearby, suddenly attacks. Renard, the Grand Sage, reveals the sword just seen was controlled by Gaida, likely another disguised seven wondrous master. He orders Sua to expose him, and sure enough, the truth comes out, he's one of the seven wondrous. Once unmasked, he threatens Rimuru, daring to wield force against a seven wondrous, means declaring war between the Demon Beast Kingdom and the Empire. But Rimuru coolly responds, "This is my land. I have the right to inspect anyone who steps foot here." Diablo updates Rimuru about the seven wondrous' situation, backed by many witnesses proving they're the true villains. So, Rimuru decisively orders Diablo to eliminate them. Thanks to Diablo's protective shield over the reporters, the seven wondrous' attack fails to harm them. This revelation exposes the seven wondrous as the real culprits trying to erase evidence. The reporters can now stay safely. Diablo vows to guard their safety, asking only one thing, that they expose everything that happened today. But one person isn't worthy of protection. Edward, the new king, who dared to disrespect Rimuru. Terrified, he kneels and begs for mercy, offering anything, even the throne itself. Diablo seizes the moment, naming the hero Edward. Edward quickly grasps the game and tells the reporters he will abdicate. Finally, Diablo turns to face the seven wondrous. Though Diablo speaks with reporters, the seven wondrous prepare the Holy Trinity ice spell beneath them. Yet before they can cast, Diablo traps them in a world of despair, time crushed into nothingness, dissolving them like dust. Meanwhile, Rimuru commands Benimaru, Soe, and Shion to arrest the seven wondrous, declaring their plot framing Diablo a failure. If they resist, Rimuru permits full power. The seven wondrous, realizing their scheme is exposed, drop pretenses. They declare Saint Hinata must die to ensure no witnesses live. As they speak, a massive spell forms beneath everyone, revealing the Holy Trinity ice spell, aimed to annihilate all. Though Soe and Benimaru's attacks can't break the barrier, Sion's unique skill shatters it in a single strike. Even Rimuru is stunned. This grand sage can harm him. Panicked, the seven wondrous unleash a wide area flame attack. At this critical moment, the grand sage asks Rimuru if he wishes to use Bill of Baphomet to shield Hinata's subordinates. Rimuru swallows the spell with his Devour skill, neutralizing the attack. This infuriates the seven wondrous, while Rimuru is surprised to learn Raphael anticipated this move. Furious, the seven wondrous unleash triple spirit ice destruction, targeting only Rimuru. Everyone holds their breath. Rimuru is shocked again, but reveals he possesses the ultimate defense skill. Then why sacrifice Bill of Baphomet, Raphael wonders. After this, Rimuru wants to check on the Grand Sage's family. Maybe the Grand Sage is just making the game harder for Rimuru. And as usual, where there's smoke, there's no problem. The strongest divine magic, thrice as powerful, still can't wound him. The attack from the Fat Army enrages the Trial of Failure. What surprises Rimuru even more is that Raphael had anticipated this skill. The Trial of Failure, fueled by anger, directly executed the triple spirit breakdown aimed solely at Rimuru. Witnessing this attack, everyone became anxious as Rimuru was struck once again. In reality, he possesses the ultimate defensive skill. Then, why the need to sacrifice the BB skill? After this, Rimuru wishes to inquire about the parents of the Great Sage. I think the Great Sage finds it too easy for Rimuru, so they challenge him instead. As is often the case where there's smoke, there's bound to be trouble. The might of the strongest divine magic, 3 times more powerful, still fails to harm the opponent. The 3 individuals from the Trial of Failure, previously arrogant and prideful, instantly find themselves terrified as they attempt to flee. A colossal door suddenly materializes from thin air. Immediately, the Trial of Failure falls to its knees, realizing that the one stepping through the door is none other than the demon lord Valentine, the deity Luminas, worshipped by the Holy Church. She apologizes for the trouble her subordinates have caused Rimuru. This revelation astonishes the Holy Knights, who had no idea that the deity they revered was a demon lord. At this moment, Luminas approaches Hinata, using divine magic to heal her wounds. Rimuru watches in surprise, never expecting a demon lord could wield holy magic. She then strides towards the trial of failure. No matter how they beg for mercy, Luminous shows no hesitation and immediately uses the skill of blessing for the deceased. Once Luminous deals with the trial of failure, Rimuru invites her to discuss matters in the demon kingdom. Meanwhile, within the Holy Church, the last of the trial of failure is anxious as others have not contacted him. Hinata's subordinate, Nicholas, suddenly seeks him out, stating that he has discovered the projection sphere has been manipulated. Nicholas didn't care about Shichiyu's true intentions, but if Hinata were in danger, he wouldn't stand by idly. Activating the ice destruction spirit sealed within his collar, he aimed to eliminate Shichiyu completely. Meanwhile, in the Demon Beast Kingdom, Luminas reunited with an old acquaintance, Vora the Dragon. But just as they met, Luminas revealed she was a demon lord right in front of her followers, driving Luminas nearly mad. She then chased after Vora using a ruthless skill to drain the dragon's energy while transferring pain and sorrow into him. In short, Vora was tormented both physically and mentally, the fearsome dragon reduced to a pitiful mess. As for Rimuru, he rejoiced that the misunderstanding with Hinata was finally resolved. With Luminous and Tempest, the gates to the world could finally open. He also learned Valentine was Louis's younger brother, killed by Laplace of Moderate Harley Quinn. Hinata apologized to Luminous and the Holy Knights for hiding her true identity, but no one cared because the person they followed was Hinata herself. Next, the future of the two nations was discussed. According to the Church's stance, the Western Holy Church couldn't accept Tempest's existence. Thus, Rahem proposed allowing the Holy Knights to mobilize. Also, due to Shizu's case, she held a grudge against Rimuru. Looking back, it seemed she had been exploited by Eastern Empire merchants who had dealings with Demon Lord Clayman. Rimuru speculated that these Eastern merchants were the ones who told Hinata that Shizu was killed by Rimuru. At that moment, he was also in the Inya Kingdom, recalling this with growing anger. Rimuru now realizes that she was likely exploited by merchants from the Eastern Empire, and it seems there are merchants associated with Demon Lord Clayman as well. Rimuru deduces that those trading with Clayman informed Hinata that Shizu had been killed by him. At that moment, he finds himself in the kingdom of Inya, filled with anger. The pressure of the Demon Lord unintentionally radiates around him. Don't unleash your pressure anymore, Demon Lord. That's just fan hate. In short, everyone is convinced that the Eastern merchants are behind this entire chain of events, instigating the former King Fat to attack. It's likely they were the ones who fed him information. After hearing from Rahem, the Holy Knights are 100% certain of this. The Demon Lord Clayman has been manipulating the Fat Kingdom from behind the scenes, and the intermediary between both sides is none other than the Eastern merchants, as Clayman only wishes to awaken as a true Demon Lord, while Fat wants to seize Tempest. Moreover, these merchants are the connection, and behind it all is the one pulling the strings, the one referred to as that one in Clayman's mouth. Rimuru suspects it may be the trial of failure Luminous dissatisfied with their reckless actions without her consent. Louise believes this isn't impossible. They have always sought Luminous' favour, specifically her kiss. After all, the last ritual was held a century ago. Suddenly, Luminous realizes that the trial of failure is just human. If they are denied spiritual energy, it's only natural for them to decay. Thus, the trial of failure has always sought to eliminate those Luminous has her eye on. The motive for assassinating Hinata likely stems from this. Louise speculates they want Clayman to awaken, and then battle Hinata to eliminate her, but since Clayman died midway, they could only resort to manipulating Rimuru instead. After all, you were the one who introduced the merchants to them, the trial of failure. So, Shichiyu constantly sought to eliminate others who caught Luminous's eye, the assassination attempt on Hinata. Probably part of that scheme. Louise speculated they wanted Clayman to awaken and battle Hinata to remove her, but Clayman died mid-stride, forcing them to exploit Rimuru instead. After all, it was Shichiyu who introduced the merchants to them. Yet, as Rimuru knew, Shichiyu still had one more pawn, Hinata. "Rest easy," she said, having just received a report from the Cardinal. He had dealt with the last adversary. Luminous had also heard about Nicholas, the man hopelessly obsessed with Hinata. She never expected he could defeat Gerbel. Learning Gerbel was ambushed by Grayson using some item Luminas sighed deeply. Giarbel was finally a fake despite once being a shining hero who fought alongside her. Anyone claiming to be a hero was cursed by fate, bearing deep grudges. Rimuru finally breathed easier. Had he not discovered the Eastern merchant's existence, he might have suspected Yuki, the Freedom Guild's leader, was behind it all. Though Yuki was the prime suspect now, there was no clear reason for Hinata and Rimuru to clash. Still, Hinata couldn't be certain Yuki was innocent, and it was too soon to declare the mastermind defeated. During the meeting, Suna prepared snacks for everyone to enjoy while chatting. Rimuru wanted to discuss the future relationship between the two nations, but Hinata hoped first to confirm whether Rimuru would accept their apology this time. Though Rimuru had no intention to pursue it, this was Hinata's responsibility. Some form of restitution was necessary. Reconciliation would have to wait. If so, Rimuru hoped the Western Holy Church would officially recognize Tempest and establish diplomatic ties. But Luminous was indifferent. She had no intention to ally with Rimuru, and would sooner feast on Vora the lizard. Rimuru thought in the worst case, handing over Vora was acceptable, but Vora quickly sensed Rimuru's dark thoughts. Whenever he called Vora so intimately, it meant he was scheming. Poor Vora. Luminous agreed to establish diplomatic relations with Tempest to atone. Hinata and Rennet felt uneasy, but dared not oppose Luminous's decision. Others thought it was good. If Rimuru were truly evil, they'd be doomed by now. It was time to let go of the prejudice that labelled them monsters. Ritus blushed, but agreed, after all, even among monsters some behaved like gentlemen. But this defied doctrine and risked shaking faith in the church. Little did they know Luminous never cared for doctrine. She saw violating it as no betrayal. To her, the devout heart mattered more than rules made by those in power long ago. The Holy Knights were helpless, but did what they could. News of mobilizing 100 Holy Knights had surely spread across nations. The defeat of the 3 holy heroes was witnessed by reporters. If the truth about Hinata and the Knights' loss leaked, it could spark global chaos. Rimuru paid no mind and treated it as peace with Hinata. Historically, few demon lords were ever defeated by humans. Such an event, right after becoming a demon lord, could invite contempt and invasion from other powers. Benimaru was confident any fool who crossed them would taste suffering. This could also be the chance to prove the residents of Tempest were not villains. The debate over whether demi-humans were monsters was still fierce, but it all stemmed from prejudice and discrimination. Though hostile demi-humans posed threats to humans, dwarves were undeniably part of humanity. Seeing this, Rimuru brought in the Dwarf King to join in establishing a century-long friendship. With the Dwarf King's endorsement, trust and future exchanges could flourish. The Holy Knights decided to station 2 saints permanently in Tempest. Rimuru planned to build a Luminous church as well. When parting, Rimuru returned Hinata's weapon he had absorbed and even improved it slightly. He initially intended to have everyone stay overnight, but plans changed. "What's for dinner tonight?" "Let's see. Beef. Hot pot, of course. There has to be a feast." Rimuru finally got to experience the bliss of drunkenness. Yesterday, he had warned Luminous about drinking too much, but she feared neither poison nor wine. She even worked hard to build immunity to toxins. Rimuru envied her deeply and quickly wanted Luminous to teach him how. Hinata was surprised Soraman even had rice ready. "Rimuru's life is too easy," she joked. "If you have complaints, just give back the rice." And the hammer. Rimuru tipsy happily accepted Hinata's praise, but felt it wasn't enough. Nowadays, logistics were slow and information delayed. He wanted to create a complete entertainment environment. The drunken Rimuru began babbling secrets plans to let Yuki found a country that would influence Western nations. First, to make humanity aware of Tempest's existence. Many influential figures already knew the merchants and adventurers would help spread the word. Want to get rich? First, build the roads. He planned to establish safe, reliable trade routes and finally develop communication crystals, usable only by those versed in magic. He had his eye on steel thread and magic ore. After experiments, he found his steel thread transmitted thoughts at dazzling speeds, enabling clear telepathic communication. Magic ore experiments yielded similar results. Properly used, they could build a communication network connecting nations. Cool, right? This info had to be a state secret. Maybe I got too excited and talked too much. Must be the booze. Instantly, Raphael reactivated his poison resistance and dispelled Rimuru's drunken stupor. the rare dizziness vanished. Hinata warned him if he flaunted too much, angels would attack. They were entities that struck when cities reach certain growth. Rimuru, slightly intoxicated, doesn't mind Hinata praising him a bit more, yet he still feels it isn't enough. Today, logistical services are sluggish and information is delayed. He aims to create a complete entertainment environment. Rimuru tipsy begins to speak whimsically, revealing state secrets. He intends to establish an independent nation that would influence Western countries, primarily to gain recognition from human society. The existence of Tempest has come to light, and now numerous prominent figures are aware of it. Merchants and adventurers will help spread the word. To amass wealth, one must first pave the way. He plans to build safe and secure trade routes. Lastly, the crystal communication technology, only those who understand magic can use it. Thus, he has set his sights on spider silk and magic steel. After experimenting, he discovered that his spider silk transmitted thoughts at an astonishing speed, allowing for clear mental communication. The results from the magic steel were similar. If used wisely, it could create a communication network connecting nations. Isn't that cool? Such information should be a national secret. Indeed, I might have been a bit too excited and said too much. Perhaps the wine got to me. This also prompted Raphael to quickly activate the poison resistance ability, allowing Rimuru to use it again briefly. That rare feeling of intoxication faded completely. Hinata reminded him that being too ostentatious would attract the attention of Angel's entities that attack when a city reaches a certain level of development. Luminous also wanted to handle them personally, but that would reveal her true identity. Despite her relationship with the Storm Dragon, the Holy Knights had already discovered her identity. Rimuru stood undeterred. If angels dared to come, they would face him head-on. However, what Rimuru didn't expect was that his fellow countryman Yuki was behind Demrada, believing that Diablo was a terrifying entity that could rival Blankix, wreaking havoc in the Empire. At this moment, Yuki didn't want to confront Rimuru's powers directly. If Yuki hadn't contacted him earlier, Demrada would have encountered Hinata in front of Rimuru, and that could have ended very dangerously. Now, he intended to return to his homeland to address the slave trade he was promoting. Yuki planned to overthrow the slave trading guild. Yuki no longer sought direct confrontation with Rimuru's power. Had Yuki not contacted in advance, Demrada would have clashed with Hinata right before Rimuru's eyes, an encounter that promised danger. Now, Demrada planned to return home involved in a slave trade he was pushing forward. Yuki aimed to overthrow the slave guild, though rare monsters designated as secret goods remained untouched. Kazalim couldn't grasp why Yuki wanted to topple the guild, because Yuki intended to let her take the credit, then hand the task to Demrada. But Kazalim hoped that after Kayon's death, Yuki might call her Kigali. The Demon Lord Kazalim had sworn that before her revenge was complete, she would seal him away. The day of Tempest's founding ceremony was set. All officials were busy beyond measure. The recovery medicine improved by Gabiru and Vesta was to be showcased at the festival, alongside a talent recruitment and research event, a chance to duel Kobe. Kuroi also planned to display her masterpiece, challenging whose booth would draw the most visitors. Then, Rimuru noticed someone spying on him, Sion grinning slyly. She wanted Rimuru to wait for her plan, yet her smile stirred a cold unease in him. Meanwhile, Vora refused to stay idle, eager to use his dragon breath to open a grill restaurant. Or maybe that idea would have to wait, because suddenly someone needed Rimuru's help. She asked Rimuru to accompany her to the kingdom of Inia, where a pastry chef and fellow reincarnator named Yosa lived. Rimuru hoped to recruit him to Tempest, but Yosa had already been helped by many here. Helping was one thing, relocating his shop was another. Suna earnestly invited him, blushing as if caught in a beauty trap. Unless they could craft a dish to truly please him, Yosa wouldn't budge. Confident, Rimuru let Suna showcase her cooking skills. When Suna presented a perfectly rolled omelette, Yosa was utterly won over and agreed to move immediately. Seeing everyone's dedication, Rimuru wanted to contribute too. Meanwhile, in the Blue Moon Kingdom, a despicable noble sought a loan from Myanmar to open a slave shop for elf slaves, no less. Kidnapping elves who held citizen rights was unthinkable. This meant the noble had abducted hidden forest dwellers, a crime backed by a dangerous criminal syndicate. Myanmar wished to avoid entanglement, but Rimuru suddenly burst in, cutting off their conversation. He spotted his own mural hanging on the wall. The despicable noble was irked by the interruption. Mistaking Rimuru's handsome face for a girl's, he was ready to teach him the proper etiquette. At that moment, Mayom could no longer hold back. How dare a wretched noble mock the saviour who had saved his life? Seizing the moment, Mayom severed ties with the noble, vowing never to deal with him again. No subtitle number skipped combined with previous segment. When it comes to people entangled with criminal organisations like him, Rimuru came here with a favour to ask. Though his tasks are always thrilling, the preparations are exhausting. Rimuru wants to launch the fast food shop plan he mentioned before. First, a test shop will open in Tempest. After that incident, he has trained many skilled personnel. Rimuru is satisfied. This time, the menu will feature hamburgers, fries, and fruit juice. Even just the skewered meat marinated in a secret sauce is enough to draw many customers. If they also launch the rice ball dough, sales will surely soar. Rimuru aims to open at least 20 shops and sees training staff as a necessary investment, so manpower is abundant. Rimuru immediately requests 5 of the most skilled workers because he has an otaku friend named Vora, who once boldly declared he wanted to open a Tanaki shop. Rimuru is uneasy letting him manage the store alone, so he needs 5 top-notch helpers. Mima feels the pressure mounting and worries about their safety. Rimuru tells him not to worry. If anyone dares to interfere, they'll learn a harsh lesson. But Mima still fears everyone might freeze in fear, since the opponent is a disaster-class creature. To keep identities secret, it's best to use aliases. Rimuru likes this idea. If Vora objects, just ignore him. Rimuru also promises a special bonus to these 5. Miyom's heart pounds fast, even though he's heard the seal on the Storm Dragon was lifted. He never expected to deal with that guy, but without Rimuru, he'd be dead long ago. Being valued by Rimuru, he can only give his all to complete the mission. Rimuru wants a project that can serve as a main attraction domestically. He hopes to transform the town into a resort. Though the Hot Spring Inn is ready to welcome nobles' entertainment facilities, are still lacking. For this world, a place with good food and relaxation is paradise, but Rimuru feels it's not enough. He hopes to find projects that excite people more, like safe guided tours through Jura Forest, fishing competitions by the river, or hunting trips. All equipment would be rentable, so visitors can enjoy freely. This would surely attract idle nobles and provide commoners with a refreshing pastime. Rimuru also wonders if there's any idea that can bring collective joy. He hopes these invited guests will become regulars, so many plans must be prepared. Performances at the Ingressia Theatre are popular with daily operas and plays, plus martial arts tournaments at the arena. Rimuru hears about a famous fighter named Masuki. The reigning champion, even Mima, is a devoted fan. Rimuru thinks it's perfect. He plans to build an opera house, hoping to inspire playwrights and organise martial arts tournaments himself. Miyom's help is needed to arrange this. Rimuru will handle the arena, but Miyom must investigate what's needed to host the tournaments. After all, appearances can be deceiving. Rimuru, as a demon lord, knows gathering essentials isn't hard. If this plan is entrusted to him, such a chance won't come twice. Though the goal is to invite important national figures, if commoners can't join, no money will flow in. So, Rimuru intends to build a 50,000-seat circular arena. Miyom gasps. The Inia arena only holds 10,000. Rimuru wants a free, standing area for everyone to watch while paying guests sit in seats, and extravagant nobles enjoy VIP zones. Events like this thrive on large crowds. When tens of thousands gather, it boosts surrounding industries and promotes Tempest's cuisine and hot springs. No need to rely solely on the arena for profit. As expected of Lord Rimuru, everything's been calculated from the start. Of course. Actually, I just thought of your job. Create performances that make people want to return. Even if this tournament isn't profitable, if people come back, it's a success. Such matters are better left to experts. Not confident Miyom. You know I can handle this easily, right? Surely you know too. Don't worry, Lord Rimuru. I'm the best at making money. I'll deliver results you'll love. I thought so. Entrusting you was the right move. Miyom's merchant spirit ignites. With this, healing potions get new promotion channels. No matter the wound severity, as long as they're alive, they can be cured. Warriors can then give dazzling matches, returning to peak even after injuries. That's the best add effect. Rimuru is surprised this hadn't crossed his mind. They also sell Tempest's special weapons and armor to adventurers. When no events run, the site rents out for training newcomers, even providing professional coaches for a fee. Miom senses this is a golden money-making chance. Rimuru invites him to join his ranks. Any position is fine. He hopes Miom will lead Tempest's commerce department. Miom, without hesitation, agrees. Next, Rimuru visits the cart driver. Naturally, a demon lord visiting causes a stir. The driver feels guilty for failing to stop the Holy Church from sending knights on crusades. No matter how severe the wounds, as long as they're alive, healing is possible. This means warriors can deliver breathtaking battles, returning to peak form even after injuries. The next fight promises even more spectacular displays, and that's the best kind of promotion. Rimuru was genuinely surprised. This was beyond his expectations. Additionally, special weapons and armor from Tempest are sold to adventurers, and the location can be rented out as a training ground for newcomers. They even offer professional trainers for a fee. Mii, sensing a golden opportunity to make serious money, accepts Rimuru's invitation without hesitation. He hopes Mii will lead Tempest's commerce division. Mii immediately agrees to join Rimuru's ranks. Next, Rimuru visits Fus the carriage driver. Naturally, the arrival of a demon lord visiting causes quite a stir. Everyone's on edge. Fus feels guilty for failing to stop the Holy Church from sending the Saint Knights on a crusade. After clearing up misunderstandings, Rimuru shares his plans to promote the country and extends invitations to both Fus and the king to join the effort. Blue Moon came to visit Fu, letting him know that Yuki also cares deeply for him. Rimuru, unaware of this, feels grateful for the help he's received, poor guy. Then, upon hearing the news, even Milim is joining this time. Poor old me, Rimuru thinks, struggling to find a standout event for the festival. Suddenly, he spots Demon Lord Ramirez arguing with a goblin. Rimuru and Ranga rush over to ask what's going on. Turns out, Ramirez finds her own maze too boring and has decided to move with her subordinates to the Demon Beast Kingdom. But they built a wooden house on Rimuru's land without permission. Demon Beast Kingdom's guards caught wind of this, and Ramirez, along with Chenny, were caught sneaking around with 2 guards. Yet another passing goblin witnessed the whole thing, sparking a heated argument. But Rimuru doesn't punish them. Instead, he's struck by a brilliant idea when he sees the door Ramirez created. He plans to build an underground space beneath the arena. However, GTA objects building underground, their risks collapse from the arena's tremors. But if built a bit further away, it might work. Rimuru starts planning. He envisioned an underground labyrinth that could serve both as their home and an adventurous paid attraction. Ramirez would manage and maintain the maze, sharing in its profits. If enough adventurers were drawn in, she could earn over 2 gold coins daily. This arrangement sparked a fiery excitement in Ramirez. Finally, she had a purpose, and no longer feared being mocked as a worthless demon lord. However, Rimuru soon faced a dilemma, choosing a site for the arena. The prime spot was currently home to migrating beast folk, and forcing them out seemed harsh. He pondered whether to expand the western gate instead. But Ramirez suggested letting the beast folk move into the labyrinth itself, even transferring their homes inside it. This took Rimuru by surprise. He had always underestimated Ramirez's powers, but now he saw how vital she could be to the festival's success. With this plan, if danger struck, all residents of the Demon Beast Nation could flee into the labyrinth, like boarding a great ship hoping it wasn't made of mud. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord dynasty, Sarangong, also known as Ero, brought Emperor Elmir an invitation to the Demon Beast Nation's festival. But the Emperor's mood was sour, showing reluctance to acknowledge the envoy. 3 months earlier, Ero had unilaterally arrived as her own envoy and established diplomatic ties with the Demon Beast Nation, a move that deeply displeased Elmir. Elmir had planned to attend such an intriguing event herself. As she glanced at the invitation, her thoughts drifted to a pastry shop, frequently supplying the royal court, a shop in the Inia Kingdom, whose sweets had recently improved thanks to a new supplier. Seeing Ero's puzzled face, Elmir realized her cousin had returned home without buying a gift for their father, the very pastries from that shop. This revelation broke Ero's heart as a father unaware that his daughter had come back. Those who promised to keep him informed about her whereabouts seemed to have forgotten their vow. Wanting to end the painful topic, Ero asked how the Emperor planned to handle the invitation. Elmir warned him that the new demon lord Rimuru was a formidable rival, one to be approached with utmost caution. During prior negotiations at the Demon Beast Nation, Rimuru had easily agreed to take responsibility for building the road linking their land to the Demon Lord dynasty. This act, simple on the surface, hinted at the intricate political dance and power struggles lurking beneath the festival's vibrant facade. San, with the condition of having the right to charge tolls on this road, Elmir said that Ao is still too inexperienced. This authority will create a massive fortune for the Demon Beast Nation. Eternal races, like them, always plan based on long-term gains. Currently, the vast southern lands belong to the Demon Lord Milim, under her control. The future is bound to be prosperous. After that, many countries to the west and north will also build relay stations centered around the Demon Beast Nation. The toll fees collected won't be a small sum. By ordinary logic, his strategy has no flaws. But unfortunately, the other party is also an immortal demon lord. Once the pact is signed, it's forever effective. That's why. She says Elmir is still too inexperienced. Not even considering that he is a demon lord, he is still an extraordinary existence. A disciple of Hiroyuki Kagurazaka, the supreme commander of the Freedom Association, and Hinata Sakaguchi, captain of the Holy Knights. Though they hold power in Western nations, they still can't compare to Demon Lord Rimuru. This means there's no reason not to join this festival. Elsewhere in the military empire, gone news of diplomatic relations established between the Demon Beast Nation and the Famute Kingdom has spread here, causing the ministers great confusion. The king quickly called an emergency meeting. According to eyewitnesses, first a squad of over 100 holy knights was brutally defeated. Then Hinata also lost in a duel against Rimuru. In the end, the king had to agree to establish diplomatic relations. In swordsmanship, Hinata is on par with the king, yet she lost to that slime. That means Rimuru is even stronger than the king. For their country, this is a huge threat. But the king doesn't care and firmly believes his brother won't betray him. Unexpectedly, Rimuru built this underground labyrinth for adventurers, and even used the violent dragon Veldora as the guardian of the final floor. Rimuru truly intends for adventurers to conquer the labyrinth. It turns out that the grand project was for the founding festival, simultaneously building an arena and a labyrinth beside it. This work should have taken years to finish, but thanks to the help of the refugee beastfolk, this seemingly impossible task is nearly complete on schedule, ready for the founding ceremony. Then, Ramirez moved the entire old dwelling of the beastfolk to the first floor of the labyrinth. According to her design, the first floor's environment is perfect for living no rain-stable temperature. While discussing the labyrinth's construction, Ramirez raised a question. Since this labyrinth is for adventurers, there must be demon beasts inside. But hers would have no living creatures. Rimuru assured her not to worry, as he already has someone to place inside. Then Rimuru went to Karui's equipment warehouse, which is filled with weapons and gear crafted by Karui. When Rimuru was promoted to Demon Lord, he received blessings and a unique skill. The quality of equipment he crafts is at least rare grade, or higher, truly the best choice to place in the labyrinth's treasure vault. Karui took out a sword and handed it to Rimuru. This is the highest level he can craft, but it's not yet the final product. After adapting to Rimuru's magic power, it can evolve and develop further. This delighted Rimuru, as he felt his previous sword was no longer sufficient. The remaining task was to lure Veldora into the labyrinth. Luckily, despite Veldora's great strength, his brain isn't the sharpest. Rimuru tricked him with just a few words. Imagining himself looking cool facing adventurers in the labyrinth, Veldora blurted out some epic welcoming lines and eagerly agreed. Rimuru had chosen well. Surely only he could shoulder this responsibility. Both Rimuru and Ramirez saw that Veldora is easily fooled. Ramirez created a room that Veldora loved, even giving him a place to read comics. She specially built a room suitable for his human form, with furnishings made from the finest materials and shelves filled with all kinds of comics. This thrilled Veldora, who might not leave this place for a long time. 1 week later, the labyrinth's 100 floors were completed as scheduled. Ramirez divided each floor into multiple zones so the internal structure can be changed anytime, increasing challenge and preventing adventurers from growing bored after multiple attempts. As for support measures, every 10 floors, there's a save point so adventurers who have passed can continue from there on future attempts. To prevent cheating, each save point is guarded by a strong demon beast. Those strong enough to surpass it with their team surely won't act recklessly. As for adventurers unable to pass save points, no need to fear death. In Ramirez Labyrinth, if someone dies wearing the resurrection bracelet she provides, allows immediate revival at the labyrinth's entrance. Rimuru hesitated, unsure how to verify its effectiveness. Ramirez told him not to worry, as she had Beretta test it yesterday. Rimuru was shocked Beretta had indeed been killed and then revived. The bracelet's effect is stable. The reason for this test was because she's a demon. Even if the bracelet failed, she wouldn't be completely destroyed. Then they went up to the final floor together and had Veldora release all the magic power he had accumulated here. Releasing it into the tunnels, the magic gradually spread throughout the labyrinth. Seeing the violent storm dragon excited just from freely releasing magic, Rimuru and Ramirez warned him not to get carried away and definitely not to release it outside. Then Rimuru asked for Beretta's opinion, transferring her ownership from himself to Ramirez. Adventurers need not worry about dying in Ramirez's labyrinth, for if anyone meets their end, they simply need to wear her resurrection bracelet to revive right at the entrance. Still, Rimuru felt a twinge of doubt about its effectiveness. Ramirez reassured him, stating she had tested it on Beretta just the day before. Rimuru was taken aback. Beretta had indeed been killed and resurrected successfully, proving the bracelet's reliability. She volunteered for the experiment, knowing as a half-demon she wouldn't be entirely wiped out if it failed. As they made their way to the final level, Vora prepared to unleash the vast magical energy he had accumulated. This magic surged through the tunnels, spreading throughout the labyrinth. Seeing the tempestuous magical storm dragon, who was eager to unleash his magic, Rimuru warned him to heed caution and not to let it escape into the outside world. He consulted Beretta about transferring her ownership from himself back to Ramirez. Once they returned to the upper floors, the group began brainstorming trap designs for the labyrinth, poison arrows shooting from every direction, poisonous swamps that would injure anyone who fell in spinning blades that could decapitate an adventurer, and simple yet incredibly effective pit traps. However, Ramirez was puzzled by a sealed room. Rimuru explained that all creatures require oxygen. In a sealed room, the oxygen would deplete, leading to suffocation and even death if one couldn't find an exit in time. Rimuru wanted to create different terrain effects for each floor, such as a volcanic level, an icy level, and a stormy level. But Ramirez mentioned that she couldn't maintain such a high energy expenditure for long. Rimuru realized this demand was a bit excessive, and just as he contemplated abandoning the plan, Milim chimed in, suggesting that all they needed to do was capture a fire dragon and an ice dragon to bring back. Did she need to help catch them? What kind of trap is this sealed room? Rimuru explains that every living creature needs a certain substance called oxygen. In this airtight chamber, oxygen will gradually run out, and if no exit is found quickly, suffocation sets in, sometimes leading to death right there. Rimuru even dreams of creating unique terrain effects for each floor, volcanic, icy, stormy, and so on. But Ramirez says she can't pull off those ideas because she can't sustain such high energy consumption for long. Rimuru realizes the request is a bit too much. Just as he's about to give up on the plan, Milim speaks up from behind. She says it's enough to just bring the fire dragon and ice dragon here. Do you want me to go capture them for you? Why are you even here? Milim is furious at being sidelined by Rimuru. Then Veldora jumps in, saying this is grown-up business, and for the kids to scram somewhere else. Rimuru explains he's organizing the festival because Milim asked him to. Milim is touched, and Rimuru jokes about inviting a demon lord. How could that be casual? But Ramirez remembers, wait, she's also a demon lord, and Rimuru is part of the octagram too. However, since Ramirez moved here on her own, Rimuru never ever got a chance to send her an invitation. Milim is startled by Ramirez's move. Ramirez doesn't deny it, but now whether she's invited or not doesn't matter. She's living here with Rimuru and has a real job. Milim is so shocked she nearly faints. Rimuru almost dies laughing. Ramirez teases Milim, saying all she does is break things, never help Rimuru. The two burst into a playful brawl. Suddenly, Suna appears and says, if they keep fighting, no one will get cake. Instantly, Milim and Ramirez behave like well-trained pups after filling their bellies. Milim excitedly asks Rimuru to assign her a task. Though worried she hasn't asked Karan and Frey's permission, Rimuru lets her act freely. After all, he's not the one who'll get scolded. The urgent mission, dragon hunting. Milim swiftly completes the mission, bringing back 4 elemental dragons: earth, water, ice, and fire. Thanks to Veldora's abundant mana, the dungeon monsters are thriving and the trap setup goes smoothly. The final mission, handed to Ramirez and Milim, is to test the effectiveness of the festival's trap system. The festival at Tempest is approaching and the atmosphere buzzes with excitement. John Mai and his delegation from the Demon King's domain have arrived to visit. Just stepping into Tempest, he's overwhelmed by the arena's grandeur. Rimuru plans to entrust the entire financial system of Tempest to John Mai. Leading him to his quarters, John Mai is astonished by the luxurious surroundings. On the way, Rimuru asks Gobu Emon if anything unusual happened during their escort. Gobu Emon reports a fierce demon beast attacked them. John Mai knows this is a grudge attack from Count Kak out of hatred. Therefore, Rimuru wants Gobu Emon to continue guarding John Mai despite the city being protected by Suna's barrier. This incident deeply troubles Rimuru, stirring concerns for the safety of travellers. The next morning, Rimuru holds a meeting to hear updates on each event's progress. At this moment, Rez has something to say. The representatives of the various races in the Jura Forest have already arrived in the city. They come not only to congratulate Rimuru on his promotion to Demon Lord, but also to gauge his strength. They aim to pledge loyalty to the Demon Lord in exchange for protection. However, if they find Rimuru's power lacking, they will immediately turn against him. Once a rebellious force, the Jura Forest has long been under the protection of Vora, an untouchable land. The arrival of a new Demon Lord shrouded in mystery stirred unease among the people. So Su and the others sought Rimuru's permission to hold a formal audience. Rimuru, with a playful grin, informed Suna that the ceremony would begin this very afternoon and asked for 3 days. Meanwhile, Diablo and Hakoro were still at Famous and couldn't attend, which must have stung. Rimuru recalled that was also hosting a coronation ceremony nearby. The nation of Farmus was about to vanish, replaced by a new kingdom. The next day, numerous guards and protectors gathered for the ceremony, along with diverse tribes converging in one place. Seeing this, Rimuru blushed as the first to step forward was Abiru, the lizard tribe chief, accompanied by his subordinates. Rimuru shared that Gabiru was excelling in his role leading the research department, a compliment that made the young chief blush deeply, having not seen Gabiru's men for a while. By evening, the final group arrived, the Tsuen tribe, including Shia and Doris, who came to pay respects. After greetings, Rimuru escorted them to meet Ramirez. Their goal, to become her vassals. Rimuru granted permission for the entire Tsuen tribe to move into Ramirez's labyrinth, sparking great joy. She planned to transform an empty floor in the labyrinth into a tropical forest for the Tsuen tribe. Jenny worried since the Tsuen were Jura Forest natives, they should have been Rimuru's direct vassals. But Rimuru, generous as ever, allowed them to govern themselves within Ramirez's maze, where magical elemental energy was abundant, promising them a thriving life. Their future task was simply to help Rimuru manage the labyrinth. The next day, the second audience began, but suddenly a brawl erupted. It turned out to be the bull-headed and horse-faced tribes locked in a deadly rivalry, still bickering, even before Rimuru. They spoke with arrogance, claiming that just their Gozu tribe alone could control the entire forest by wiping out the Mezu horse tribe. Rimuru acknowledged that if raw strength counted, these two tribes were the fiercest in Jura Forest. Their raw power reminded him of the Minotaur legends, which were often trapped in labyrinths. Rimuru decided to cast them as dungeon bosses to maintain balance. To assert control and calm their tempers, he unleashed a subtle but overwhelming aura. Only their subordinates noticed, while the two hotheads were too caught up in fighting to sense Rimuru's magic. Russ stepped up ready to give them a piece of his mind, but then an unexpected event shattered the scene. Suna's barrier was pierced by a massive energy wave engulfing Rimuru's city. The bull-headed and horse-faced tribes turned pale, fearing a new demon lord's assault. Rimuru rushed with his guards to the scene, finding soldiers strewn on the ground and 3 young men claiming they had tried to kill Clayman to seize the demon lord's throne. Their plan was thwarted by Rimuru fueling their anger. Scanning the area, Rimuru sensed a huge power gap, yet no lives were lost. Still, he couldn't ignore their reckless ambitions. Just then, Shion spoke up, ready to settle the matter. The 3 young men listened as their father's tale unfolded. A female demon had brutally beaten Clayman. When the eldest brother wanted to fight, his younger siblings urged him to leave the demon lord's matters to them. Rimuru noted all 3 matched to Clayman's pre-awakening power, and their father was likely a demon lord himself. Suddenly, Shion volunteered to face all 3 alone, aiming to save Rimuru time during the ongoing audience. Ro panicked, worried for Shion, while Rimuru looked to Benimaru, who surprisingly gave his blessing, saying Shion was better suited to hold back if needed. Rimuru relented, but insisted the fight not happen here. Soon, they all arrived at the arena, unexpectedly opened early. Shion's punches and kicks sent the trio flying. Physically, they stood no chance. Her speed was only about 5 times theirs, but that was enough to leave Rimuru stunned. When he turned to question Benimaru, the latter explained that Shion had learned to hold back more than before. Rimuru wanted to ask more, but the thought of her restraint was baffling. If that was holding back, then what was full power? Just as Shion prepared to strike again, Rimuru stopped her, joking that kids like these only learn through pain. When the 3 realized Shion's strength surpassed their father's stories, they bowed in respect, officially greeting Rimuru. They introduced themselves as the sons of Demon Lord D. Gruen, sent to train under Demon Lord Rimuru after causing chaos at home. Their father had apparently lost patience and cast them out. Rimuru thought the old man was passing the buck, but if it earned his gratitude, maybe it wasn't so bad. He assigned the trio to train under Shion, which thrilled her immensely. The 3 had been well behaved since witnessing Shion's power. Back at the audience, the bull-headed and horse-faced tribes had calmed down, likely shaken by the recent chaos. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. When Rimuru visited the elf tribe, he noticed the elder seemed unusually young for a race, living 500 to 800 years. They expressed gratitude to Rimuru for suppressing the Gozu and Mezu tribes, whose century-long conflict had devastated the forest, forcing animals and magical beasts to flee, and even driving some elves into exile at the Dwarf Kingdom. They wished to migrate again, but lamented the difficulty of finding a new home, despite Jura Forest's vastness. Rimuru immediately thought of the forest near his city, bringing them joy and hope. Those exiled might finally return, as no one abandons their homeland willingly unless forced. Suddenly recalling a conversation about Kazak's plan to enslave Rimuru, ordered Su to investigate Kazak in the Blue Moon Kingdom. All 3 were sons of Demon Lord D. Gruen, who had instructed them to go to Demon Lord Rimuru's place, to learn humility, as their chaotic behavior had infuriated him, resulting in their expulsion from home. Rimuru recognized that this father couldn't teach his children properly, so he intended to shift that responsibility onto himself. It seemed a bit presumptuous, but Rimuru thought if he could make the Demon Lord indebted to him, that wouldn't be so bad. He then had them train under Son. Son received the order and became even more enthusiastic. This time, the trio of young men behaved well, witnessing Seon's power, which made them more respectful. It was certainly due to the chaotic incident they had just witnessed. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and when they reached the elf tribe, Rimuru considered the elder to be a bit too young for his 500 to 800 years of lifespan. They wanted to express their gratitude to Demon Lord Rimuru for suppressing the Gozu and Meu tribes, as their conflict had lasted for hundreds of years, severely impacting the forest where the elf tribe resided. Animals and magical beasts had to flee, and fruit couldn't grow. Some had to wander far to work in the Dwarf Kingdom. They also wished to migrate once more, but despite the vast Jura forest, finding a new home wouldn't be easy. Upon hearing this, Rimuru instantly thought of the forest near his city. This brought them immense joy, hoping that those who had wandered away could return home. He understood they would never want to abandon their homeland, if not for the unfortunate events. Rimuru suddenly recalled the conversation about capturing and making her a slave at Kazak's hands, and ordered So to investigate him in the Blue Moon Kingdom. The next day, Gu and Diablo returned, taking advantage of their day off. Diablo immediately expressed his gratitude for serving Rimuru, while Rimuru anxiously awaited news from PH Mu. However, due to the third audience meeting, he had to postpone it. This time, the new race that appeared was unexpectedly the future wife of Benimaru, who turned out to be the daughter of the elder Hakuro. In the third audience, the final race was the Tengu tribe, and this girl was the daughter of the Tengu tribe leader, Momiji. Rimuru had previously interacted with them, as he wanted to build a road passing through the Tengu territory. So he sent a delegation led by Benimaru to negotiate. The Tengu territory was located on a mountain range shrouded in mist. At that moment, a goblin appeared, bringing Benimaru and Ambis into a barrier. Inside the barrier was a fairy realm, a mystical space. No wonder no one had found the actual Tengu territory. Benimaru stated they had no intention of seizing this territory. They merely wished to pass through the mountain range. If given the chance, they would also like to tunnel through the mountains. Momiji did not seem pleased with their intentions. Momiji suspects trouble especially since Benimaru is accompanied by a stinky serpent creature. Hearing this, Ambis can't hold back and activates her heavenly serpent eye, a power that inflicts abnormal states. But this time, she faces an equal. Momiji, daughter of the mountain god, is immune to such effects. Without hesitation, Momiji strikes Ambis, forcing her out of the room. Both exchange cutting words while Benimaru calmly sips his tea watching their fight. He steps in just in time. Had Momiji's blow landed, Ambis would have been crippled. Although Momiji restrained her power, she's still unpracticed. Then, Momiji's mother appears, Ked, the Tengu elder. Her health is fragile, but with a mere glance at Benimaru's swordsmanship, she instantly recognizes his style. Earlier, when watching Momiji dance, Benimaru sensed echoes of the Longliu Dragonflow technique. It turns out Ked once trained in Longliu too. She and Hakuro were once master and disciple, their sword arts legendary. Despite their human master not naming Hakuro, he earned the title Sword Demon. Ked and Hakuro eventually fell in love. Benimaru's mind reels. Ked's lover is Hakuro. Just as he tries to steady himself with a sip of tea, shock strikes again. He's about to become Ked's son-in-law. Benimaru asks how he never knew this. Ked agrees to their request, but only on one condition: Benimaru must become her son-in-law. Actually, Momiji doesn't dislike Benimaru. She wants his feelings to be genuine, not forced. She vows to make him fall for her. After the talks, everyone prepares to return. Ked, once revered as the mountain god, has spent so much time bearing Momiji's child that most of her magical energy transferred to her daughter. Naming Momiji also drained Ked's remaining strength. Her wish for Benimaru to become her son-in-law is also a hope to find a strong pillar for the Tengu tribe. But knowing Hakuro now serves the demon lord, her worries begin to fade. Back with Rimuru, he expresses a desire for peaceful coexistence with the Tengu. Yet Momiji seems to misunderstand Rimuru's goodwill, warning that they hope the Tengu affairs remain untouched. This attitude sparks Sion's immediate fury, but she's matured enough now to control her temper. Rimuru senses Momiji's struggle too. He urges her to trust that his wish for peace is sincere. Momiji's caution stems from deep-rooted protectiveness over her people. The tension hangs thick, but beneath it all lies a fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, two worlds can bridge their differences. If you've ever felt torn between trust and suspicion, between protecting your roots and embracing new paths, take a moment to breathe and ask yourself, how do I open my heart when the stakes are highest? In this delicate dance of alliances and hearts, Rimuru's journey reminds us that peace is not merely a goal, but a fragile art, one that requires patience, understanding, and sometimes the courage to trust, even when shadows loom. And if you find yourself lost between choices in life, may this story remind you even a small light can guide the way. It all began because Rimuru and Mjorn Frey once shared a close bond. Frey, always ambitious, sought to conquer and planned to use the Tengu clan as a stepping stone to invade the Demon Lord's empire, a realm guarded by the colossal sacred tree, the Celestial Queen. Frey's thirst for power was undeniable, but Rimuru was oblivious to this hidden agenda. So he hastily called for a meeting. Now Frey has pledged allegiance to Milim and is genuinely intrigued by the new king Rimuru has crafted. Rimuru, busy enjoying himself in the Demon Nation Federation, had completely forgotten about the Tengu clan and the Demon Lord's empire conflict. Realizing his misunderstanding, Momiji was left stunned. The meeting concluded on a positive note when the Tengu clan presented a letter from Ked, yet the letter's content seemed strange, almost like a plea for Rimuru to take care of Momiji. It turned out Ked had slipped 2 letters together. The one just read was addressed to Hakuro. At that moment, Hakuro arrived from the Pamuk Kingdom. After reading the letter, everything became clear to him. True to his nature, Hakuro remained calm despite discovering his beloved was alive, and now had a daughter. He vowed to train Momiji well, so she could become Benimaru's wife. Meanwhile, Suna recalled that Ambis wanted her to send a message to Benimaru. "My lord, Benimaru, my spirit is ready. Though I aim to defeat Lady Momiji and claim the main wife position, if worst comes to worst, I'm ready to become a concubine." Benimaru's charm was undeniable. Even Gabiru's subordinates admired Benimaru. This harem-building situation made Rimuru a little jealous. Ambis, the older sister, was beautiful and dependable. Momiji was the slightly proud yet easily likable younger sister. Add to that, countless other girls who had feelings for Benimaru. Jealousy was real, though Gabiru was envious. It was mostly the boys admiring him. The research department Gabiru led had a few dwarf girls who simply couldn't accept a lizard named so transforming into a human and even dating. Apparently the female knight who once fought so had fallen for him. Benimaru teased them, saying one partner was enough for him. Momiji declared she wanted a fair competition with Ambis, while Suna and Shion bickered over who would take care of Rimuru. Rimuru was shocked that the light warrior dared to impersonate and try to kill him. So definitely needs to teach that warrior a lesson about his weight. Sion and Diablo also wanted to confront the light warrior, but with the nation's founding ceremony approaching, any direct conflict was out of the question. "Leave the light warrior to me. No one else interferes, got it?" Rimuru summoned his officers for a briefing and introduced John Mai to everyone. After the successful conclusion of the founding ceremony, John Mai would manage the Demon Nation's finances. She detailed the ceremony's arrangements. Besides, guests, merchants, and adventurers would attend, with adventurers acting as free protection and receiving complimentary food and drinks. Nobles and royalty would be entertained at hotels, with banquets prepared by Suna and Yoshida, including some new dishes Rimuru eagerly anticipated. Rimuru's excitement was short-lived, though, as the ceremony's first day began, with his opening speech, an essential moment everyone agreed on. After the speech, everyone would head to Tempest Theatre for performances. Diablo realized Rimuru was a remarkable demon lord, deeply versed in culture and arts. The event's purpose was to showcase this to other nations. Rimuru blushed at the praise. Post-lunch there would be a tech unveiling with Vesta and Kobe, introducing new medicines and weapons. Day 2 promised the martial arts tournament's main battles with free time at noon for guests to enjoy the nation's hot springs or party. Vora was eager to show off his ultimate Tanaki dish. Rimuru planned to remain at the arena center to meet distinguished guests. On day 3, the much-anticipated underground labyrinth would be revealed. Ramirez asked about the forest, spreading from the 95th floor down to the 71st, which was depleting unexpected amounts of mana, hindering the creation of strong monsters for bosses. Ramirez hoped to recreate the giant Holy Spirit Guardian statue, and sought Rimuru's help in gathering materials. Vora wanted Rimuru to send someone to clear the forest and capture monsters for boss candidates, but Rimuru let them figure it out themselves. Ranga mentioned a promising candidate, a fox spirit who had awakened before and excelled at reclaiming wilderness. Rimuru decided to name this little fox Kamara. Surprisingly, Kamara's presence drained Rimuru's mana so severely that his body wilted. However, Kamara evolved into a 6-tailed fox spirit. "Thank you very much, and I'll do my best from now on," she said. After John Mai finished, so reported his investigation results, the Baron who attempted to kidnap slaves was captured. The Baron worked for the Twin-Headed Dog organization. John Mai couldn't believe it. These people were nothing but cruel slave traders boasting fighting forces stronger than some small nations. But that was history now. So's investigation revealed they had been defeated thanks to the Light Warrior. Meanwhile, the Light Warrior's allies believed no demon lord could stand against him. However, The light warrior himself was unexpectedly caught off guard when a girl passed by, turned around, and suddenly he found himself transported to another world, dragged into trouble for reasons unknown. A girl from another world suddenly clung to him, begging for help from a burly man who intended to do her harm. Acting on instinct, the light warrior protected her. This courageous, heroic act awakened his unique skill, Supreme Hero. Upon activation, a domineering aura radiated, freezing enemies in place. The thug, displeased, tried to attack, but was mysteriously knocked down. The light warrior's heroic blessing skill could, through sheer luck, turn ordinary or ally attacks into critical hits. This changed the thug's attitude completely. He repented and willingly followed the light warrior. The warrior was speechless. He hadn't done anything yet and already had a follower. His innate charisma skill made others inspired watching his displays, sparking a desire to fight alongside him. His passive skill, heroic actions, allowed his behavior to become a model for comrades to emulate. Ranga mentions there's a perfect candidate, a fox spirit sent there earlier who had already awakened. She's skilled at clearing dense forests and wants to prove herself. Seeing this, Rimuru decides to name the little fox Kamara. But Rimuru ends up drained his body, wilting from the massive magical energy Kamara naturally holds far beyond expectations. Because of that, Kamara evolves into a 6-tailed fox spirit. "Thank you so much, sir. I'll do my best from now on," Kamara says earnestly. Then it's Emil's turn to report a nobleman named Viscount tried to kidnap slaves but was caught. Emil can't believe it. The so-called merchants are just ruthless slave traders, cruel beyond measure. This group commands many battle slaves, even surpassing some small nations. But that's history now. When Emil investigated the slave trade, Ring was defeated by the Light Warrior. The warrior's allies were confident with him on the field. No demon lord stands a chance. But the Light Warrior himself never expected to be transported to another world just by glancing at a passing girl, then dragged into mysterious troubles. Suddenly, a girl from another world clings to him, pleading for help, as a burly man tries to capture her for dark deeds. The warrior instinctively protects her, and this brave act awakens his unique skill, heroic domination. As he activates it, a fierce aura radiates, freezing enemies in their tracks. The thug, angered, tries to attack, but is mysteriously knocked down. The heroic domination skill, influenced by super luck, turns normal attacks, his or his allies, into critical strikes. The thug's attitude flips completely. He regrets his actions and pledges loyalty to the warrior. The warrior is truly speechless. He hasn't even done anything yet and already has a subordinate. Plus, his inherent heroic charm inspires others. Witnessing his feats encourages comrades to fight alongside him. His passive skill, heroic actions, lets his behavior become a role model, inspiring his team. The thug had just called the warrior shameless for claiming the title, now suddenly wants to follow him. Later, the warrior learns from Yuki that his heroic domination skill is rare. Everything he says and does gets interpreted wildly by others. Yuki hopes the warrior can help dismantle the slave trade ring of the twin-headed dog organization. He lies that intelligence places the group in the Famet Kingdom. Because the warrior once saved a runaway slave, he decides to send someone undercover to investigate. But just relying on an investigator alone might not even get a meeting. So, Yuki hopes the warrior will act as bait during the investigation, while the investigator hunts for slave trade evidence. They need a plan to gather proof. Meanwhile, the warrior, just looking for a restroom, accidentally stumbles onto the slave trade scene run by the Viscount and the Count. The Viscount is stunned the warrior actually broke through his siege. The warrior, however, is dumbfounded. He hadn't seen anyone all along the way. The Viscount shrugs off the surprise. Caught red-handed, he resigns to fate. But after speaking, he stabs the Count, blaming the warrior. The guards are swiftly defeated by the warrior's allies. The Viscount remains unshaken. This is his territory, and the warrior's reputation means nothing here. The Count is dead, but the slave trade reputation falls on the Viscount now. Just when things seem darkest, the king appears at the perfect moment. Under the influence of the hero's overwhelming power, everything unfolds smoothly, as if an invisible hand is guiding him along his heroic path. Soon, the Marquis is revealed to be an agent of the criminal organization Twin-Headed Hound, and the guild's hideout in the kingdom is exposed. The king is furious, and hopes the hero will help the kingdom eliminate the twin-headed hound once and for all. Unexpectedly, the Count isn't fully dead and is magically healed by his comrades. Now, the Count only has two choices: confess honestly, risking punishment for slave trading, or hide the truth and be silenced by the Viscount. Just then, the king appears at the perfect moment. Under the influence of heroic domination, everything unfolds smoothly, as if an invisible hand guides the warrior down the hero's path. Next, the Viscount is exposed as an officer of the twin-headed dog crime syndicate. Their base in the Famut Kingdom is also uncovered. The king is furious and asks the warrior to help eliminate the twin-headed dog. United, everyone crushes the slave trade ring completely. With the power of heroic domination, anyone can unleash strength beyond their limits. The warrior remains speechless, as usual things just happen around him and he only needs to stand back and watch them resolve. His fame spreads far and wide. However, the elves' desire to return to the Jura Great Forest troubles the king. After all, the forest is ruled by Demon Lord Rimuru. If the elves expose humanity's misdeeds to the Demon Lord, the kingdom risks retaliation. The king is determined not to repeat past mistakes and insists on the warrior's help. So the warrior agrees to escort the elves home. But the people misunderstand, thinking the warrior plans to wage war against the Demon Lord. Though the warrior keeps his wits even, Hinata couldn't defeat Hugh, so what chance does he have? Meanwhile, the warrior's comrades, the hero stood speechless as usual, watching events unfold effortlessly around him. His reputation as a hero spread like wildfire. Yet the elven slaves yearning to return to the Great Jura Forest posed a dilemma for the king. After all, the Great Jura Forest was under the rule of the Demon Lord Rimuru. If the elves were to expose the misdeeds of humans to the Demon Lord, the kingdom could face dire consequences. The king, reluctant to repeat the mistakes of the past, resolved to seek the hero's assistance for this delicate situation. Thus, the hero agreed to escort the elves home, only to be misunderstood by the townsfolk who assumed he intended to confront the Demon Lord. Despite the hero's clear-headedness, after all, even Hinata couldn't defeat Rimuru. His companions brimmed with confidence, believing that if the hero unleashed his full potential, no Demon Lord would intimidate him. Rimuru, upon receiving this report, found himself in a quandary. While the situation was still manageable, the hero boldly proclaimed his intent to eradicate the Demon Lord. Sion, not to be outdone, suggested that perhaps it would be better suited for her to handle this task. Diablo chimed in, eager for a bit of fun at the hero's expense. Mai advised Rimuru to prioritize the greater good. The establishment of the nation was a significant event, and any conflict with the hero should be avoided. However, the fact remained that the hero had freed the elven slaves. Rimuru planned to speak with him first, urging everyone to refrain from intervening. Sion seemed more fitting, and Diablo eagerly joined in craving a bit of fun by facing the heroes. But Mai wisely advised Rimuru to prioritize the bigger picture. The nation's founding ceremony was a pivotal moment. No matter what, conflict with the heroes should be avoided. Still, the truth remained: the heroes had freed the enslaved elf tribe. Rimuru decided to speak with the heroes first, and commanded everyone to stay out of the matter. Rimuru didn't expect the hero's comrades to be brainwashed zealots boasting non-stop upon meeting him. They claimed Rimuru could never compare to a hero, and even the Demon Lords trembled at a hero's presence. When Rimuru declined to engage, a Mohican-haired hero mocked him as a coward too scared to fight. Little did he know he was standing at the edge of death's abyss. Though it was the final day of the nation's founding ceremony, Rimuru's schedule remained packed. At that moment, he met with King Blue Moon. Rimuru expressed gratitude for Blue Moon's support in resolving conflicts with the Fmu Kingdom. The humble king said he was merely honouring the treaty between their lands, but as the fate of his kingdom intertwined with Rimuru's, he had to balance interests carefully. Still, Rimuru appreciated his trust. Their friendship would endure. Hearing that Rimuru was planning something grand involving many nations, the king wished to gather representatives to discuss it, eager to learn more. Rimuru agreed to share a glimpse. He hoped the Blue Moon Kingdom would become the world's future logistics hub. The king understood the plan's significance, and the queen prayed for its success despite looming challenges. Next, Rimuru met Gazer the Dwarf King, who grumbled that Rimuru's event forced him to mobilize a large force since he couldn't ride a horse alone. Rimuru knew the world's roads were a mess and wanted to develop high-speed railways as soon as possible. About the fight with Hinata, though many said it ended in a draw, Geyser suspected Rimuru had won and wanted to know his next move. Seeing Rimuru's hesitation, Geyser explained that the Western Church had sent envoys to the Dwarf Kingdom, seeking official diplomatic ties for smoother future talks. Previously, dwarves and monsters were lumped together, but attitudes had shifted surely because of Rimuru. Rimuru recalled suggesting including the Dwarf Kingdom in the three-nation 100-year friendship pact. Geyser, angered at being kept in the dark, scolded Rimuru fiercely and revealed that the villain Shitsumio was the church's troublemaker, while Hinata was purging those poisoned by Shitsumio's influence. Hinata was expected to seize full power soon. After that, Rimuru met Wai, whom he had crowned king and gifted with a fiancé named Duran. Wai proudly boasted about his well-mannered wife, insisting she was no pushover, and quite experienced in ceremonies after all, Clayman was someone who valued protocol deeply. Rimuru had suffered from a lack of experience before. When the tribes came to greet Rimuru, he was clueless, and just stood there blankly. Yum empathized, since ascending the throne fools among the nobles had been a headache, always scheming and dividing factions. Rus had become captain of the Royal Knights, though, just a subordinate of Carrion, and would care for Wai well in the short term. Yum objected, sparking a heated argument where they traded insults, calling each other idiots. Their subordinates quickly intervened, warning them not to be disrespectful before the Demon Lord. Silent, they wondered why Yum was so serious. Rus felt the boy was far more reliable fit, even as the next king candidate, and though just a subordinate of Yum, he was determined to help him become a great ruler. Rimuru learned the boy was the son of the previous king, and encouraged entrusting Wai to him as a way to celebrate Wai's coronation. Rimuru also prepared a grand gift, waiving all compensation debts the kingdom owed. Edgar was stunned. Now, Yum would be seen as a king who made the Demon Lord willingly relinquish claims. His fame would spread far and wide. Yum, blissfully unaware of the deeper reasons, just accepted the benefits. After meeting all the guests, Rimuru finally found some free time. He headed to Inia to find Yuki. The reunion was surprising. Yuki looked exhausted. Rimuru complained about being attacked 6 times by Hinata, once by the Fmu army, and even summoned by the Demon Lords for lessons. Fortunately, everything ended well. This time, Rimuru came to invite Yuki to the festival, only to find Yuki had finished his work 2.5 days early. Moreover, Yuki had a trustworthy subordinate. Introducing Kigali sparked Rimuru's curiosity, as he had never met her before. She explained that she'd been exploring ruins and recently conquered Soma, the largest ancient ruin in the West. Rimuru was curious about ownership issues, but the answer was complicated. Taking Soma as an example, though, managed by the guild, its location was in the wild western lands near the Demon Lord, D. Gruen's territory, making no one dare claim it. So, some ruins remained unowned. Rimuru thought of Clayman's base, which also had a ruin, but unlike typical explorers, Rimuru didn't want to destroy ruins just for treasure. Kigali agreed. Though she excavated treasures, she didn't want others to ravage the ruins. Then she revealed her true goal. She was deeply interested in the ruins within Clayman's territory and hoped to explore there. Rimuru planned to investigate, entrusting her with the task. He also intended to take students to join the festival. With Tempest no longer threatened, things were safe. Yuki agreed to let the kids enjoy themselves. Recently, the kids had been studying hard, so this was a chance for rest. When they saw Rimuru, they grumbled that he'd promised to visit often, but never showed up. Yet they were happy to see him and Yuki there. All wanted to spar with Yuki, but were disappointed it wasn't possible today. The idea of visiting Tempest next time thrilled them, and they rushed back to pack their belongings. Rimuru was still beloved. Kigali confessed that since the kids had grown so strong, she felt she had nothing new to teach them. But while she couldn't teach fighting techniques, she believed she could help them grow spiritually. Rimuru thought only Tiz could do that. Seeing Tiz hadn't packed yet, the kids hoped she'd come along. So, Rimuru took everyone to the hot springs. Though work remained, he could only spend evenings playing with the kids, a precious chance to nurture bonds beyond battle. But Rimuru had a playful idea, using this little treasure in his hand to start a game. Tomorrow, anyone could freely feast at any stall or shop during the festival. Yet there was a catch, only 100 silver coins to spend. Once spent, it was back to the room facing that mountain of homework. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, determined to join in, even though Rimuru doubted anyone could burn through it all in just 3 days. Soon after, news arrived that the Light Heroes were on their way. Unexpectedly, the Light Heroes' comrades were brimming with arrogance. "So you're the Demon Lord, Rimuru," they sneered, demanding respect. One of them, a legendary hero, stood so tall in reputation that even a Demon Lord might hesitate to challenge him. Masuki seemed ready to suppress Rimuru right then and there. Rimuru waved them off, unfazed by their bluster. Little did he expect the Light Heroes to carry such cool confidence, especially since they had saved the elf tribe. Rimuru gave them permission to stay in town, but had no intention of dueling these heroes. Then came the mohawk-haired hero, mocking Rimuru as if he feared the Light Heroes. Though Rimuru sought peace and alliance with humans, these guys wouldn't be fooled like Hinata was. They saw Rimuru as a villain, pure evil, that must be utterly destroyed. The thoughts of the heroes meant nothing. Some even urged their comrades to finish Rimuru off on the spot. Yuki stepped forward to stop them, but was misunderstood as coming to inspect the Demon Lord. Yuki explained his true purpose was simply to enjoy the festival. Rimuru truly wished to live in harmony with humans. The fact that they were still alive was proof enough, but the others just scoffed, claiming Yuki was putting heroes beneath saints. Hinata called the Demon Lord nothing but a small fry, easily handled by the heroes. The more they spoke, the angrier they got. Rimuru decided to give them a chance. Tomorrow's festival would host a grand martial arts tournament. Win, and they could challenge him directly. "Looks like you want to embarrass me in front of everyone," Masuki Rimuru teased. "What do you think?" Masuki replied. "I say we should use the Demon Lord as a stepping stone to spread our fame, and show the righteous spirit we protect the people." The heroes' words left them speechless, but pressured by their comrades, they had no choice but to agree. Seeing the three continue to boast of their heroism, Rimuru quickly led them away. He wasn't shaken. After all, the river bends naturally toward the bridge. Plus, having heroes in the martial arts tournament could only help Rimuru promote his country. Rimuru honestly never expected that what began as a simple invitation to the Demon Lord's official inauguration would attract even the Empress herself. Little did he know this was a terrifying presence, one that even the fierce dwarf uncle bowed before. It was just the overwhelming aura of a true hero radiating from the Empress that almost shook Rimuru's spirit. He snapped back to reality, thinking it best not to make an enemy of her. On the eve of the inauguration, Rimuru invited honored guests from many nations, eager to treat them with local delicacies. As they chatted, Hakuro and the others proudly presented a massive 2.5-ton deep-sea demon fish, stunning everyone. Hakuro personally sliced it into fresh, exquisite sashimi. Yet no one dared to try it. This world wasn't used to eating raw fish, so the dish felt strange to them. As they discussed plans to treat their guests with local delicacies, Hakuro and the others rolled in a massive deep-sea fish, weighing 2.5 tons, leaving everyone astonished. Hakuro skillfully sliced the fish into delicious sashimi, yet no one dared to taste it. In this world, raw fish was still a novelty, and many found it strange. Rimuru, however, took it upon himself to step forward, understanding that Japanese culture embraced sashimi. Ironically, the first to taste it were the inhabitants of this new world. Hinata requested a portion without wasabi, only to be teased by Rimuru for being childish. True connoisseurs needed to experience the flavor of wasabi after all. She retorted that she simply disliked the intense spiciness, but the taste was still satisfying. "I want a portion too. I'm not a child, so add the wasabi." Hinata, adorably insistent, remarked that the deep-sea fish was indeed tastier than the freshwater variety they had previously sourced through the guild, only to be declined. She couldn't use magic for transportation, and her hopes were dashed. "The North Sea is too dangerous, and the South is too far for transport," she lamented, making logistics a challenge. Rimuru calculated that if they could just make it known that certain dishes were exclusive to this place, food enthusiasts would come flocking. Thanks to pioneers who dared to step outside the norm, the citizens of this world would gradually open up to these new flavors, unlocking the door to a culinary adventure. Just as they were reveling in this, a patrol reported a large flying object in the sky, a dragon, the guardian of the Demon Lord Saran. To make matters worse, the Demon Empress of the Demon Lord's empire was also en route to the hall. Rimuru, with a distant gaze, seemed unfazed, but he was still just a child in many ways. The arrival of the Demon Empress would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the kingdom. The power of the Demon Lord's empire was on par with Geyser's armed nation. Moreover, this was an independent nation, not subservient to the Western Council. The Empress, claiming to be a descendant of deities and revered as the Celestial Empress, wielded immense power. Her kingdom had a history of 1,000 years, while the Demon Lord's empire was said to have existed for 2,000 years. Even Geyser felt small in her presence, unable to lift his head in awe. Humans with their fleeting lifespans would likely never encounter her, even once in their lifetime. As they spoke, the Empress arrived at the hall. Geyser reminded everyone not to be careless. It was best to regard her as a cunning and ancient beast. Just as Rimuru was about to greet her, he almost fell victim to her overwhelming presence. It was merely the result of her heroic aura affecting those around her. Rimuru realized it was wise not to oppose the Empress. To his surprise, she leaned in and whispered, hoping they could have a more in-depth discussion later. Rimuru agreed, promising to set a specific time to communicate with her. However, he soon felt utterly drained. Just moments ago, he had nearly been overwhelmed by her presence. If he hadn't maintained his composure, he would have been at her mercy. He mused that the old hag surely had keen elven ears. Just then, Mai approached him with a report. The feedback from the newly arrived merchants was overwhelmingly positive, but there was one concern: many unfamiliar faces were mingling among the larger merchants he knew. He had conducted some investigations and found their backgrounds to be squeaky clean. Perhaps he was worrying too much. Before long, Milim the Demon Lord made her entrance, bringing with her a few unsavory characters as well. Milim was ecstatic, finally awaiting the moment she could serve up a meal that would leave everyone in awe. Rimuru, however, was more curious about her previous visit. Had she returned without being reprimanded by Frey Milim, confidently claimed she had nothing to worry about, asserting she had adopted the mindset of a ruler during her patrol, which had convinced Frey. But unbeknownst to her, Frey had seen right through her. Frey apologized for her tardiness, explaining that Milim had gone missing for a long time and had only just managed to prepare her attire. Thanks to Rimuru's help in building a new city and inviting them to the feast, Frey felt deeply grateful. Suddenly, Rimuru became anxious, wondering if there was any dish Frey disliked, especially since poultry was on the menu. If there was a problem with the birds, that would be catastrophic. The avian people would be furious at being compared to mere birds. Rimuru, in his naivete, had indeed spoken without thinking. Karen, standing behind, couldn't help but admire Rimuru's boldness in making such a comparison, something even Milim dared not do. "What's so funny?" Karen asked. Milim too felt it was disrespectful, realizing it was just a slip of the tongue. Rimuru sincerely apologized for the blunder. Milim has been missing for a long time and still hasn't gotten a formal outfit. But thanks to Rimuru's help building the new city and inviting them to the party, Frey is deeply grateful. Rimuru suddenly worries if Frey dislikes any dishes, since the party includes poultry. If there's a problem with bird dishes, then it's really the end for the bird clan. The dragonfolk's fury dared to compare themselves to the foolish bird. Rimuru, truly words that cost nothing to say. But Carrion, standing silently behind, was secretly in awe of Rimuru's prowess. Comparing a dragonfolk to a mere bird, even Milim wouldn't dare imitate that. What's so funny about that, Carrion? And Milim too, such disrespect. That was a slip of the tongue from me. As Rimuru's master, I sincerely apologize for my careless words. Yet Frey didn't feel Rimuru was deliberately insulting them. Judging by Rimuru's words and actions, Milim is growing and modelling herself after him. Only Carrion caught Frey's ire and had to explain clearly why he was laughing so happily just now. Rimuru never forgets to teach: if you're wrong, you must apologize. Milim has learned that well. The important thing is to never, ever anger Frey. Otherwise, Carrion became a vivid example, soon preparing exquisite dishes for Milim, hoping this time to serve something so delicious it would leave Frey speechless. But Frey couldn't agree. Rimuru dared to spread such blasphemous ideas to Milim. Rimuru was stunned. How could he say that? Because in the eyes of the dragonfolk, savouring the original flavour of food is the only correct way, a belief held true for ages. Yet here Rimuru grilled meat and slathered it with strange sauces. This was outright disrespect to nature's gifts. Though this is Rimuru's domain, and he can do as he pleases, dragging Milim into this was unacceptable. Hence Frey would never accept these dishes. Rimuru was truly unexpected, even when asked to. Milim, feeling sorry, didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Rimuru sighed, realizing he had perhaps been too naive in the past. However, he didn't want to force anyone to eat what they didn't want. At that critical moment, Sua stepped forward, her enigmatic smile leaving everyone astonished. She presented a bowl of soup, stating that it contained many ingredients embodying Rimuru's ideals. What did she mean under Milim's command there were various races, each with remarkable abilities, but if they united, they could create something far greater? Thus, after just one taste, Murray exclaimed how delicious it was. This was what they called a harmonious spirit, each ingredient modestly contributing to create a perfect flavour for the entire dish. Murray was utterly astonished. All the delightful meals he once cherished paled in comparison to this bowl of soup. It was clear raw vegetables could never compete. Please don't look at them with pity. I believe that true cuisine isn't merely a dish. If grilled meat is Milim's new nation, then bread is the kingdom of Blue Moon. If foie gras represents the Dwarf Kingdom, then seafood is the Demon Lord Empire. Thus, cuisine cannot be confined to a singular dish. It's a philosophy. Only through deeper connections can both sides achieve satisfaction and richness. This is the world Rimuru envisions, where the bonds between nations truly matter. Even the simplest dish, if oversalted, becomes unpalatable. He wants to blend diverse cuisines into a complete feast, doesn't he? But could Rimuru really think that deeply? In the end, under Sua's influence, Moray changed his stubborn mindset. Yet Sua understood human psychology well, knowing that not every ingredient could harmoniously coexist. Benimaru felt a swell of pride. Indeed, his sister was impressive. Finally, the festival before the nation's founding concluded, beautifully filled with excitement, and the day of the nation's establishment had finally arrived. Rimuru donned his new attire, standing before everyone as he delivered his speech. He welcomed guests from all nations and expressed he had no intention of opposing humankind. He simply wished to build a nation where all people and races coexist peacefully. No matter who they are, as long as they are willing to ally with the monster country, they are welcomed. However, if they choose not to cooperate, he respects that. But absolutely nothing should be permitted to disrupt this harmony. They are the monsters treated unfairly, masquerading as champions of justice. Yet in truth, they strike from the shadows. You won't let this slide easily, but you vow that anyone who arrives with a pure heart and no ill intentions will be embraced by this nation. Enough chatter, let the national founding ceremony commence. Applause. In the latest episode of Season 3, I was reincarnated as a slime. It was a truly shocking arrival. The national founding ceremony officially begins, and the Tempest Nation is about to face a new crisis. To honour the presence of the nations, Rimuru has prepared a concert from the real world, knowing that music is one of the few keys to dissolve barriers between realms. However, Rimuru didn't anticipate that Suna and Shion had prepared a special performance just for him. As the beautiful melodies flowed through the hall, the audience was captivated, for whether monster or human, they harmonized perfectly. Yet, when Cities realized Rimuru was the king, she fainted. As Rimuru pondered who would guide the 5 children, Hinata arrived. Having been a student of Shu herself, she eased the children's worries and was more than willing to help, as she had a fondness for kids. Later, Rimuru attended a technology presentation, but it turned out to be less than ideal. Vesta's speech only served to bore the audience, prompting Gabiru to change tactics. He asked everyone if healing magic could fix this broken sword. The crowd was skeptical, thinking it was merely a dull topic. But Gabiru poured recovery potion onto the shattered blade, and it miraculously rejoined. While it wasn't a complete restoration, signs of recovery were evident. Gazer stepped forward, expressing interest in Gabiru's findings. Gabiru explained how he once thought wild grass lacked consciousness, yet the experiment proved the healing potion worked wonders on them. He pondered the existence of tree spirits, realizing even weeds could evolve into powerful monsters over centuries. Thus, they questioned what mana truly was. They magnified 2 samples, hippo grass and wild grass, comparing their cellular structures. They discovered their cellular structures were identical. In other words, the so-called wild grass known as hippo didn't truly exist. It was merely a mutation caused by high mana density. Wasn't that an astonishing revelation? but this wasn't information suitable for public disclosure. Vesta should have chosen a more appropriate occasion, like an academic conference. How fascinating. Thinking it over, Rimuru recalled his own origins. He realized the herbs sprouting in the cave weren't just a coincidence. They were born from the high mana density of the cave. As for what mana really was, the two still hadn't found a clear answer. They genuinely invited scholars from all nations to Tempest, and under their speeches, the results were promising. Hinata guided the 5 children to sample delicious dishes. Though she claimed to be uninterested, the remnants of food on her lips betrayed her. Hinata mentioned that Luminous was looking for Rimuru. He soon found her. It turned out she wanted to take this opportunity to promote cultural exchange with Tempest. For instance, in her vampire clan, many excelled in classical music and were eager to participate in the research. In return, Luminous offered Rimuru a secret about faith and grace, enabling his subordinates to utilize a portion of his power. This way, more of Rimuru's followers could wield holy magic. Luminous also warned Rimuru that among the guests there were uninvited ones. Rimuru was already aware, specifying there were 2 individuals. That evening, John Mai found Rimuru stating that the merchants were flocking in to settle debts. Rimuru was perplexed. Didn't we acquire countless treasures from Clayman? There were still many new gold coins from the Fmu Kingdom. John Mai clarified that the inheritance left by Clayman couldn't be directly used as currency, as it wasn't universally recognized money issued by the Dwarf Kingdom. Additionally, the new gold coins were too valuable for individual transactions. In other words, they had wealth but couldn't utilize it. Tempest, being at the heart of the world, shouldn't have faced such issues. This indicated someone was trying to tarnish Tempest's reputation. Everyone concluded it was the World Council. They feared Tempest might overshadow them, thus employing this tactic to discredit it. After hearing this, Rimuru remarked that these issues were trivial. Now they had to enjoy the festival. As for the lack of money, John Mai was free to handle it. The next day, another significant event of the festival unfolded before everyone. I hereby declare the Tempest Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. The value of the old fishing rod continued to rise. As in the realm of fishing, the title of the 4 Heavenly Kings didn't compare to a new rod. To boost Gabuta's fighting spirit, Rimuru promised that if Gabuta triumphed in the tournament, he would gift him the latest versatile fishing rod. While Rimuru believed the ultimate victor would be Karan, little did he know Gabuta would outsmart his opponent and force Karan to surrender. Following this, only one more hero needed to be removed for Gabuta to secure that rod. Rimuru was taken aback to see Gabuta reach the finals. Hinata remained optimistic about Gabuta's potential, thinking perhaps the hero would indeed fall to him. On the second day of the founding festival, the martial arts tournament officially commenced. The organizers announced the 4 Heavenly Kings, Rimuru's mightiest subordinates chosen to protect the Demon Lord Rimuru. Currently, 3 out of 4 positions were filled. Benimaru Shion and Diablo had all been selected. Next, the finalists would compete for the last position or challenge Rimuru for the Demon Lord title. Previously, the 3 Heavenly Kings were barred from participating. The real reason was that if they appeared, others would stand no chance of victory. Rimuru had to concoct a lie that they were indeed his strongest subordinates. Thus, he planned to establish a title of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Whoever could defeat the hero would claim the last spot. The 3 of them believed him wholeheartedly and were overjoyed, unaware this was merely a temporary ruse of Rimuru. As a result, things escalated, and the first to step into the arena was the most renowned star of this martial arts tournament, the young hero Muki. Suddenly, a large screen appeared in the sky, and the audience gasped in astonishment as the light magic unfolded. It's almost unbelievable that Masuki made it to the finals, without ever drawing his sword. Rimuru was taken aback, wondering how he managed such a feat. Then So appeared, admitting that even he couldn't perceive the true strength of the hero. The second to step into the arena was Gino Masuki's teammate, who had defeated the qualifiers and graciously allowed Masuki to take the glory. Next up was the dazzling swordsman, followed by the competitive duo of Bullhead and Horseface, always at each other's throats. Rimuru appointed them as the guardians of the dungeon, even going so far as to name them Gozun and Meun Suka. Talk about a marketing genius. He casually mentioned that their dungeon would open tomorrow, inviting anyone in pursuit of wealth, fame, and treasures to come and challenge it. The final entrant was a mysterious masked man. However, Rimuru recognized him immediately. This masked figure was none other than Karen Milim. He even received an anonymous letter urging him to give it his all in her stead, but to absolutely keep his true identity hidden. Rimuru was utterly baffled by Milim sending her subordinates to compete on her behalf. But beyond these 6, 2 special participants were considered the closest to the rank of the 4 heavenly kings. First was the young warrior Gabuta, a prodigious fighter with a cold exterior that made everyone admire him. Admittedly, that might be a bit of an exaggeration. Calling Gabuta a cold genius. Well, the last contender was the steadfast protector, known as Kien. Dubbed the guardian deity of Tempest, the savior of the pig tribe. Kien stood ready. Then, Rimuru emerged from a grand portal in the arena, declaring the martial arts tournament officially open. The victor would earn the highest honor of the land and could challenge him at will. Yet, the draw results left Rimuru feeling a sense of foul play. Not only were Bullhead and Horseface pitted against each other, but the matchup between the hero and his teammate seemed all too predictable. It was as if one couldn't truly see the real power of that guy. Was he secretly manipulating fate? The first match was Gozun against Moon, where the destinies of their 2 clans would finally have a chance to be decided. Both were formidable A-rank monsters, and the power on both sides ramped up significantly. However, Moon quickly found himself injured early on, but he had the super regeneration skill that Rimuru bestowed upon him. He then countered by summoning a thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Moon had a new ability that disrupted magical powers, rendering Moon's attack ineffective. Next, Moon threw an axe, severing Moon's left arm. Unexpectedly, Moon had just been feigning weakness. He quickly launched a counterattack, piercing through Moon's body. Yet Moon used his abs to clamp down on the bullhorn spear, which suddenly extended, jabbing into Moon's eye. Following that, he electrified Moon, ultimately securing victory. The second match featured the hero battling Jinna, but before the match even began, Jinna directly forfeited. My brother won without even fighting. Truly, Masuki-sama was worthy of his name. The third match saw Gabuta facing off against the dazzling swordsman, who boasted that the hero was nothing compared to him. After he claimed victory, he declared his challenge to Rimuru, insisting that both the hero and the demon lord would bow at his feet. Diablo could hardly contain himself, and Suka urged him to hold back as he was currently the referee. When the match commenced, the dazzling swordsman unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks, leaving Gabuta reeling. They have to run everywhere, and Sonnen is unhappy, believing that the flashy swordsman is humiliating Gabuta for entertainment. So he thinks that if Gabuta can't see through his opponent's swordplay, he might not last long enough to ignite his fighting spirit. To encourage Gabuta, Rimuru promises that if he wins, he will gift him the latest fishing rod he's always dreamed of. Who truly understands the allure of fishing gear? To an angler, Gabuta immediately wants to unleash his final summon. I choose you, summon. But this black fang is no match for me. Victory is clear. With a beautiful strike, he knocks out his opponent. But what Gabuta didn't expect was that the creature summoned was a little dog. In the final match, Jill faces off against Curran, a fiery showdown. From the very beginning, they exchange spectacular attacks. Even under Curran's relentless barrage, Jill manages to counter while maintaining a solid defense. The two collide fiercely, neither willing to yield, but Jill wants Karen to unleash his powers. Karen understands that Jill wants to fight at his best, so even without using his signature skills, he agrees to deliver a decisive attack. Even without using his signature skill, Carrion agreed to unleash a decisive strike, a lion's roar echoing through the battlefield. Gil was still a bit weaker, and was defeated, but Carrion held Gil in high regard. Few could take his final blow, and remained standing. The first semi-final was Gozun versus the Brave Warrior. Unexpectedly, the Brave Warrior immediately used tricks, and Gozun was greatly weakened from the previous fight, making him no match. The Brave Warrior hoped to face Gozun at peak strength later in the labyrinth. He would also challenge the dungeon held by Bullguard. Bullguard was straightforward. He admitted he truly had no strength left to continue fighting, so once again he gave up and let the Brave Warrior advance to the finals. I knew it. Muki-sama, you're the best big brother, the greatest. Wait, Why did it turn into such a heartwarming story? Is this really the brave warrior's strength? Only he knows the crushing pressure he's under now. Today's final battle was between King Beast Carrion and the cold genius Gobta. Gobta immediately said Rimuru couldn't back out of his promise. If he won, he'd get the newest fishing rod. Rimuru turned back and promised to keep his word, but he didn't think Gobta could defeat Carrion, and using Carrion to test the brave warrior's power was fitting. Gobta summoned Ranga right away, but against Carrion's relentless attacks, Gobta was knocked back again and again. Ranga tried to intervene but was driven out by Carrion's storm of strikes. While Carrion focused on Ranga, Gobta summoned a familiar beast, causing Ranga to be eliminated. Then, the summoned creature appeared and shattered Carrion's mask, leaving him stunned. How could this be legal? Didn't they know summoning a familiar beast again wasn't against the rules? Rimuru also. Surprisingly, Karen stopped fighting and chose to surrender. Gobuta's sudden victory at the evening feast shocked everyone. Karen noticed the crowd buzzing about him. Though masked, his handsome features couldn't be hidden. "There's no real undefeated champion," someone jeered loudly. Overall, the day felt complete. The biggest surprise was Gobuta making it to the finals, but Hinata remained optimistic about Gobuta's potential. Tomorrow, who knows? Maybe Gobuta could truly claim victory. Rimuru sensed that facing the warrior might awaken hidden talents within Gobuta. Yet since he was still Gobuta, Rimuru couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Rimuru never expected the Demon Lord Kingdom's queen to be the wealthiest person in the world. Just stepping outside, she carried over 1,000 gold coins. Earlier, to solve the small change crisis, Rimuru decided to tackle the root cause. Gazer, king of the dwarf minting nation, surely had a plan to help. Still, Gazer only brought about 1,500 gold coins, leaving a few hundred short to solve the currency shortage. Gazer was speechless. His budget was as uncertain as ever. Who would dare recklessly organize a national festival? Rimuru spread his arms, half joking. "Dad's got the money, says yes to anything." Suddenly, Queen Elmesia appeared, bringing the missing warmth. She could help prepare the funds. It turned out Rimuru had met with her earlier to discuss solutions. Without a word, she agreed to assist. Rimuru intended to refuse, wanting to handle it himself, but the Queen wished to strengthen future diplomatic ties and offered her help. Gazer advised Rimuru to drop his objections when she decides no one can stop her. Obedience seemed the wisest choice. The Queen was pleased, praising Rimuru as a dutiful brother who even defended his sister. Gazer wanted to disappear from embarrassment, wondering what the Queen was truly planning, but got teased for being too serious and rigid. Nothing like his grandfather's free spirit. Yet it was Gazer's grandfather's character that had caused his father much hardship. The Queen said she had only one request for such a fun festival. Hiding her involvement was unforgivable. Next time, just invite her to join and she'd gladly help. After all, royal families aren't slaves to the people. When royalty is happy, the people are happy, and so the country thrives. Rimuru deeply agreed. He didn't expect the Queen to bring over 1,000 gold coins herself. Combined with Gazer's gold, it was more than enough to end the crisis. Just as Diablo began to speak, the Queen suddenly transformed, then returned to normal. She said that even without their help, others would surely step forward to assist. Compared to forcing others with power, selling favors was simpler. Diablo understood immediately someone would volunteer as mediator, but that person might just be a puppet. The mastermind behind this would create problems, then use favors to force the Demon Lord Kingdom to concede. This tactic would damage their reputation, while gaining leverage. 2 birds, 1 stone. Diablo admired the Queen's cunning. Today had been a lesson from her, yet she wasn't sure who was truly behind it. After all, the Demon Lord Kingdom hadn't joined the conference. Maybe Mjon Mai had some intel. Rumor had it a shadowy organization manipulated Western nations. If nothing unexpected happened, that group was likely the culprit. Suddenly, a suspicious figure might appear tasked with investigating the mastermind's identity, making it impossible to hide. The Queen was surprised even she couldn't sense the aura of the Duke of Sigs. Because everyone around Rimuru was so extraordinary, he hadn't dared let the Queen risk coming here. But she wasn't worried this time, and seemed to enjoy herself. After speaking, she unleashed a flood of magic power seriously, considering an alliance with the Demon Lord Kingdom. Previously, she wanted to gauge Rimuru's thoughts on dealing with the dangerous original devil. Rimuru found Diablo smart and capable, not dangerous at all. The Queen changed tactics, asking how Rimuru would take responsibility if Diablo lost control. Confident, Rimuru said he'd stop Diablo before that happened. Diablo seemed quite happy. The Queen suddenly transformed again. Rimuru awkwardly admitted he would take responsibility for stopping the devil. Diablo was prone to losing control, but lately had become more obedient, much tamer than before. The Queen was very satisfied. Rimuru was even more open-minded than she'd heard. Geyser agreed to support Rimuru and promised to step in if things went awry. The Queen confirmed Rimuru's stance, but warned she'd act decisively if Diablo ever became humanity's enemy. Diablo admires this. It truly shows the Queen's prowess. Today, she taught him a lesson, but the Queen is unsure of who exactly is behind it all. After all, the Demon Lord Empire did not participate in the conference. Perhaps M. John Mai knows some information. He has indeed heard of a mysterious organization manipulating the Western countries. If nothing surprising happens, that ridiculous organization is likely behind So's sudden appearance. If a questionable figure appears, he will be in charge of investigating the origins so that the forces behind it cannot hide. At the council meeting, John Mai might have caught wind of some whispers, a shadowy organization rumoured to be pulling strings behind the scenes in the Western nations. If nothing unexpected happens, that mysterious group is likely the puppeteer behind the sudden upheaval. Should a suspect emerge, he will be tasked with digging into their background, ensuring the forces lurking in the shadows can no longer hide. Even the Queen herself was taken aback. Even she couldn't sense the presence of Duke Thansuo. Rimuru's companions are so exceptionally unusual that he dared not let the Queen risk coming here. Yet, she showed no fear this time. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying herself, unleashing a magical aura that flooded the space around her. Seriously, she spoke of considering an alliance with the Demon Beast Kingdom, and was eager to hear Rimuru's thoughts on how to handle that dangerous primal demon. Rimuru saw Diablo as intelligent and capable, hardly a threat. The Queen shifted her approach, asking what Rimuru would do if Diablo ever lost control. Confident, Rimuru promised to stop Diablo before that could happen. Diablo himself seemed almost gleeful at this. The Queen, surprised, reverted back to her usual form. She didn't expect Rimuru to accept full responsibility for reining in the demon. Rimuru hesitated, admitting Diablo's volatility, but noted he's been more obedient lately, far tamer than before. The Queen was pleased, and Rimuru was even more generous than she'd heard. Geyser chimed in, pledging support for Rimuru, and if anything went awry, he'd step in. The Queen acknowledged Rimuru's stance, but just to be safe declared that if Diablo ever chose to become humanity's enemy, she'd unleash her full power to stop him. Officially, she recognized the alliance between the Demon Lord's court and the Demon Beast Kingdom. Regarding Diablo's control if disaster strikes call on her and Geyser, Rimuru is someone who weighs every decision carefully, but Geyser swiftly reminded him not to get too comfortable. So who exactly is this organization of the opening ceremony? Rimuru wanted to pin it on John Mai, but seeing John overwhelmed by these matters, he decided to shoulder the blame himself. The grand finale of the martial arts tournament's opening ceremony was finally underway, the cold genius fighter Muki soloing against Gabuta. To get the latest fishing rod, Gabuta had to win. Inside, Masuki was panicking silently. No matter the opponent one hit would be his end. He could only hope his bizarre passive skills would bail him out. When Gabuta launched a sudden attack, Masuki froze in fear, too scared to move. The handsome Muki was indeed stronger, completely unfazed by Gabuta's surprise move. Muki carried himself with a calm confidence, while Gabuta remained cautious, realizing that taunts were useless. Time to unleash his newly gained ultimate power. After holding back for a week, Raphael finally spoke up. Gabuta had awakened a unique skill, the summoning of a demon wolf, that could merge with him. This marked a turning point in the fierce competition. Gabuta exuded a calm, confident aura, ever watchful and alert. It was clear he was a true hero. Raphael, observing the recent reactions, realized that no matter what tricks he tried, they would be useless. So, he decided to stop holding back and unleash the ultimate strength he had just gained. After holding in his words for a week, Raphael finally spoke. Gabuta had awakened his unique skill, the summoning of a demon wolf that could merge with Ranga. Once summoned, Ranga would evolve into a beast-human hybrid. All the heroes watching were stunned. If Gabuta got hit, he would be reborn once more. Milim's eyes blazed with fierce excitement. Diablo explained that this ability allowed the summoned beast's power to parasitize the user's body, a rare skill indeed. Rimuru felt anxious, wondering if Gabuta could truly master this power. Hakuro was confident, though Gabuta's physical strength wasn't outstanding. He had fought demons stronger than himself before. If he could master Ranga's power, he would definitely surpass all expectations. The moment of truth had arrived. Until now, it had always been Muki's turn, but he hadn't done much. Seeing Gabuta's terrifying form, Muki hesitated to challenge him. Music defeated how amusing. Huru had miscalculated again. Gabuta still hadn't fully controlled his new power. Milim, irritated, teased Rimuru for defending Gabuta. Milim was uneasy about spoiling Gabuta too much. Huru also felt it was too indulgent. Minin decided to give Gabuta special training. At this moment, the arena fell silent as the audience speculated. Surely the hero had used German sucks, so no one caught his moves clearly. The hero stood still, not making a move, so naturally no one saw what happened. What troubled him more was the strange feeling that he had unwittingly become champion. But challenging the Demon King was like walking into death. So, before announcing victory, the hero voluntarily admitted defeat. Though Gabuta seemed to be courting death, the hero couldn't see through his attack proof. He was not mature enough yet. It was too soon to challenge the Demon King. The hero knew that even if silent, the audience would interpret the scene and find a fitting explanation. All he had to do was escape unnoticed. The strong don't understand the weak, don't understand, but the crowd quickly pieced together a plausible story. The hero was buying time for the Demon King. His loss was out of respect. He was implying he could win any time, but if the Demon King dared act foul, he wouldn't stand by idly. The arena erupted in excitement. Indeed, he was a true hero. Rimuru was bewildered. What was truly happening in this world? Raphael explained. This was the effect of the hero's unique skill. It stirred the audience's emotions, hypnotizing them, almost brainwashing their thoughts. Seeing this, Rimuru suggested inviting the hero to lunch, since he suddenly surrendered. Gabuta was promoted and claimed the mid-tournament victory, thrilled by the opportunity. He vowed to push himself even harder next time. No original text for this subtitle number, skip if none. No original text for this subtitle number, skip if none. Rimuru, no more hesitation, start right now so I can train this guy to know his limits. Don't worry, I'll give him special training in the labyrinth. Even if he dies, there's a way to revive him. Special training? You say, hold on, Milim-sama. I never asked for your help. Gabuta, this is a golden chance. You must train hard under Milim-sama's wing. Master, why would you betray me? Quiet down, big brother. I've already helped Gabuta achieve a glorious victory. No words just left him behind. Wait, without you, Gabuta can't finish his training. I promise I won't harm you. Let's move on. Then the warrior's face twisted with pain and worry. This is my last meal, he thought. But Rimuru only wanted to befriend him. Finally, he got to eat a dish from his hometown. The warrior let down his guard and agreed to serve Rimuru because he no longer wanted to be a warrior. Each time the crowd shouted his name, he felt embarrassed enough to die. He found his unique skill ridiculous, just because he loved reading Royal Road manga and novels. Deep down, the desire to become a hero bloomed, though he didn't understand why he had such a unique, overpowering hero skill. In truth, seeing Gabuta's beastman form made him want to die from fear. Usually, 100 warriors like him wouldn't stand a chance against Rimuru. Curiously, he even agreed to duel Gozun. What now? Shall we descend into the labyrinth? Masuki distressed, Masuki begged Rimuru for help. Rimuru reassured him, Gozun is on floor 50. Just reaching there takes days. He only needs to fake an attack to pass. Today, Rimuru even wants to appoint Masuki as the labyrinth's representative. He just has to attack normally. If anyone has suggestions, they can speak up anytime. For safety, Rimuru guarantees Masuki's well-being. Don't worry. As long as no one dies, everything's negotiable. Rimuru agreed. Masuki can stay as long as he wants to have fun. He won't hesitate to invest in the entertainment industry. The manga Masuki loves is among them. Hearing this, Masuki immediately swore loyalty to Lord Rimuru. This was Rimuru's angriest moment, yet he never imagined someone would dare kill his subordinate with a Ling-Chi punishment. Today was the third day of the nation's founding festival. Next up, to perform the labyrinth, an underground maze of extreme difficulty, Tempest's Pride. This important project was the absolute focus of state-run corporations. Thus, the government sent 3 teams to challenge it. First was Homer's team, led by the weakened war god version. Then came the 3-person team of Irene. Irene, aren't you supposed to return home? Silence. And finally, the warrior team, eagerly anticipated by all. No one knew Rimuru had secretly handed the map halfway to the warrior. Now the warrior was basically hacking the game to promote it. Unexpectedly, the red-haired swordsman suddenly stormed into the arena spouting slick words. He claimed he only lost because of the 4 Heavenly Kings' dirty tricks. Those dirty tactics, then, the Demon Lord isn't much better. No matter Rimuru's ambition, he will crush it. Rimuru's fanboys and fangirls couldn't hold back. They rushed to take down the redhead. Rimuru restrained their murderous intent. As the event officially started, all teams' labyrinth raids were broadcast on giant screens by magical transmission. A labyrinth manager named Dad followed to relay messages. Each team received necessary items, which would be sold officially after the labyrinth's opening. Among these, the resurrection bracelet was recommended. With it, death meant rebirth. The audience doubted this, unaware the bracelet's effect only worked inside the labyrinth. The redhead called it boasting unless M. John Mai tested it herself. Without hesitation, M. John Mai tried once. Don't be fooled by his calm face, his first test was terrifying. But the redhead truly wanted to die acting first by using Ling-Chi punishment on M. John Mai. Sure enough, M. John Mai perfectly revived. Outside, the whole crowd was shocked. Little did they know the bracelet also eased pain. Rimuru sighed. M. John Mai always bore it all. But that wretched redhead Rimuru couldn't forgive him. As everyone began raiding Bassen's rough team, couldn't even escape the first floor dismissing everything as Demon Lord's trickery. Rimuru was speechless. These people were beyond saving. Then, unexpectedly, Captain Bassen stepped on a trap and plunged to floor 2. Rimuru froze. He didn't recall setting a falling trap on floor 1. Surely Ramirez was up to something. Is something wrong? Rimuru asked. This floor's traps are my design, she said. Did you adjust them without telling me? Honestly, I wanted to improve the labyrinth's quality. She'd placed quite a few falling traps. Rimuru was at his wit's end. In a vast floor, falling traps are unnecessary. The huge map was meant to confuse and drain stamina. Yet the falling traps became shortcuts. Ramirez explained that even nastier traps awaited below. She thought Rimuru had forgotten to set them and just lent a hand. Don't meddle in others' affairs, she warned. Meanwhile, Iron's team mapped the labyrinth while advancing a textbook raid. In no time, they found 3 treasures without triggering any traps they'd set. Ramirez looked a bit jealous. Rimuru suspected she was hiding something. She explained Iron brought sweets from Yoshida as gifts irresistible even to Ramirez. Vora and Milim said it was fine, so Ramirez revealed all information. Rimuru was surprised at how quickly a high-ranking politician like Iren could be corrupted. But thinking back, her first impressions weren't great, so he let it slide. In the labyrinth, 3 treasure types appeared: gold, silver, and bronze. Only bronze treasures had traps. The rarest gold treasures only appeared in boss rooms on floors multiple of 10, like the floor 50 Guardian gun. Gold treasures' weakest rewards were rare weapons. Hearing this, Rimuru joked it sounded like a late-night shopping channel. Even he, co-creator of the idea, felt embarrassed. Though the advertising worked well, Rimuru worried that floor 1's treasures were all bronze. Ramirez, you won't cause trouble, right? I promise no tricks this time. So, Iron's methodical raid could indeed boost publicity. Earlier, Iron had thoughtfully brought a gift, sweet pastries crafted by Yoshida in a limited run. Ramirez simply couldn't resist their allure. Vora and Milim assured her it was fine, so she divulged all the information to Iren, a high-ranking politician. Rimuru hadn't expected such swift corruption, but considering the initial lack of anything good, he decided not to press further. Within the labyrinth, 3 coloured treasures would appear: gold, silver, and bronze. Only the bronze treasures were trapped. The rarest gold treasures appeared only in boss rooms on floors that were multiples of 10. For instance, the guardian of floor 50 was Gun. Every 10th floor had a boss guarding the golden treasure, while even the least valuable gold treasures were rare weapons. Listening to this felt like tuning into a late-night shopping channel. Even I, who helped conceive this idea, felt a twinge of embarrassment, though the advertising effect was undeniable. Rimuru worried the first floor would be full of bronze treasures, but Ramirez assured there would be no funny business this time, so Iren's systematic breakthrough might just end up serving as excellent promotion. Meanwhile, a hero had reached the 3rd floor in under half an hour since the start, only to fall through a trap directly to the 4th floor. Officials noted this world was becoming crazier by the day. The hero's fall into the trap drew laughter from the audience, but in another place the hero was greeted with applause. A red-haired figure dashed through the labyrinth with astonishing speed. At this pace, he'd soon reach the 3rd floor. Observing the opponent's seamless movement suggested he already had magical knowledge of their position. Raphael explained that the red-haired man's skill could create a mental map, much like the great sage once aided Rimuru. After all, this red-haired man was a rare A-rank adventurer. At this speed, he would soon reach the 5th floor, but his opponent was not far behind. But how could he find the treasured artifacts in such a short time? Rimuru's curiosity was piqued. How had he managed this? Even Raphael, usually talkative, remained silent. Ramirez's dislike for the red-haired man was palpable. She sensed a boundless greed radiating from him. Meanwhile, Iren's team lingered on the 1st floor, gathering enough healing supplies before making their move, seemingly targeting the rarer treasures. Indeed, the lower floors of the labyrinth held golden treasures, but only by encountering the randomly appearing boss rooms known as the boss territory could one face and claim them. Conveniently, Ramirez's intel included the location of one such boss territory. The 3 of them acted out a perfect performance worthy of an Oscar to defeat the monster inside. Rimuru felt it was still too easy, forgetting that facing Bassen's team would have turned it into a deadly battle. Sadly, the golden treasures lacked the magical defense gear Iren sought. Instead, they secured a rare level storm sword for their captain. Rimuru suddenly felt like this round was a loss for him, but Enra saw this as a perfect opportunity for some promotion. Rimuru-sama wanted to tell everyone that golden treasures always guarantee rare loot. Iren's team, having harvested enough, decided to end their challenge here, but their decision sparked a lively debate among the adventurers. After all, even death was reversible, more monsters could be defeated, and magical spirit stones were practically entry tickets, only profit no loss. Seeing this, Rimuru thought maybe he wasn't losing this time after all. Meanwhile, the brave adventurers reached the 10th floor, guarded by a blue-eyed spider goblin named Kodo. He was taken down with a single punch. The team swiftly claimed rare items and completed their trial. By the time the red-haired man arrived, there was nothing left. But the spider goblin would revive in half an hour, so no need to worry about others snatching the monster. The red-haired man still pressed on, desperate to kill and threaten Ramirez into quick revival. Following the lead of the grey-haired knight before him, he tried to break the rules, but when he dared to attack the manager, that was a clear violation. Now, punishment would begin. "You think these vines just block pain, that you can beat me at this level?" the manager warned, coldly cancelling the pain suppression function of the resurrection bracelet. "Final warning, are you going to apologise or not? Don't underestimate me." The red-haired man sealed his own fate with reckless arrogance, falling victim to a deadly counterattack. After all, Dras were born at A rank or higher. Killing this man was only natural. With the pain suppression cancelled, he experienced true death for the first time. Not everyone is a superhuman shadow. Rules are clear, break them, and you pay dearly. Every treasure gathered along your path will be seized. But for those who honour the law, safety is guaranteed. At last, Ruru steps onto the stage for the closing speech. Anyone who conquers the 1,000-layered labyrinth will earn the chance to challenge him. Yet unknown to all, on the 100th floor, a silent, solitary monologue unfolds a drama without audience. "Look at you swarming like weak ants. Storm Dragon will spare none of you. Music, could you please show a bit more solemnity? Right on cue, just as the festival ends, fresh troubles surface. A duke named Moose leads a band of merchants to trouble Benimaru over unpaid gold for the event. Though all terms were settled before this merchant group suddenly demands gold only from the Dwarven Kingdom. Benimaru is caught off guard, unsure how to respond. At this critical moment, Rimuru bursts in, introduces himself and reveals the merchants' true intent. They seek gold exclusively from the dwarves. Moose aims to curry favour with Rimuru, selling goodwill as currency. When Moose offers to lend Rimuru some gold, Rimuru barely glances his way, summoning Gil to lay down a hefty plate brimming with gold instantly. The Duke's shock is palpable. Suspicion flickers that the coin might be fake. This ignites fury in Shion Diablo and even Benimaru. Moose insists on verifying the gold's authenticity alongside the merchants, but Rimuru has already arranged for reporters to capture the entire verification process. One by one, the merchants accept the genuine gold, their faces finally blossoming into reluctant smiles. Yet Rimuru declares this will be their last transaction, because they were the first to shout distrust at the Tempest Federation. Now the tables turn. Rimuru refuses to trust them. From now on, they're banned from trading in the demon realm. Naysayer Duke. News immediately protests, accusing Rimuru of tyranny. They claim they're only demanding rightful claims under international law, yet Rimuru hasn't joined that so-called international community. Truth be told, it doesn't matter. He plans to build a colossal new economic zone here instead. When the dust settles, all underlings are stunned by Rimuru's stern approach. Only Benimaru voices the truth. The aim is simple: a carrot dangled after a sharp stick. Now that band of merchants kneels begging for the chance to trade with the Tempest Federation again. Meanwhile, Gazer's eyes are glued to several blocks of magical ore projecting with 3D holograms of distant arenas. If they can gather detailed intel on faraway sites for conquest and strategy, the very concept of war might be turned upside down. Beyond Gazer, the Queen also marvels at Tempest's wonders. Iron suggests bringing some rare artifacts home. The Queen, charmed, agrees at once. Discussions then turn to the delicate balance of coexistence between humans and demons. Hinata even considers sending a priest from the Western Church to aid Rimuru, not only to study divine magic, but to sharpen the priest's skills. A win-win that brings smiles all around. But amidst the gathering, Vora stands apart, unhappy. Since the labyrinth opened, he's been guarding the 100th floor in lonely isolation. No one else has managed to reach his domain. Benimaru advises patience. With the labyrinth's fame spreading and treasures beyond imagination, even the mightiest shall soon tread that path. After wrapping up these matters, Rimuru calls a meeting with his own team. Bringing back some strange items, the Queen listened, indulging and agreeing. The group continued discussing the future coexistence of humans and demon beasts. Hinata even proposed sending a priest from the Western Church, not only to help Rimuru study divine magic, but also to train the priest's abilities. This was clearly a win-win situation, and everyone was happy, except for Vora. Since the labyrinth opened, Vora had been guarding the 100th floor all alone, with no one able to reach his level. John Mai advised him to be patient. Now that the labyrinth's fame had spread, and the treasures inside were all valuable, even the lowest-ranking adventurers would trample over the entrance soon enough. After wrapping up these matters, Rimuru held a meeting with his people. He had deduced that the mastermind behind everything was Yuki. Perhaps leading Hinata to fight him was also Yuki's scheme. So wanted to investigate Yuki immediately. Rimuru